Here we are. At the end of the year of Guild Wars 2. Or something, anyway. Something like that. Right, hang on, let me summon my camera. And then we're good. "2023 was the year of the trees." Indeed it was. Hello everyone. Here we are. But yes, guys. This is the reality. All tree emotes will be disabled soon. It's the last day of trees. Hey, Sin Strider, Rage Cage, and of course Bad Architect. Thanks for the subs, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Indeed, indeed, indeed. So enable Trigger. Trigger, you say? Fighting play for 5 minutes. Play for 5 minutes for pretenses. Well, I mean, I have got some good ideas for content, actually, for Guild Wars 2. You know, I just need some time to repair it, really. I don't really want to stream if I have no content, right? Or nothing really to do. There's probably going to be a lot of streams, you know. I have a lot of plans to stream for like 10 hours a day for at least half a year. So you guys had better stay tuned for that one, because we've got some grinding to do. We do indeed. The year of WoW. Well, I mean, there will be a lot of WoW, yeah. I'm planning on playing a lot of Guild Wars 2. I got some good ideas. I've been cooking with Darren's a little bit, with some interesting ideas, I think. And also a lot of WoW and a lot of vanilla WoW as well. Yeah. Just being you is good enough. Well, yeah, the thing is, though, is that, I mean, I don't really like doing things if I don't think it's interesting, Bellstar, right? So, you're not wrong. I'm sure people will be massively entertained by my dazzling and fantastic personality. You're obviously correct there. But that's not, I don't know, I want to do something more interesting than that, really. Yeah. Sinbad's Revenge. Thanks for the primer. That's a good name, actually. That's good RP. I like that. Yeah. You know what actually is really funny, guys? In a hilarious twist of fate, I got the legendary weapon in Retail WoW yesterday, so I'll probably stream making that thing. But yeah, there you go. You know, we'll trigger a certain type of chatty, we'll get content for the whole stream. To be honest, you know, this topic is actually very meta, but I actually don't even want to talk about this in the meta sense, actually. I'm not gonna lie, I really don't want to do the whole meta conversations about Guild Wars 2. I'll do meta conversations about WoW, because I can probably do those without, you know, being miserable. But realistically, there is nothing but misery in having meta conversations about Guild Wars 2. It's a fate far worse than death. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying the Zero to Hero Sinbad's Revenge. There's more of that coming up, probably. But no, I don't want to do meta conversations about Guild Wars 2. Not good. Not good at all. Speed up the rare grind by shard hopping. Well, I'm just going to leech off all of you guys. You have to come and do the super bloom with me or some shit. Zero to God of the Arena. I would do, I'd do monthly AT, but I wouldn't do God of the Arena. This is going to sound like maybe a little bit pretentious, but I don't particularly value leaderboards in 5v5 games where you can't queue as 5. It's like, it's whatever. I don't really care about it. And obviously the other thing is, if you want to get rank 1 in Guild Wars 2, let's be honest, you can't. This is something that is really annoying, actually, about the Guild Wars 2 leaderboard, in my opinion. This is probably true of all leaderboards to an extent, but it's definitely true of the Guild Wars 2 PvP leaderboard. It's the fact that you kind of have to play dirty if you want to win. And it's not even really playing dirty. You just have to tactically play the game. I don't like any system where playing is a mistake sometimes. And if you want to get rank 1 in Guild Wars 2, there are just certain times of day where you won't queue. There are certain times of day where it's just incorrect strategically to play the game, which I think is incredibly lame, right? Like, if you have a situation like that, then it's just lame. It's not really competitive at that point. It's just bleh, you know? And that's no good. The only good meta conversation with the Restream is also game design systems. I actually think those are actually complete garbage, because the problem with game design systems is that your conversation is circle jerking, right? Like, there's no, like, prospect of change or iteration, right? A lot of the ideas that you might discuss, they're fun to think about, but they're not going anywhere, right? Like, there's no, like, prospect for any kind of iteration, really. When it comes to balance, I mean, I can definitely do the balance conversation, but I wouldn't do a balance debate. Like, I feel like when it comes to Guild Wars 2, I feel like I'm like a weatherman at this point. I think I can tell you how it is, but I'm not sure if it's particularly interesting to talk about how it should be, because the thing is, it kind of doesn't matter, actually. Like, the content in the game just isn't, it's kind of irrelevant. Like, we've got to the point where, like, the game is not affected by balance in a lot of ways, because everything is so power crept that, honestly, who the fuck cares? Like, you know what? The only, you know, this is a fun one. The only meta conversation I'd actually have regarding balance in Guild Wars 2 is actually the ultimate contrarian position. I would just say, you guys are idiots for even caring about this. It doesn't matter, play what you want. Like, at this point, that's probably the position I'd actually take, in a lot of these arguments, because it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, the game is so easy, who cares, right? I'm sorry, it's just not important. You know, it's not relevant. Like, you should, it's, complaining about balance in this game is weird, right? Like, that's kind of the direction I'd go. Are you going to make Zero to Hero, Season 3? Actually, yes. You think you're going to do Moto 3? Actually, yeah. So, like, here's the deal with this one. I am going to do crowdfunding campaigns for tournaments in the next year. Because basically, this is the situation. And this definitely does suck, right? Like, this definitely does suck at the end of the day, I guess. But here's the deal, guys. I've been donating my time to run tournaments for free for a very long time. And I'm not really at the point in my life where I want to do that anymore. So I'll do crowdfunding. And you know, what I'll probably do is I'll just have it going infinitely, right? So I'll have a crowdfunding campaign, and when it reaches that, I'll do a tournament. And then we'll rinse and repeat that forever, basically. Yes. Balance only seems to frustrate or hinder players. To be honest, I would not really say that's actually super accurate. I think that, like, balance, it definitely, you think you're right on the frustration. I wouldn't say true on the hinder, right? Like, if you lose in this game in PvE, you're not losing because of balance. You're losing because you're just not very good, right? Like, is the reality. Like, everything is so unbelievably strong that, you know, there's no, like, you're basically being, I would describe the difficulty in Guild Wars 2 as, you know, you've got to, like, dig up a small shrubbery, and you've been given a nuke to do it, right? Like, it does, yeah, like, if you fail to do that, you know, it's not on the nuke, right? It's definitely on you. Yeah. Very nice. Very, very nice. Oh yeah, wait, someone asked me, I started playing WoW like 3 weeks ago. I hit a bit of a wall at 18 plus keys. Do you have any general advice to pushing higher keys? I think it's a little bit dependent on role, actually, but the thing that you're going to start running into at 18 plus keys is that if you don't interrupt stuff, you will die when you get to that type of level, especially on Fortified. That's going to be a bit of a roadblock that you run into. So I would say being really careful with the use of your kick and being very careful with the use of your AoE stop is also very important. And the other thing at like kind of that 18-20 range of key is that affixes. If an affix goes off, you will die. Or it will significantly weaken your group. Because like earlier on, like if something like an incorporeal goes off or an afflicted goes off, it's like, whatever. It's not the end of the universe, to be honest, if that happens. But if you're in a hierarchy, kind of getting into like a +20, if an afflicted goes off, it's like, okay, your tank could very seriously die there, like because they aren't able to heal themselves enough, or like your healer can't heal people enough because they've lost all their haste. So that would be the thing I would say. Is just basically do the mechanics. Like the mechanics start to really matter a lot more when you get to that type of key level. I think it really does depend what role you're playing though. And also why you're failing. Are you running out of time or are you dying? Like, it's important to kind of diagnose the issue, right? Like, if you're dying, if you're actually just dying, then play safer on the packs. Like, the timer is very easy on these keys. Just do smaller pulls. You don't have to race through the dungeon and +3 it, right? Your goal is to get to the end of it, like, and actually successfully time the key. So, if you're just dying too much, right, and therefore running out of time, then just take the key way, way slower. If you're actually running out of time, and you're pulling too slow, then that's another thing entirely, right? And you have to think about like your route through the dungeon, and also like how much DPS you're doing as well. For large scale PvP, do you prefer WoW or Guild Wars 2? Oh, definitely Guild Wars 2. Like if I was gonna play a MMO for PvP, it would probably still be Guild Wars 2 over World of Warcraft. I don't really like global cooldown tab target PvP. Like action style stuff works way better in my opinion. Is a GVG PvP tournament in the guild hall on the table? That could be fun. I mean, it's something that I'm actually thinking about doing with the Zero to Hero, funnily enough, but it wouldn't be open. It would just be internal. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not particularly interested in interacting with the World versus World community. I'm a little, I'm too much of an old man for that. Yo, the Nexus there with a tier 1, and Noxy with a tier 1 as well. Happy New Year. Happy New Year indeed. But yeah, what's the deal with this? Oh yeah, I think there's some kind of like crash exploit going on in the game right now. I mean, it's weird. These items keep coming back up. ArenaNet will definitely fix it. But yeah, apparently there's some kind of like weird crash exploit going on in World vs. World. I guess technically in all areas of the game, but I guess it's being abused in World vs. World the most. Yeah, there's a couple of issues that ArenaNet tend to have with stuff like this. They aren't able to like fix the underlying cause. They basically just like patch the items that cause it. This is definitely a really serious issue. I hope that they're able to fix this. So here's the situation, guys. There are certain things that will cause an instance crash in Guild Wars 2. And the way that ArenaNet fixes it is that, well, if you're a developer, there's probably some devs in the chat, you guys will kind of be horrified by this. But the way that they end up fixing it is they fix the individual item. So they don't fix the actual crash bug, they essentially fix the item. So the problem is that, as you might expect, what happens is that it fixes the bug until they add another item that also causes that crash, or until some people find another item that causes that same crash. So I don't know what's exactly going on here, but yeah, it's a bit of a meme. A bit of a meme, but they seem to have some difficulty with actually fixing the issue here. Well, so, dude, you know what one thing they could do, like a New Year's gift for me, is they need to make the music actually work in World vs. World. It makes me very sad when it just doesn't play. I miss the music, man. Where's my music? There you go. It came back, but it doesn't play around Overwatch. I don't understand. And some of the towers, it just doesn't play randomly. It doesn't play in Stonemas, too, sometimes. Oh, what's up with that? Happy New Year from Chile. What is your opinion on choosing a Steam Deck or Asus ROG Ally for Guild? So you might pick one up. I actually have heard some people have had some success in, like, by playing the Steam Deck, to be honest. But to be honest, I don't really have much of an opinion. I'm not really like a handheld expert. I think Steam Deck is probably the way to go, seeing as that's like the product that I've heard most people go for and use, but I'm not gonna lie, it probably doesn't matter that much. Throne Liberty? Nope, not interested. Yes. The crash is causing some items are not in World vs. There's crashing the server when it tries to load whatever armor. Any way to fix them is the is the item. Well, that's not really accurate, right? Because, you know, what you'd ideally do is that if something like that can't happen, you would run a check to make sure that it can't happen, right? Yes. I know what's one of his build templates also on one character bugs. Every time he switches to it, it lags the entire world. So I'm like, huh. It's a bit weird, isn't it? I wonder what's happening there, actually. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, if you want some more advice on M+, Fidel Blastro, give me details and we can go over it. If you have footage, by the way, that's ideal. Like the advice that I would give to everyone when it comes to M+, is, well, and everything actually, any gaming, is always record your gameplay. If you even if you record it in low quality, because you know it's pretty intensive on your PC, and obviously you don't want to lag out. But even if you can record in kind of like shitty quality, like 720p or even less than that, record your gameplay. This is for anything, for WoW, Guild Wars 2, any game, League, whatever. Record your gameplay and watch it back. And if you're struggling to identify what's going wrong, that's fine. Then that's when you show it to someone and say, hey, can you help me out here? Another thing actually as well, Fidel Brass, there's something that's really nice actually about the WoW community, is that if you join the class discords, people will do log review for you. They all have channels for log review, and you can post your log, and people from the class discords will look at it and tell you what you're doing wrong as well. So there's definitely a lot of options for improving. Yeah. Boom. Enjoy. You know what feels crazy, guys? All tree emotes are going to be removed soon. Removing retaliation was not cool. I mean, retail was a bit weird, but I mean, I don't know, maybe not, who knows? Happy New Year, everyone, by the way. A brand new year. Yes. You just need to learn their UIs every time? Yeah, because everyone has a different UI. Enjoy. Although, you know, you can just, like, pick one and then stick with it, right? I need to make Teapot UI. Whenever I stream, people are like, yo, bro, give me your UI. But honestly, my UI is incredibly scuffed. Like, after this tier, after we're done with Farak, I'm just going to spend like a week making the ultimate UI. Oh, man, it's going to be beautiful. I'm going to sit down, make a UI, have a good time. Nice. Yeah. You said that last tier, bro? Yeah, but dude, we had no downtime. We had literally 0 downtime between like last tier and this tier. It was Sakarath died, and then boom, immediately into the next grind. The person whose UI you suggested was using something other than Plater. Oh, there you go then. Boom. There you have it. Different techniques. I think some metas will die if they change all currencies. I mean, metas will naturally ebb and flow over time anyway. I think the example I can think of is that Dragon's End kind of died a bit of a death. Or has died a bit of a death recently. They only need 200 kills, guys. 285 kills. It's crazy. The doppelganger will never die. Ah, Mike! Mike2272. Welcome to the stream. Mike, my king. One day Mike will be free of the game. He'll be free to roam about the place. Is anyone using this catapult? I'm not using the catapult. What the hell? I'm not doing that shit. Yeah. Mike would break in vanilla. He wouldn't make it. He would break within seconds. He wouldn't be able to handle it. But yeah. I mean, in general, look, I'm going to tell you guys a secret. If you tag up for a meta, people will actually show up. With the notable exception of Serpent's Ire. People really don't like doing that one. That one actually can be a little bit annoying to get a group for. But everything except that, mega free. Easy. Easy, my friends. No problem. Boom. People don't join for reset doppelganger. Well, I mean, look, if you're doing it like late at night, then there's always going to be, it's always going to be a little bit scuffed. Dragon Stand took some time to group up recently. Dragon Stand happens on like peak hours. It doesn't happen so much on the, it doesn't happen so much kind of like on off hours. Because that meta is, to be frank, it's not very profitable. You only really do it if you're going for a Gen 2 Legendary, which is almost certainly the least common Legendary in the game because they're kind of the highest effort to go for. So people don't tend to do Dragon Stand that much. But it absolutely will happen if you're doing it on peak hours. So that, you know, that there is that, I guess. But yeah. But like all the classics, right? I'm pretty sure like all of like the classic meta stuff like Octovine, people still go crazy for, right? You're not gonna have any difficulty getting into a group for the Octovine and stuff. I'm actually a little bit out of the loop. I don't know what the really common metas that everyone's farming is right now. I don't know what everyone's up to. I assume it's basically the same old, same old. HOT metas mostly. Yeah, I guess it's not a surprise. Because I don't know. I don't know if anyone actually knows about this, but I feel like the SOD metas are just not very rewarding, to be honest. That's kind of my read on it. They don't feel super rewarding to me. Oh shit, that was a slightly unwise Reaper 2, wasn't it? Gaila's best value? Gaiala? I mean, Gaiala is just like... Gaiala is legitimately some of the worst content in the game. Like, that's not even, like, Doom. That's just objective fact. Like, the Gaiala Delves meta event and that map in general is some of the... like, some of the worst content in the history of the game. It's... Yeah. I'd put it as worse than even stuff like Season 1. Like, that is bad, right? Like, that is a really, really, really awful piece of content. I'm extremely sick. Oh, no. And that's why I can't celebrate the new year with my friends. Well, it is what it is. It's like I'm going to be here with all of you now. Yo! Indeed. Okay, you got to get cozy in bed, take a bunch of drugs to dull your senses, and, I don't know, celebrate the new year here on Twitch. Ha 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 ha. Very good. We love to see it. The new metas suck because they take too much time. I mean, I guess they are a little bit on the lengthy side. Meta design peaked with HOT. You only need 1 minute to get your Hero's Choice chest. I'm not sure if I'd define that as peak design, to be perfectly honest with you. But, I mean, maybe. This is not looking good, is it? Yo, Malaka do that with the Prime. Boom. Very good. They suck because they aren't like Octovine. You know, I think it's interesting. Like, what do people look for in a meta event? I think it's mostly rewards. I'm pretty sure that people won't do content if it isn't rewarding, even if the content itself is good. It's only rewards. It's pretty much pure rewards only. So I think it's important to remember that, like, when you're talking about content. Peak meta design is Drizzle. I actually think that the way Drizzle works is actually pretty good. Like, I think one of the really big problems with almost all events in this game is that the rewards are extremely backloaded, right? Like, you get everything at the end. This, in a lot of ways, is the failure of HOT. HOT failed miserably to do this. Well, actually, no, it didn't. They went back on this, didn't they? So the original design was, with HOT, that to build up participation, you'd have to do, like, the pre-events, right? So you got maximum reward at the end. But they changed it, didn't they? Because people absolutely hated it. So I guess Drizzlewood is kind of like an evolution of that, right? With, like, the reward track style design. That probably is the way most metas should actually work, I think. The way that, like, This is the big issue, right? Is that events in this game give you everything with one chest at the end. I think it makes it very difficult to get players to stick around, and it really encourages this kind of very unusual optimization where you're going to end up in this situation where all you want to do is be there for the final event and tag it and then get credit. Like, that is essentially how the game operates, which is a little bit weird. I'm not gonna lie, I always feel so weird talking about rewards. Like, it's just so icky to me. Like, the fact that people are like, ah, yes, I'm only here for this carrot on the stick. I am not here for gameplay. I need this constant incentive. I must see the number go up, right? Like, it's... I feel very alienated from gaming communities when the conversations go this way, because that, to me, is... I view that as incredibly dystopian. The idea that I must see the number go up. That is all that matters. That, to me, is my idea of hell. Like, you know, if I had my way, if I had a choice between deleting all video games and video games ending up in these kind of, like, reward-driven hellholes, I would remove all video games. I would sooner destroy them than see them end up that way. It's very unusual. Yeah. The northern part? Yeah, I mean, the northern part was less good. I think the problem with Drizzlewood for me is that it's just... It's so mind-numbing, right? Like, it's... It doesn't really have that kind of engagement. It's too conveyor belty, right? Like, Drizzlewood is like a massive conveyor belt, right? And you're just like, kind of like... You're just busting through like an endless tide of trash mobs. The reward bloat from Soto? What do you mean by that, actually, no awesomeness? I didn't... are we talking about like all of the new little weird things? Like adding, you know, like the rift essences into the game and like all the new currencies and stuff? We're talking about reward bloat? What exactly do you mean by the reward bloat? All the new weird little things. Well, I think... I think I know what you mean. If you talk about, like, the essences... Yeah, I think the reason they went in this direction was because they wanted to try to reward the player with things that aren't gold more, right? Because, you know, like, they... Things that are gold is kind of problematic from the reward structure perspective of Guild Wars 2. So they don't really want to give you that, right? They want to give you things that aren't gold, pretty much as they can. Yeah, I mean, I don't really open the containers, but I think I'm a terrible example, because I don't open the containers not because I find them annoying. I do find them annoying, but that's not really the reason I don't engage with them. It's just that the game, I don't feel rewarded by anything, right? You know? Hey, I appreciate that, Lord Fitnam. Yeah. Boom. Let's go. We actually have successfully repelled the opponent sim. They have been disposed of. We're getting them good. The convergence leeching is pretty wild. I mean, are people really leeching convergences really hard? And I guess they are pretty easy to leech. It's hard to fix, though, because of the way they did the boon participation stuff. Are you cooking anything fancy? I mean, probably not. I'm going to tell you a secret, guys. I don't really do a lot of... Man, I'm going to sound like an absolute Grinch here, man. But no, I don't really celebrate stuff. It's like... It's just another day. You know, maybe I'll put on a little hat or something. People sit mid or use the mushroom on the southern plateau to hover mid-air out of sight. What the fuck, dude? People are so lazy. That's crazy. Why? I mean, wait. Have convergences got slower, or is it not really a big deal? Like, how bad is the leeching? How long does a convergence take on average? What is the situation? 20 minutes? I mean, I guess that's pretty slow, to be honest. I guess it's about the same as when I was doing them. 20 minutes? Man, yeah, that is kind of slow. Need to leech 95 convergences? I mean, I'm not going to do that. If you get in right as public opens, you're likely less than 20 minutes with leeches. Interesting. Yeah. I feel like if you're not doing a convergence in less than 15 minutes, you're basically trolling. Like I think that's kind of like the way I would look at it. Here we go. If they took like 3 minutes, less people would leech. Like, is that really where we're at though? Like, people like hate playing the game to the point where like anything that's longer than 3 minutes, people will just leech. Is that really where we're at? That's crazy. You know, look, I'm gonna beat the drum about this. Do you know why people leech? Do you know the real reason, guys, why people leech? It's because there is no consequence to it. You will never fail if you leech. Like, this is the problem. Like, if the game actually had even a 10% chance of failure, I guarantee you, leeching percentages would absolutely crater. Like, nobody would leech. Like, if it was even a 10% chance of failure. But the reality is it's not. Like, the content is unfailable. It's completely unfailable. So people go, well, it doesn't matter what I do. Like, I think this is definitely like a really classic problem. You know, when you're playing an RPG, I think one of the things that you're looking for is a sense of agency. It's a sense that, you know, what you're doing matters. Like, what you're doing, it, you know, affects the game in some sense. But I think this is the big problem with a lot of Guild Wars 2 meta events. Certainly the ones that I think, certainly a lot of problems that I have with them, is that I go to a meta and I go, my actions are irrelevant. Right? It doesn't matter what buttons I press. It doesn't matter if I put any effort in. It doesn't matter if I've got good gear or a good build or a good anything. If I talk to people in you know, open world chat, right? It doesn't do anything, right? It means nothing. This event will succeed no matter what. My actions are not important. And I think that's why you get leeching, because I think everyone is aware of this. You also, yo, Step in the chat, how you doing, man? I think this is the problem, is that everyone realizes that their actions just aren't important, right? Like, they simply are not relevant to the outcome. Like, no matter what you do, the outcome will always be the same. Making it a reportable offense and banning people for help. You know, I actually don't think so. Because, and the example I'd give there, actually, Nani, is gold buying. Contrary to popular belief, Blizzard, for example, ban people for buying gold. Right? Does it deter people? Absolutely not. Right? It doesn't deter people even in the slightest. Everyone knows that Blizzard bans a shit ton of people. Like, seriously, Blizzard posted this. They post, like, monthly stats on how many accounts they ban. They ban a shit ton of accounts, right, for buying gold. It doesn't, people don't give a shit. People do it anyway. And I think that's exactly what would happen with anything like that. And also, here's another thing as well, actually. With Guild Wars 2, I'm going to tell you guys a secret. Guild Wars 2 actually do ban people in PvP. They're not good on certain bans, but in general, they're pretty good on other bans, like toxicity. If someone gets caught, like, you know, fucking mouthing off, like, you know, saying gamer words and shit, they actually will get banned, right? Like, yeah, you'll get banned for that. You know, I'll give ANET credit. They do ban you for that. However, people still do it anyway. And that's mostly because they're angry and fucking mad that they lost a game in fucking Gold 1 or whatever. Wow. So there's like an aggravated element there that makes it happen a little bit more. But you know what I mean, right? Like, knowing that you might get banned for engaging in an action is surprisingly ineffective as a deterrent in video games. Because people are always like, it won't happen to me. Like, oh yeah, they banned that guy, but I won't get banned. There's no shot I'll get banned. Yeah. I guess the geometric accounts, they're a bit different. I took a mod, got 315. Yo, that's big. I don't know what that means, Steb, but that's a big number. I like that shit. I feel like it would reduce it. I'm not sure. You know, I'm not actually sure, to be honest. I think it's also one of the things that's really scary, because I think enforcing that policy will be extremely difficult. Like, because you'd have to have a human review every single case of that report, and that is insane, right? I think it's really hard to enforce stuff like that. I think leeching is less frowned on because the content is free win, but people who want to be selfish will be selfish. Other games, similar thing happens. People will leech, fail because of leech, and still leech the next run. Can you give me an example of that? Because actually, you know what? I will actually challenge you on that. I am... and I'm actually very willing to be wrong here, by the way. I'm unaware of a game that has a leeching problem like Guild Wars 2. And I think, to be fair, to give credit to Guild Wars 2, I think that's because other games don't really have content like open world, and I think Guild Wars 2 is quite different in how it goes, but I can't really think of a good example off the top of my head that would actually say, oh yeah, this happens in other games. I think this kind of is a problem that is somewhat... like localized to Guild Wars 2. Although I will say that's I think a big part of that is not because, oh yeah, Guild Wars 2 is a leech-infested game. I think it's mostly because Guild Wars 2 is very different to other games. And with that comes different problems. Super Bloom gets leeched hard. But I mean, can you even leech that? I mean, the Super Bloom. This fucking Super Bloom, man. Oh, man. Super Bloom. Yeah. Yes. That's why open models look kind of boring. It doesn't matter what you do, but you flip the script and suddenly there's a real chance to fail. A random map for your average Guild 2 players bring responsive success. I imagine will be frustrating. Well, but it will also be very empowering and exciting, like Dragon's End, right? Because you can make those Guild Wars 2 players win. You can start at the end and just hit the boss. Wait, do you get full credit for that though? I feel like at least in the previous one in Zaralak Cavern, you had to like do multiple stages to get full credit. Can you actually do that with the Super Blue? You get full credit right for the end? Honestly, that's really bad design if that's the case. But like with a lot of their events, usually they kind of make you tag all of the different stages, right? In order to actually get loot. Yo, Nico, with the Prime. Got your eye on any new upcoming games in 2024? Honestly, I would say I'm not sure if this is upcoming in 2024, but I'm definitely interested in Stormgate, the new RTS. I really hope it's good. Kind of the spiritual successor to StarCraft 2. That's definitely a game that I'd be very interested in kind of checking out and playing. I'm not super interested in Path of Exile, no. Tag multiple if you already get into a luck. Oh shit, should I do that for the legendary? It's mostly ton and no rewards? Wait, really? Oh, that's really badly designed then. Nice. Dude, I'm going to start leeching the Super Bloom. Let's go. That's actually based. Yeah. They don't do well for streaming. I mean, I actually think they do well for streaming. Like, if you actually look at the StarCraft 2 Twitch scene, it's pretty healthy, considering it's a relatively, you know, it's a dead game at this point, right? But there's a lot of, it's very active in terms of its content creation scene. There's some great creators like Hearthstone Uthermal, Pig, for example, you know, Hero Marine streams, Showtime streams, Serral even streams sometimes. A lot of the top Koreans are going to be well, they're not going to be streaming on Twitch anymore because Twitch Korea is going away, but they'll stream on Afrika TV or they'll stream on YouTube. So it's like, oh, you know, like, I think that actually does pretty well. There's also really good content there as well. That the macro of Stormgate is more on Warcraft 3 and the responsiveness is like SC2. That actually, to me, is... I think that's actually really interesting because that is probably a bit of a recipe for success. One of the really big quote-unquote problems, I would say, that StarCraft 2 has is that the game is too fast. The game is extremely fast. Especially in Legacy of the Void, when the early game kind of got cut out because they increased the amount of starting workers, and they added units like Disruptors, like, you know, you've got Widow Mines from Heart of Thorns, Heart of the Swarm, right? Like, stuff like that, right? You've got these, like, mega powerful units. Like, there's a lot of power creep in StarCraft 2 over time. The game is very fast. Thoughts on Ashes of Creation? Supposedly that's playable in 2024. So... when it comes to Ashes of Creation, this is the way I look at it. I think it's extremely unlikely that they're able to actually deliver on the product that they want to create. If they do, it will be pretty cool, though. Yo, Vivoluve, Tier 1. Saw on Radar.io that Guild Wars 2 your Evoker is 483 already. Great job. No, I'm never maining Evoker, ever. Believe nothing until you can play it. I'm actually very much inclined to agree with what Austin has said here. Like, if the game isn't playable, it doesn't exist, right? Like, that is just... the way of it. If the game isn't released, it's not real, it's a fantasy, it's a fairy tale. It can be safely ignored. Very good. That's how it is. Do not believe, chat. Do not believe in the lies of the crowdfunded MMO. So many scam games. Yeah, I saw one of these like really weird, like a full scam. I can't remember what the game was called actually, but it was like a recent drama or something like that. Honestly, pretty fucking funny. But that is the problem with crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is very open to abuse, basically, and bad actors, regrettably. AI seems like copium. Well, there's... Okay, so... I think here's the thing you've got to think about, guys. I'm going to tell you guys a little secret. Do you guys know that almost all video games crash and burn on launch? And that includes good ones, by the way. And look, you guys want to know something really, really depressing? There have been amazing games, maybe indie games, even maybe relatively large projects, that just never, ever got traction, right? And they failed, and the devs quit and said, oh man, this is not working. I'm going to go take that software engineering job at Google, right? Instead of working on my own game. And this is, of course, true of MMOs. Especially true of MMOs, because they're so hard to make, right? They're a large, inherently a large, complicated product compared to, you know, other projects that have smaller scopes, right? So, this is the reality, guys. You should not be surprised that that Ashes of Creation, if it fails. You shouldn't be surprised if any game fails, because most of them do. And most of them always will. Like, that is just the nature of anything, realistically. Like, you know, most things don't work out. Most things don't succeed. The problem is that people then go, oh, it was a scam. No, it was just a failure, right? That doesn't mean it was a scam. And when I look at something like Ashes of Creation, I'm not gonna lie, I actually do think it's good faith. You know, when I see how Steven, the creative director of the game, talks about the game, I don't think he's a scammer. He wants to make a game. Will that game be good? Will that game actually succeed? Well, that's another thing entirely. You know, that's where, you know, I don't know about that one. But I don't think it's a scam at all. I did not think so. It's just, it may fail. Yeah, Jackling, that's the 5 gifted subs. And Dilk Jack with the Prime 2. You know, much gamers. New Year's gaming. Let's get this New Year gaming. New Year sub train. Do you guys know that all subs and gifted subs are actually discounted like 20% or some shit until tomorrow? Oh my god, guys. There's never been a better time to give me money than right here, right now. Yeah, let's go. Eddie, tier 1. Of course. Eddie, leader of the most powerful Finnish guild in all of World of Warcraft. Evoker, Overlord, Pyre, Enjoyer. I love to see it. Insane sub. Farm Legendary day 1. Dude, I wanted to save it for the stream. And when I've got, like, my proper schedule. I'm trying to do goddamn hard reset, dude. After the recap from this, you got freaked out and removed my payment details. Wait, what do you mean? Like, you spent too much money on Twitch? Dude, I'm actually trying to do hard reset, dude. I'm going for hard reset. I attempted hard reset. I played... I leveled my hunter in vanilla to 25 in, like, 1 day. Hard reset it's working. I spent way too much money on Twitch. Well, listen, spend some more money right now. Mentioning right here, right now. What do we got? We got a video here? Oh, right here, right now, right version. I mean, this is actually a great song. I won't play it, though, because all this YouTube will get me. It's time to spend more money on Twitch. Gift some subs. 1 billion gifted subs. Level 3 hype train is fully initiated. It feels good. Nice. Average of 2 subs gifted a day. Yo, that's a lot of gifted subs, actually. Holy shit. Hey, look, you're supporting the creators. That's good. we love to see it. God damn. Yeah. But yeah. I am a big crowdfunding enjoyer, though. But mostly when you can actually deliver something. Again, you know, I'm really hoping to, well, We'll see how it goes, but I want to crowdfund a lot of tournaments this year. I don't know. Thing is, I don't know how much is I don't know how much is really realistic. In fact, I think almost none is realistic. But look, just no bullshit, guys. I can't really afford to run tournaments anymore. It's just not. It's not an expedient usage of my time at this stage. So I can't do it for free, I'm afraid. You'll have to pay up. But we'll see. $25s are so free this season. I mean, yeah, they are pretty free. Like, you know, it's because the timers are just too chill. The timers are mega relaxing. Fortified is giga free. We're also streaming in 2024. Build WoW audience is pretty much the only priority. What are 25s? I think it was like a really hard fractal in World of Warcraft. Average 20 pug right now? Bro, what the fuck is this? 117k overall? Jesus. Dude, look, you guys need to stop joining all these rat pugs, dude. But no, I'm going for full sleep schedule, guys. Full sleep schedule, and it feels good. No degeneracy. Would you host an OSRS PB tournament if someone paid you enough? I mean, if I got hired to commentate, sure. I feel like I don't really know anything about the game. I think it would be a bad hire, but, I mean, why not? Yeah. End of the day, it's continuous is not our problem. I completely agree. Yeah. I completely agree. Yeah. It isn't our problem. But I think that it's important to see what's actually going on. Because my kind of point there, Bellstar, was not, oh, we should care about these devs and go, oh, poor baby, you know, it's not your fault. Oh, no, it definitely is. It was more that I think people go, oh, MMOs are dead because this new MMO failed. Or RTS is dead because this new RTS failed. Or, you know, oh, this game didn't work out, so it's a scam. I think what I was trying to point there is that the analysis should be, oh yeah, this game failed, but that doesn't really say anything about the industry. It doesn't really say anything about the genre or anything like that. It's just that, yeah, most games fail. Like, like, Steam is like a graveyard of games, right? There's like 1 million dead games that nobody plays, right? In the Steam library or whatever. Like, it's not really about, oh yeah, this says something massive about the industry that something didn't work out. Yes. Very good. Good. Level 3 hype train, guys. Very nice. It's time. Nice. Happy New Year, Shader. A lot of things that seem like scams or mess and commons. Oh yeah, for sure. I think there definitely have been scams. Like when you have crowdfunding, when you're dealing with crowdfunding, that naturally opens it to bad actors. Right? Like, it's going to be infested with bad actors. Do you have fun playing Guild Wars 2? It's alright. MMOs died with MOBA and Battle Royale? Kind of, yeah. Wah, indeed. Warlock players are known to be the most handsome, charismatic, and intelligent out of any class. All of those things are indeed true, with the additional thing that they're also the best sandbaggers. Actually, that's not true. I believe Rogue mains actually dethroned Warlocks as the biggest sandbaggers by claiming that Rogue was not going to be good this patch. And then Rogue, of course, then massively dominates the DPS charts, basically throughout the entire tier at the same time. So it's kind of Rogue's best sandbaggers, followed by Warlocks after that. Druid Feral Living Experience I had. I immediately went back to Wrath Spam. Honestly, play as Bear, Sognus, because I actually think the Druid leveling experience is extremely good. However, it might be, the mistake you might be making is going for Cat instead of bear. When you're dealing with one mob at a time, that's when cat form can actually be really good. If you get a really nice burst opener out of Prowl onto a target. But if you're dealing with like more than one mob at the same time, going with bear is actually going to be really effective. Especially if you're able to kind of like pre-moonfire everything. Additionally, make sure that you are rejuvenation and regrowthing yourself before you go into a relatively large pack. That will give you a lot more sustain. And finally, oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie, some of the balance stuff like Star Surge is like giga OP. If you can get like Star Surge on early on, you can just like one-shot everything with balance. But yeah, no, I just think that isn't, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I actually think the Druid leveling experience is actually really fun. I think Druid's actually one of the better classes to solo level on, because it can heal itself, it can handle more than one mob pretty well, you have stealth so you can sneak around, and you have like range pull potential as well. Last few years because I hate Battle Royale. I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I'm not really a Battle Royale enjoyer either. Boomkin main are by far bigger sandbaggers. And I think that there's definitely a lot of sandbag mains out there. Fury Warrior during boss use can be Cowbell Tunnel. How much I spam my keys? Yeah, I mean, I've seen the APM on Fury Warrior. It looks very intense, to be honest. Dude, I'm having a good time, though. I'm just chilling out here with my DK. DK is honestly fairly chill in terms of the APM. It's probably one of the slower tanks to play. You just have like a big combo every 2 minutes, basically, that you have to, you know, use correctly, I guess. Very relaxing. Prop Paladin is like the true unhinged gameplay. Like, Prop Paladin is like the psycho APM. It's very fast build. Have I got the legendary? Yes, I actually do have the legendary. Yeah. Or I dropped it. I'm gonna grind it. Our next raid is on Friday, I believe. Wait, is it Friday or Saturday? I actually can't remember. I already forgot. I have 51% base haste now on Prot. You might want to check. You might want to check Blood Mallet for stat distributions. By the way, Vivi, that might not be optimal. I was watching Yoda stream, and he was saying that you only want about 44% or something. Oh, no, you know, actually, no. You want 50%. 50% haste is actually correct. Never mind. I guess on M+, it's different. Yeah, so Vivi wants 20% crit, 50% haste, 10% mastery, and 20% verse. That's optimal DPS, or something like that, anyway. Or that distribution. 8k haste for Vivi. Nice. That is pretty based. You missed my birthday. Ah, well, happy belated birthday, then. Yes. Phil's birthday, man. Crazy. Crit can actually be giga good for both off healing and DPS. I mean, yeah, that is quite based. It's quite Zayst, even. You know what's also going to be crazy? Is Vivi running the cheat death trinket on every boss for the rest of the tier. Oh, man, that's actually pretty funny, isn't it? Oh, that feels good, man. I've been playing WoW for a bit now. How do you feel about Guild Wars 2 combat versus WoW's? I mean, the system in Guild Wars 2 is definitely better, but the implementation of WoW's is better. And that definitely... It's kind of interesting. It's really hard to say, like, which one do you like more? It's actually really difficult. It's like, what flavor of ice cream do you like? It's actually less objective than that, though. It's like... blah. You know, you have to kind of get into this analysis of the intersection between the combat system and the content itself, right? Because what matters when you say, do you prefer the combat in one game or the other? Because your answer to that is going to be massively contingent onto how you use that content. Like where does that content, where does that combat system actually get applied? Like, you know, it's very hard to evaluate. You know, it's very hard to evaluate these things in a vacuum. Like, in a vacuum, I definitely say that Guild Wars 2's is better, right? 100%. But games aren't in a vacuum, right? Like, so evaluating these systems on their own, I think, is extremely misleading. If that makes any sense, right? Because which game do I enjoy the combat experience of more? Oh, it's 100% World of Warcraft, right? Like, without a shadow of a doubt. And I think this is one of the things, actually. When you take content out of the equation, that PvP, then Guild Wars 2 is better. Oh, 100%, yeah, definitely. Yeah. But the thing is, that's kind of a junk statement, because nobody plays a game in a vacuum. Nobody plays games in no context, right? Like, zero context. So you can make a statement like that, but it's not a particularly useful or interesting or even meaningful statement. It's kind of a meaningless statement to say that. The analogy that Sneb very often uses is that it's like a beautiful car with no engine, right? And it's like, yeah, this car is really pretty, and it's got loads of cool features in it, like air conditioning, and, you know, it's got, like, heated seats in it and stuff like that. You don't even have to pay a subscription for them. But it's got no engine. So all of those things are kind of like, okay then, right? It doesn't matter. Like, it's meaningless, right? Like, it doesn't mean anything. Like, if your car has no engine, then who cares if you've got heated seats, right? It's just not important. But, yeah. Yes. I can't touch a normal caster spec anymore, for example. I think casters are definitely pretty interesting, actually. In the sense that, you know, you have to... You have to, like, hard cast abilities. And, yeah, that definitely is a really jarring thing. But, I mean, hey, that's why we just play melee. What build? I'm playing Reaper. It is time. I feel like WoW's combat is better for PvE. I think it's better for both, actually. I think Guild Wars 2's combat system is better for both systems. If you're talking about, like, a theoretical, like, what would the ultimate game look like, it would look very similar to Guild Wars 2 systemically, but it would look like World of Warcraft in terms of content, and 100%, yeah. Dude, any game that could... You know, it really struck me the other day, guys. It really fucking struck me. It is... Which fucking game could get away with what WoW does? Like... so, WoW releases, like, 30 bosses. And a bunch of dungeons, right? Like, fucking 8 dungeons and a mega dungeon every expansion. And it's like, yep, fuck that. That's gone now. We're gonna move on. Like, what game could actually get away with that? Except WoW. It's actually insane. That is an illegal move, guys. Okay? That is an illegal move. Like, just think how unbelievably dead Guild Wars 2 would be if it had vertical progression. There's no... Holy shit. Like, there's no way you could ever get away with it. You're like, oh, yeah, you know, yeah, you know, it's just, you know... I hope you guys liked that, those 2 strike missions from Soto. They're gone now. They're gone. We're replacing with 2 more. WoW talk, where is this betrayal? True. Are you guys still keeping up with the HS website's builds? Oh yeah, don't worry about that. We're on the case. I've got a good plan for that. Hey, Farrah Benson there. Thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Doing more WoW streams? Yes. Again, look, I'm just going to be very transparent. My, like, really big goal in 2024 is going to be growing the WoW audience. Did you just say horizontal progression is an excuse to have less content? Horizontal progression is the only way to get away with less content, yeah. Or rather, vertical progression is only possible if you release a disgusting amount of content. Or I think the hybrid approach. I actually really like Final Fantasy's approach on this, where they basically downscale you to older content. So it's kind of like almost kind of the best of both worlds, kind of a little bit. That's also pretty cool. Yes. Thoughts on entropy? I'm certain this is Ainit's true vision for the future of Guild Wars 2. I think it's entropy. I think that the game is doing what it should have done ages ago, which is focus on a specific demographic and do one thing really well. Like, Guild Wars 2 has always... Guild Wars 2 has always tried to do loads of things at the same time and kind of done all of them fairly badly. What Guild Wars 2 is doing now is picking one thing and trying to deliver on that extremely well. That's smart business. That's correct. Some sets get degraded a lot due to, when you go by modern experts nowadays. Yeah, because you, like, lose skills, right? It like, time warps you, doesn't it? So if you only got a special skill in the latest expansion, you wouldn't have that anymore. You know, I almost feel like... I wonder what would happen if they didn't do that. That would obviously, like, power creep old content, and I guess their goal is to kind of time capsule it so old content stays intact as much as possible. But I guess it feels kind of bad, right? Like, when you go back and, you know, your class is, like, very, very different or significantly worse because of other changes that have happened that weren't in the game at the time when that was released. So that's kind of an interesting meme. Yeah. It's more the game trims the fat so all the content suffers. Even if I've only split story content in Guild Wars from now on, there's still not enough. I'm going to tell you guys a really hard truth here. If you're watching this stream, you are not the target demographic of Guild Wars 2. You're not. So, I don't disagree with you. There's not a lot of content. But yeah, if you're hardcore enough to be watching a stream, you aren't the target demographic for the game. Just flat out, you just aren't. You are too hardcore if you're watching the stream. Yes. Ah. I talk about classical retail. Definitely retail. Like, one of the things that really, it really struck me actually, because, like, oh man, what a meme. Yeah. It's, I know what you mean, but it's, hyperbolic. I mean, sure, but you know what I mean, so it doesn't matter, right? Okay? You know exactly what I mean. It is hyperbolic, but you know what I mean, so we don't need to nitpick it, right? We don't need to. Because you know exactly what I mean. And so does everyone here. I don't think anyone missed the meaning there. Yeah. Yes. Here we go. It is time. I think of Sandland so far. I haven't really looked at it. I haven't really been paying attention. It's, you know, I'll get there when I get there. It'll probably get changed a whole bunch anyway, right? So I'm not really going to look at it until later on. Let's go. Hero talent, license, and good ideas. It will be absolute miserable failure in reality. You know what? I'm going to say it, guys. I'm going to be really, really boring. I don't like the fact they're adding hero talents to World of Warcraft. I think it's a layer of unnecessary complexity that will probably make the game worse. Yo! There it is. There's my take. Boom! Nice! Are you not on Ruins of Sirmia? Oh, I haven't transferred back, actually. Yeah, I don't think I am. Because I got stuck, because I went to NA to play with Sneb, and then I got stuck there because the server was full. Yeah. But yeah, there it is. Yeah. WoW guides when? I want an M+ guide for every dungeon by you? I mean, who knows? Maybe that will happen at some point. Yeah. It is time. Hero Talents will be 10 out of 10 if not dog shit. Well, the issue is that I just don't... Okay, look. I am very against the entire concept of... I am very against the entire concept of just adding layers and layers to the game. Or adding something without taking it away. So, if you're going to add new talent trees... you should remove something somewhere else. And the reason for this is twofold. One, you're going to prevent power creep by doing that. And two, you prevent the game from being overly complicated. I think this is a big mistake that MMOs fall into, is they end up way too complicated. Like, I mean, look, even if you look at World of Warcraft retail, if you look at it, you already have to deal with a million procs. Like, most classes in that game have like 5 to 6 procs that you have to track, and like a whole bunch of other talent interactions. Like, adding more to that, does it really make the game better? Does it really do it? No, I would actually argue it will probably make the game worse most of the time. Not a fan. I like they aren't removing for once. Borrowed Power Fest. You know, borrowed power is a really interesting discussion. I'm not gonna lie. Removing things from the game is good. Removing systems from a game is actually good. So, the way I see it is you have two choices. You can either do what people have called borrowed power. I think it was basically Josh Drive Hayes who kickstarted this thing. You can either do borrowed power and remove things and replace things from the game. Or, the alternative is, your game becomes an overcomplicated shit show and just degenerates into oblivion with infinite and escalating systems. In my opinion, that is unacceptable. Like, that is by far the worst. Funnily enough, there actually is a third option, and that third option is that you don't change the game. So your third option is that you can say, well, we aren't going to change the game in any way. It's going to stay how it is forever, right? But that sucks, right? So I think the only option that actually works is quote-unquote borrowed power, because the other two options are far worse. I think that layering on system after system is completely unacceptable, right? Like, imagine if WoW had done that, right? Imagine if WoW had said, okay, you're going to keep your artifact weapon and your Azerite power and your Covenant abilities, right? And now we're going to layer on the new talent system and we're adding hero talents, right? That would be garbage. It would be appallingly terrible, unspeakably bad. Like, the idea of removing things, it just makes sense. Yo, Aetherlore, thanks for the prime. Boom. There are a lot of positives too. Well, it's really difficult. So, I think a really good example of this is actually balance. Like, to contextualize this in Guild Wars 2. So, like, people have been upset when a build that they really liked has been removed from the game. I think a really good example is actually Jester and Chaos Chrono. Original Chaos Chrono is gone and it's never coming back. Yeah, or Staff, Fresh Air, Tempest. These are builds that are gone and they're never coming back. Ever, 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 ever. Now, this is borrowed power, or actually, you know what? It's borrowed power in the truest sense, right? It's literally something that was in the game that people liked and now it's gone. And it's never coming back. But what's the alternative, right? Like, the alternative is that that build was dominant forever, and Elementalist only played that build forever. And this is why you've got to be really careful what you wish for. That is bad. Like, it would be way worse. Right? It would be way worse. Like, if it was literally, oh yeah, this is the only Elementalist build that will exist forever. Didn't WoW stop power systems and just made talents now? Yeah, but the thing is, they got rid of like some of the more extreme versions, but they're still going to rejiggle the talent system. They're still going to change hero classes over time, right? They're still going to like remove things, right? Hell, WoW even does it with tier sets. Like, for example, the playstyle of classes can actually drastically change every season. So, like, within an expansion, not only because of balance changes, but also because tier sets, so like runes, right? But they're much more impactful than runes. Like, stuff like that can massively impact how you actually play your class, right? Outside of the expansion. Like, all of these things are essentially what some would call borrowed power, but here's the thing. They are good for the game. It is good that that happens. Although, I do actually think that this is my perspective. So, and I think it's kind of important to contextualize this too. Why do I like it? I like it because I like it when the game changes. Like, it's not bothersome to me to have to learn a new rotation or to learn a new playstyle or to gear a new character. That isn't bothersome to me. And this is something that is problematic with these kind of borrowed power systems, is that users are affected differently. So if there's a balance patch in Guild Wars 2, it doesn't affect me in any way negatively. I have no negative side effects. Because whatever build becomes good, I'll just play that. I can gear it immediately, and I'm fine to play it. However, for a player who doesn't play as much, or maybe who isn't as try-hard, having their build that they practiced for a long time and they were gearing and learning, having that build suddenly become significantly weaker, or even being removed, in the case of Chaos Chrono, like flat out removed from the game, that can actually be very problematic. That can, in fact, be very disruptive to their playstyle and can massively reduce their enjoyment of the game. Now, I think the thing here is you always have to go, well, how do we prevent people from losing really hard? Because in my opinion, it is not viable to just not change the game in order to protect people who can't adapt. That is absurd. You can't do that. However, what you can do is you can try to minimize the negative impact. You want to try to provide options for players so that they're able to pick something up. You want to make it easier for these players to kind of find a new playstyle or to adapt to the new game and the new meta. Yeah. Yes. That's how it is. Goes poof for no reason. I think that definitely sucks. And it's really hard to mitigate that. I think the way that you can do that is by trying, but weirdly enough, you probably have kind of basic archetypes, right, of different playstyles. What you'll want to do is always make sure that at least one class has that. Right? So you'll try to almost like shuffle things around in addition to making new things. So if one class loses a playstyle, maybe it kind of reemerges in a sense, right? Like not entirely, obviously, but almost like a different flavor of that playstyle emerges somewhere else. That is how you can address this. But the thing is, you don't really have a choice. You can't just leave it there forever. The game will be stale, and ultimately it means that you're limited in what you can do with the game. Like, if you can't change the game, then your game is going nowhere. And you aren't able to fix systemic or balance issues that exist within the game. Boom. That's how it is. Became grindy as fuck. Well, I think this is really interesting. WoW was actually the MMO that gave up on this the latest, but every other MMO doesn't try to be the MMO that you play every day. And WoW has now decided that that's the way it's going to. Really interesting. The way that MMOs are designed is totally different now. Like, MMOs are not designed to be a game that you play every day. Because, you know what, guys? I'm actually going to roast the WoW community now. The WoW community asked for artifact power. The WoW community asked for Azerite and Torghast. They said, give us something to do every day. Give us something to, you know, give me content. Give me infinite content. Well, be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. And that's exactly what they got, right? Now, of course, I'm oversimplifying there. I very much doubt that WoW players are like, oh yes, please give us a system where we have to, like, do infinite world quests to be on this, like, endless treadmill of gear grind. But there's nuances, but you know what I'm saying here, right? Like, you know what I'm getting at. Like, kind of people did want this, right? Like, but it turns out that sucks, right? It turns out that actually you think you do, but you don't. Like, that's actually complete shit. And it's really, really horrible when you're engaging in a system like that, especially when it has to be reset every expansion. Otherwise, new players are just impossibly behind, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to have an infinitely scaling system that new players then have to pile in on, like, when they're joining, like, halfway through an expansion or even the next expansion. You just can't do that, right? Yeah. But yeah. Torghast being mandatory on top of the Morpher sockets was a 1-2 punch. Well, the thing is that, okay, hang on though, hang on. I can't let you get away with that. If Torghast wasn't mandatory, do you know what people would have said? They would have said, oh, this is a complete waste of time. The system doesn't give you anything. I feel like my time isn't being respected. Why would I engage in this content? So that's why they made it mandatory. Blizzard ain't stupid. Blizzard don't actually hate their players, contrary to popular belief. No. Like, in all games, especially MMOs, content has to be quote-unquote mandatory, right? It kind of has to be. If it isn't, then people are going to complain that it's pointless, and you know, you don't get anything for doing it. Yeah. That's the reality. Solo content that isn't mandatory, with cosmetic rewards. It is true, but people also want grind. You can definitely go for skins and stuff, I guess. That works. Like, you know, I think people like the Mage Tower and WoW. You can go in that direction. But people really want infinite grind. How does Guild Wars 2 get away with it? Basically, nothing is mandatory. It's just a very different game, to be honest. Oh, we're very dead here, aren't we? This is not looking good. It's just a totally different game, to be honest. Nothing is mandatory in this game, but simultaneously everything is, right? Like, you have to grind something. And also, it's a very different type of player. Like, the World of Warcraft, kind of, the way people engage with WoW is very different, right? Like, people want progress, right? Like, people want upgrades. They want to see the number go up. It's very different to Guild Wars 2. Yes. Very good. Gonna do the same thing, but also give sub-heroic rewards on top of it. Yeah. But it is what it is. I think that is a good way to do it. It's just really difficult to keep all content relevant in the game, especially in vertical progression games, but I think in horizontal games too. Because I'm looking at delves, and I go, oh boy, I'm going to be forced to do this trash, aren't I? Because I'm going to need it for raid progression. Because here's the thing about saying, oh yeah, X is mandatory. Like, X is always going to be mandatory if you care about winning. Like, for example, when I think about fractals, for me, on 0 to Hero, fractals are mandatory. Because they are so overpowered in terms of their reward that if I don't do fractals every day, I am trolling on the account, right? That is just griefing. So it really depends. Like, the whole, like, mandatory thing is very much in the eye of the beholder and how you engage with the game. Like, for example, I view getting all 8 vault slots maxed, right? Like, doing weekly Mythic Plus, that is not optional. I am literally trolling if I don't do that. I am trolling my guild if I don't do that. But is it really mandatory? No. Of course it's not fucking mandatory. It's completely optional. You know, it's not relevant even in the slightest. But it's really difficult to evaluate this stuff. Most launch hotels out of week 1 to 2 just run M+. Yeah, the thing is, though, it really depends, like, how good the gear is, right? Like, it will essentially be mandatory for progression rating for anyone who takes it seriously, right? Very likely, anyway. Which, in my opinion, fucking sucks, because realistically, I don't give a shit about that content whatsoever. I will probably hate it. Unlucky, but it is what it is. Making Dells mandatory. Well, I mean, they won't be mandatory, but they will be mandatory for me. Yeah, like, obviously, they're going to be mandatory. They will indeed be mandatory for me. But again, it's kind of like... mandatory and what you consider to be mandatory completely depends on, like, what your goals are and how you engage with the game. I think Dells will be fun. I don't. Because it's going to be easy as fuck. It's going to be, like, trivial grind content, which is not something I care about or want. But yeah, anyway, to go back to the original topic, World of Warcraft, in kind of like your Legion, your Shadowlands, and your, BFA, right? It wanted to be the MMO that was your second life. Because people kind of wanted that. People kind of wanted that game where you log in every day and you grind the fuck out of it. That's kind of what people wanted. It turns out that the implementation of that is absolutely horrific. And also, there's another component here as well. You know the phrase, like, players optimize the fun out of something? That is kind of true. I think it's actually a little bit of a cynical view, but it's kind of true. But it's true let me see if I can explain it. See if I can express myself accurately here. Do you know a really big problem for MMOs that want to be your life? It's that players are way too good at it. Like, players are very good at optimizing and finding efficient paths these days. Too good. Like, we are too good at MMOs for developers. And developers have caught on to this now, so they don't even try. They don't even try to do it. And it's because of the entire environment. It's because of people like me. It's because of streamers. It's because of Wowhead. It's because of the Guild Wars 2 wiki. It's because of whatever the Final Fantasy equivalent is. It's because of Discord. It's because of that. Like, the systems that players have developed to win are too good. Players are too good at MMOs for developers to conceivably outwit them, in a sense. Doesn't play their own game? You're actually wrong. I don't think so. The reason why a lot of the systems in WoW and end up cancerous is because there's almost this game development in MMOs became adversarial. The devs were trying to say, oh, you did that grind? Well, how about this one? Ooh, I bet you can't do this one. I bet only real degens will be able to do this grind. It became like a war, right? Where the devs are saying, well, holy shit, they actually managed to do it. The fucking crazy mega gamers, they actually managed to complete this grind. That's wild. We're gonna have to come up with something else. And that's exactly what they tried to do. But the problem is, of course, as you do that, the game becomes more and more cancerous over time, and just turns into a complete clown fiesta. Pretty much, as time progresses onwards, which makes the game unplayable, to the point where all MMOs have given up on this. No MMO tries to be your ultimate game anymore. None. Zero. Like, WoW is actually just the one that's the slowest to adapt to this. Weirdly enough, I actually think Guild Wars 2 has always kind of done this, but it really went aggressively towards this with Soto. I almost felt that Final Fantasy was a little bit ahead of the curve there. You know, I think it's always had this reputation, even from the game director, basically saying, hey, you know, like, play the game and then log off, right? And then come back when there's more to do. Guild Wars has always had this passively, but Secrets of the Obscure has been a very direct push towards, hey, play the game, do the content, log out, wait till there's a new patch. Very seasonal oriented. And now World of Warcraft, Dragonflight, very seasonal focused, very much in that same vein. Like, log on, beat the content, log off, wait for the next patch. It's very much how the game is, quote unquote, intended to be played. And they're going even further with their latest expansions. They're going down the full seasonal route. So it's going to be smaller expansions, shorter turnover time. Exactly the same as Guild Wars 2. I think Final Fantasy is a little bit of the outlier here, actually. As I understand it, there's a bit of a content drought in the game right now. And hey, that happens, right? Like, development's not easy, so maybe there's some issues going on there. But again, like, the underlying principle is the same. All of these games don't want you to play them every day. They no longer want that of you. Because I think the players don't want that anymore. I think there was definitely a time when people wanted that. But, you know, kind of like your vanilla WoW, yeah, I want to grind WoW all day, you know, I want to be blasting, right? Like, this is where I think, like, Shadowlands and BFA, guys, these games didn't come out of nowhere. Like, I'm going to sound like a complete madman for saying this, I feel like. People are going to roast me. But Shadowlands and BFA was Blizzard desperately trying to give players what they... or trying to give players what they think players wanted. And they probably got that wrong, and yeah, their system implementation was probably shit, but it wasn't random. Like, it wasn't, oh yeah, we're gonna add something that we know players are gonna hate. They were trying to give you that log into the game and you've got something to do everyday experience. They were trying to do that. Now, didn't really work out, and that's why they've changed their direction. But I think it's worth noting that that is exactly what was going on there. They were trying to give you what you wanted. It just turns out that, and I think this is the really interesting thing, what players wanted was highly contingent on the environment at the time. Like, back in the day, when you didn't have hyper efficiency, when you didn't have all of this knowledge, all these guides, streamers, YouTubers, right? Like, all these amazing wikis and sites and Discord communities, all this kind of stuff. And, you know, players being good as well. Bear in mind, players are way better at games than they used to be. Way better. Like, back in vanilla, guys, people were terrible at the game. Like, at the end of the day. And this is true of all games. Even if you look at the start of Guild Wars 2, the skill level at the beginning of Guild Wars 2, sorry, it was extremely low. And to be honest, it didn't really increase until very late into the game. Like, even when raids were added, if you look at how people played the game in Heart of Thorns, the skill level was extremely low. Even, like, really good players had an extremely low skill level. As in, like, really good for the time, had a very low skill level. And because people are so good at games now, it's just impossible. Like, especially when you have the skill gap widening. Because that's the other thing. Because the good players have got gooder, bad players, or less experienced players have basically stayed in the same place. So developers now have this impossible goal of trying to cater to ever-widening skill gap between veteran players and completely new, or of course, very casual players. And this is where you get this friction point. This is where you have this, we're going to make the game insanely grindy, but it also has to be challenging for all skill levels, and it has to be infinite, but also not cancerous. It's impossible. It can't be done. And that's why they've stopped trying. Just took WoW 2 bad expansions in a row to figure that out. You know, they're learning, guys. They're learning. Give them time. There it is. Feels good. But anyway, thanks to the Prime, Luria Kupo. Yeah. Yes. Emergency bosses. Yep. I am going to do probably a WoW review, and I am actually going to roast this. One of the biggest issue with WoW raids right now, the bosses are too easy. Boom! Just looking at the most recent raid, far too easy. Until the last 2 bosses. Last 3 bosses, but now they nerfed the 7th boss, so now that's way easier. Let's be honest here, guys. Nalroot and Agira being easy, that's not a big deal. You know, it's fine. I got no problem with that. Volcross needs to be way harder. Laradar needs to be way harder. Council needs to be harder. And especially Nimue. Nimue should have been a fucked boss, okay? Nimue should have been a guild breaker. 100%. Yeah. That is real. Nimue should have been Holondrous tier, okay? In the middle of the raid, kind of. Should have been a Holondrous situation. WoW bosses are always easy. The difficulty is always the DPS race and not taking damage. This is a lot like saying, you know, like winning the Olympics is incredibly easy. The only difficulty is getting to the end of the race before the other guy. Well, yeah, like, no shit. A slight oversimplification, but I mean, technically correct. Nice. Smolderon could have been harder too. Actually, true. Smolderon was also too easy. Also, you have to be a guild breaker, so you can leave it unhinged without feeling bad. I don't intend to leave unhinged. I think unhinged can end up being really good. I think the next expansion will be very exciting. Very nice. Cutting edge on Frack? No. We're going to be starting Smolderon pretty soon. Sadly, we actually didn't get there before the nerfs. Honestly, we need some more degens, man. Like, we haven't done any progression on Smolderon. Like, we need, we really need some more. The problem is we had a lot of issues with the Christmas period. We just didn't have the ability to actually raid. You know, people have got, like, real lives and shit, man. How lame is that? Yes. Unbelievable. Dude, I'm getting absolutely pummeled. The mortars are destroying me. This is terrible. This is bad. I'm gonna die. It's over. I can't leech the healing. Ow. New PC reveal in 3 hours? I do want to get a new PC, but it's probably not going to be until summer, I think. What's your Mythic raid? We're just about to start Smolderon. I'm not gonna lie, we had a bit of a rocky start. Like I think our roster is actually pretty solid now. Like it took us a long time to get a very solid, robust roster. And I think we've just kind of got that done. So we had a very rocky start to the tier, to be honest, because we kind of had to rebuild the guild a little bit. Because I think this happens quite a lot, actually, in WoW guilds, is that a lot of we kind of had to replace a lot of people after we got Sarkarath at the end of last tier. And the thing is, we actually beat Sarkarath basically the second to last week of the season, so we were kind of scrambling to get more players, right, going into the next tier. So we definitely had a bit of a rocky start there. But we've got there now. We've made it.
You break it, I break you.
Yeah, we had to replace every single one of our healers. All of them. Unlucky. So there you go. But don't worry, you know, we're on it, we're on it. So yeah, definitely some complications. Big complications. But, you know, we're getting there. It's a long process, guys. It's a long process. But yeah, it definitely really sucks because the thing is, guys, I actually, to go back to the previous conversation, I actually really want an MMO that people want to play every day and, like, grind the fuck out of. And I think Retail WoW still will be that, actually, to an extent. But I definitely feel like a little bit of a dying breed. I feel like an endangered species right now, to be honest. I think that there are gonna... The MMOs are just not gonna be that way, right? You know, I miss World versus World, you know, like, the thing that I'm really excited for at the beginning of every season, and I honestly forgot how much I missed this. It was so cool to log on and just grind Mythic Plus and raids for, like, 12 hours a day at the start of a season. That is what I want. That is what I'm looking for. But I'm also not going to be a dick about it. I recognize that that's not what people want in the community anymore. And as a result of that, you know, I can't expect that to be the thing. And I shouldn't expect my desires to, like, dominate everyone else's, right? Fuck that. Dude, look, I want to say how far I'd go on this. If our guild had the ability to do, like, 3 days of split runs, I would want to do it. Okay? Like, if Angel's like, all right, listen up, dickheads. I'm going to need all of you to have 5 ults, and we're doing, you know, 3 days of splits. Hell yeah. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Let's go. Like, that sounds like fun to me. Grinding every day with the boys? I am ready. Let's do it. Let's do some fucking keys. Let's grind some keys. Let's grind some heroic raids. Let's do this, you know? But obviously, you know, that's not exactly common. Yes. It is what it is. I guess why I like Mythic Plus, because Mythic Plus is just infinite. Like, you log on and you try and get better at it. And you do that every day. And you can do that forever. There's basically no limit to how good you can be. That is good. I like that. Very exciting, I think. If bored by game A, go play game B. Anything else is like wasting your time. Yeah, but the thing is that Chronic doesn't want to be bored of game A. He wants game A to give him something to do forever. That is the desire there. Chronic only wants to play game A. He wants to play game A all day, every day. It's why I'm planning on doing, like, big grinds like this more often, because I actually like them. I like them a lot. For example, I'm actually planning on phase 2 of the next Vanilla WoW Season of Discovery. I'm planning on getting a team of 5 people. I'm going to try and do the raid day 1. There's a new raid at level 40, so I'm going to try and grind to level 40 in 1 day and then do the raid. Like, that stuff is fun to me. I like that. That is good. That is good content. Hell yeah, let's go. I just like that. I like, you know, working towards a goal, playing with the boys, and having, like, a, you know, an actual task, like an actual mission. You know, that's what I'm going for. I want a mission, guys. And this is kind of the problem. I feel like a lot of games don't offer me a mission anymore. Like, what's... Give me something to aim for. Give me, like, a big goal to target. Like, a big... And I'm not talking about, like, farming gold. Nobody cares about farming gold. Farming gold, boring, okay? That's why you could say, oh, why don't you just grind on the, you know, open world in Guild Wars 2? I don't give a shit about gold. Give me something actually a challenge. Give me something to engage with, right? Like a mission. Like an obstacle to overcome. Give me something to do, right? And I just don't think... not enough games offer me that anymore, right? I'm sad, but there's nothing that really exists like that anymore. Be good prop paladin for M+. No, because I'm going to be playing VDH for the foreseeable future, but when it comes to like really high keys, I probably will get a paladin, yeah. Crash the gw2 market. Well, Scales can do that. So there is that. Nice. Do you like to grind for good pauses? I'm not gonna lie. This is a really complicated question. So I like playing well, but I'm not really the guy who's gonna chase the 100 pars, because a lot of the time getting a 100 pars actually involves playing badly. So padding, for example, or it's going to be doing the fight in a very specific way with your cooldowns that isn't really correct for win rate, but will give you more damage. And it's kind of like, yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't like look down on people for doing that, by the way. I think if you want to chase pauses, fucking do it. I think that's fun. Nothing wrong with that. Not really to my taste, because I prefer, you know, I'm much more interested in progression, right? I want to be top 500, top 200, top 100, right? Like, that to me is the interesting part, right? Like, it's who can kill the boss first, who can beat it. That's interesting. Parsing, I think, is absolutely fine. And obviously, I try my best, right? I try to do as much damage as I possibly can, because that is correct, right? But I'm not really a big pars chaser, because I'm a win chaser. I'm there to win. DPS parsers, tank parsers. Dude, DPS players are just coping insanely hard about this. Tank parsers are incredibly zaced. Tank parsers are by far... In fact, tank parsers are the most zaced parsers. It's a fact. M+ keys by role spec and key level. Nice. Augmentation Evoker. And it feels good. Plus 30. Prop Paladin. Yeah, I mean... This is actually kind of what I would expect, though. As you can see, right? Like, Vengeance does extremely well in the mid to high keys, and then Prop becomes mandatory for, or becomes much stronger in higher keys. Because Protection Paladin helps you live, Vengeance lets you pull really big and do more damage. But actually, this is kind of exactly what I'm looking for, to be honest, because I want to try and do fast keys this season, because I want to see... Like, I want to play the MDI qualifier and see how that goes. So fast keys looks like Vengeance is going to be the correct play, for example. Boom. One tank death, 20 pulls of rain, cheat death. I mean, look, I never die. It's Vivi who's permadead, so it's not a big deal. Boom. I will also have the legendary soon, so I am the most Zace tank by far. Boom. But yeah, Augmentation Evoker, guys. Yeah. Absolutely rancid, dude. Absolutely fucking rancid. Looks like Fire Mage is popping off there. Vivi forced to go Fire Mage. Feels good. Discipline Priest. Boom. There it is. We love to see it. And Resto Druid. Nice. Very, very nice indeed. To buff Fire and Evoker while doing decent self-damage. I mean, Havoc DPS is pretty good, especially Burst. Augmentation Evoker, guys. Aug. Yeah, I mean... I'm just gonna say it, guys. Augmentation Evoker was a mistake. It should never have been added to the game. That's all there is to it, guys. It really is all there is to it. Remove Augmentation Evoker from World of Warcraft. Delete it from the game. Feels good. Yes. Cleanse it. Cleanse. Cleanse. Yeah, this is good. The MDI keys are going to be like 24 to like 27, I guess. This is perfect. Very good. I will stream the qualifier, by the way, guys. I will stream MDI qualifier. You can watch us get absolutely fucked live on the stream. It's going to be great. Aburi, Prime, nice. Now that they have it, I'm surprised they didn't try and fix it by adding more of them. I could see other classes doing that. It would be fun. Well, I mean, I think augmentation as a concept is fine. It's the implementation that's the problem. It shouldn't give versatility. It shouldn't make the tank tankier. It just shouldn't do those. If it didn't do those two things, it would be way less of an issue. So it shouldn't make the tank tankier. It should, if it just gave damage. So in other words, if it just did DPS. So all it did was it made other people do more damage. It actually will be fine. It will be no issue. But the problem is, it makes your healer healier, it makes your everyone tankier, and it makes your tank tankier. That is unacceptable. That is fundamentally broken. It's only 8 teams. I think it's 16 in total, right? They do like 2 groups of 8 or something. So it's like 16 total. Boom. Yes. Scales, when are you activating, by the way? That's what I want to know. I have. What do you mean you've activated? What do you mean by that? No way you run augmentation in MDI? I mean, probably not, to be honest. Look, dude, our comp is based. We have Vengeance Demon Hunter, Fury Warrior, Fire Mage, Havoc, and Disc Priest. That is based. That is the ultimate based composition. Fury, guys, okay? Fury Warrior. Inventory? Yeah, the inventory is, it's a little bit scuffed. Is doing Raids in WoW better with the maximum number of players? You get more loot if you do it with more people, so you can like funnel loot easier. So kind of. Yes. Disc Priest in Everbloom, Keck W. I mean, listen, I mean, how bad can it be? Like, third boss is not scary. You know, we will not die to second or third boss. I haven't watched you in like 2 years and it hasn't changed. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Is Sally Short with Vinegar a thing? Oh yeah, there's like some pretty cancerous roaming builds you can do. Nice. I cannot say. Utility, what is that? I only pump. Listen, you know, maybe he has Rallying Cry. It's fine. That's huge value. Huge value. I'm not gonna lie. I think Vengeance is going to be a bit of a mega carry, realistically. But Vengeance can just... As long as you have enough DPS to kill a pack quickly, Vengeance will just solo the entire dungeon, pretty much. What's this infusion? It's the... What is it called? It's like the World vs. World Mist infusion or something. Mistwalker infusion. There you go. Havoc is 3x stuns. I go one short CD single target, which is ideal. That is pretty based, yeah. And we can have Shockwave on Warrior too. So we actually have a lot of stops. We'll have 1,000,000 stops from Vengeance. We'll have Shockwave, 2 Chaos Novas. Ah, very nice. It is time, guys. It is time for gameplay. I think Brewmaster would be way less good in M+ and Y. The problem with Brewmaster is it's not very good at living in M+. It was actually going to be really good, and then they nerfed its tier set. And then it was like, oh, okay, unlucky. But yeah, it's it just doesn't live. Yeah. It doesn't live. But it has DPS. It also, its DPS is also quite mediocre this season. It was like the... Man, Brewmaster was really fun to play last season because it was like the god of DPS as tanks in raids. It was very based. I would just be blasting on Brew. But... Not really the case this time. Lives enough to do 29. Anything is viable. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, it's the same kind of viability conversation that you have in Guild Wars 2. It's like, can you time 28s, 29s on Brewmaster? Absolutely. Is it going to be way harder than with other tanks? Also, yeah. Definitely the case. Dude. Here we go. Brew is based. Brew is indeed quite based, yeah. It is high tier. Stagger is a good mechanic. Gonna do Guild Wars series on Carrion Barebow Ranger. Sounds exciting. Dropping the legendary and then not making it. I'll make it in good time. It'll be there. When we need it, the legendary will be there. It will be pumping. I will expose our DPS players. If I can get Signet Brand from the Vault, then that's big. I will have over 150k sim. Nice. Next year, I hope you raid on New Year's Day. Well, I mean, look. Here's the reality, guys. By next year, I'm hoping the WoW Guild is fully degen. So, you know, I want the WoW Guild to be the type of guild that will be raiding on Christmas Day, right? What we need, this is what we need, guys. Raid comes out, and every day is raid day for 2 weeks. That's what we need. Boom. This guy's dead. I miss Guild Wars 2 being that degen. I do too, yeah. I really miss degen in MMOs, man. It feels so hard to get like degen gameplay. I really miss it in Guild Wars. Feels bad. Yes. Ah, Embassy in the chat. Yeah. Casuals ruined everything. Well, I think that's unfair. Times change, right? You know, it's times change. I think you can still get it. Like, when half of people are working 2 jobs to pay rent across the Atlantic. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, people, I would say, have less ability to be degen. You're not wrong. Thanks to the economic climate. It's not fantastic. Yo, Garashimo in the chat. Boom. You're still not on the acceptance phase? No, I'm in the acceptance phase, but I'm just saying that Like, wait. How is that not being in the acceptance phase? I'm saying I miss going degen in Guild Wars 2, right? I miss going degen in MMOs. Like, and the thing is, you can still get it, but it just takes time to build. Like, dude, honestly, I was actually surprised how much fun I had and how much I enjoyed getting up at 5 a.m., playing Mythic Plus with Angels, Splurt, Dranet, and Mice for 12 hours, and then raiding for the next 6 hours. Let's fucking go. That's what I'm talking about. I want to do that, like, every day for 2 weeks when a patch drops. And I think I can get that. I think that that is the type of environment that I think Unhinged is moving towards. That is the type of environment that I want to have in the game. I think it's achievable. It's a lot harder to achieve than it used to be, for sure. But you can get it. You can get it. In Guild Wars 2, not gonna lie, it's probably borderline impossible. Again, for example, I would actually like to go degen in PvP for Guild Wars 2, but I actually think, and I mean this literally, I think there are 0 people in the game who would actually want to do that. Actually, I'll say 1, because he is in the chat. Grimjack would, but other than that, Zero. I mean, literally zero. I just don't think there is any desire for that in the community anymore, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, MM in the chat. Happy New Year, dude. Not zero for sure. I mean, yeah, I mean, not zero, but I don't know anyone who would want to do that. Except for you, I guess. You have to replace what do you find the right build to fit their mentality? Of course, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. I wonder what a low dev requirement system for Guild Wars 2 could supply some degen gaming. Well, no, here's the thing. This is the thing. Degen is... So there's obviously, like, the chicken and the egg, right? You know, like, systems shape the player base, players shape the systems. However, I will say this. You could easily go degen in Guild Wars 2 right now. Wouldn't be hard. Like, you could play PvP all day until you win the monthly. You could do world versus world literally all day and improve as a guild. You could do that all day, all night if you wanted to. It's... The systems are there. But... It's the desire isn't there. Like, the player base isn't there. You can go degen. Or, actually, there are some things. I'll actually be fair here. You can go degen about some things, but it's like solo content, right? So, Deroy with Rifts. Deroy played degen, and he did, like, all the rifts and map completion in like, a ludicrously efficient time. Like, that's something that you can do. But, to be honest... again, I'm just not interested in that type of degen, because that's just, like, trivial grind, right? Like, that's... There's no challenge. It's not difficult. It's just a grind. That's not... And it's also solo, which isn't interesting to me. WoW is the only mode that allows you to go degen. I actually disagree. I think Guild Wars 2 is actually a better degen game than WoW, because there's no gear progression. Going degen in WoW actually involves me wasting a huge amount of time. For example, I want to actually learn every role, and I want to go degen in WoW M+ and raids, but then I have to literally grind easy keys, basically, on my druid to play resto, and on my shaman or whatever I want to play DPS. I have to grind, like, easy mode content in order to be able to actually do that. It's fucking lame. It actually really, really sucks. And also the Mythic lockout system makes it extremely cancerous to go degen in terms of improving. Yeah. That's how it is. So no, I actually think Guild Wars 2 is a much better degen game because it doesn't have vertical progression. Because vertical progression is actually a degen inhibitor in a lot of ways. For some of the BIS stuff, I'm not gonna lie, the Vault is way less relevant. You can basically grind everything pretty easily. You know, you don't really need to get like the myth trinkets or like myth weapons from the Vault. That's not really that important, but yeah, it is kind of annoying. Yeah. But yeah, this has always been like, you know, the tragedy of Guild Wars 2, in my opinion, is that I actually think Guild Wars 2 could be like the perfect game for me, because it actually has the framework to be the most hardcore and most degenerate MMO that exists. But unfortunately, that's just not the way it's going, so sucks for me, I guess. Yeah. I had 3 build today leaving key because someone left 1 skill uninterrupted or something in a plus 14. So I'm wow, really need to go touch some grass. I mean, yeah, like you're going to find the most toxicity in kind of like the middle key range, which is kind of anywhere between like 8 to 17. Because that's where like the shit people are pretty much. Once you get to 20 and up, it's a little bit more chill. And if you start doing like really high keys, it's pretty chill. Yes. It's not a perfect game. I mean, no, hours played is irrelevant to like how good the game is, to be honest. You can put like loads of hours into a dog shit game, and you can put a very low amount of hours into an extremely good game. It's kind of irrelevant. Ah. Signabrand Pip them finishing up myth tier items. And I'm Biss. And I'm surprisingly close on my DK. A lot of it I just need to pick up some myth pieces. And I guess I need Signet Brand. I am going to need the Signet Brand. Yeah. But I'll probably get that from the Vault. The Vault! Surely. I guess it's actually really unlikely that I get the Signet Brand from the Vault, because there's only one slot where it can be, because I have two myth slots, and then, yeah, 2 myth slots, and then 1 heroic one. Sagebrand? Dude, Sagebrand was one of the most cancerous builds, but also one of the most fun builds to play. It was, it was such a stupid build, but that was good content. That was some meme content right there. Well, the thing is, though, you'll massively ungrief it when we kill Smoldron, though, Angels, right? All right. This is honestly pretty lame. I'm going to this Borderland. I don't know how realistic it is to go Hurt Brush without a guild. It's... I mean, it's... The thing is that there aren't that many pugs for Heroic right now. And it's because the raid design this tier is very personal responsibility oriented. And that can definitely make pugging some of the, especially Farak, heroic Farak pose can be a little bit rough, to be honest. Not gonna lie. So it's doable, but it's, you know, it might take a while. It's not gonna be easy. Let me put it like that. You know, you might be dying a lot. Guild Wars 2 should be king of the casual with that sandbox MMO mechanic. Pretty lacking. One thing is pretty sandboxy. It's just that if you want the root cause of it, people don't care about getting good at Guild Wars 2. And that's fine. You know, but it sucks for me because I don't really like, again, just playing a game isn't good enough for me. And I think maybe people don't realize this, but if you actually look at how I've engaged with Guild Wars 2 historically, it's pretty obvious. Just playing a game isn't enough for me. It never has been. Ever. Never. Never. Right? And that's why ultimately I'm struggling, is because all I can do in Guild Wars is play the game, and that isn't enough for me. Well, let's talk about progression, Angels. Like, people are, like, farming the raid, but, like, progression groups is going to be a little bit tricky. You can definitely get into groups, but if you're looking for, like, a progression experience in Pugs, it's going to be... I don't know how much of that there is, to be honest. It's going to be, they will want you to be curved, and they will want you to know all the fights. Because it's kind of like, it's that point, right? But yeah. The game is insanely active. There is honestly almost, there's like no point in WoW where you can't get groups. It's pretty ridiculous. It's kind of nice, though. If you're like up at 3 AM, you want to do some Mythic Plus, no problem. You want to raid Heroic at 5 AM? You got it. Like
You'll find everything you want here.
No problemo, my friend. We've got you covered. Very active, like mega active. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd willingly join a 4 AM Heroic Farak Pug. Heroic Prog. Will they get ahead of the curve? I think we shouldn't actually meme it too much, because I wonder if people are, well, you know, it's New Year's Eve. We got 2 groups. It is a bit of contrast. I'm not gonna lie. There is a contrast. Doing the same shit with cutting edge. Well, you know, I just don't think we should really look down on ahead of the curve. Heroic Farak is not easy. Like, sure, we're kind of demolishing it because we have really good DPS now, and the boss is actually getting destroyed. That's definitely a big downside of vertical progression, but hey, that's what Mythic is for, right? But I think ahead of the curve, it is not free. Heroic Farak is not free. I think that is a very respectable achievement, and non-trivial for players to accomplish. What class will contribute the most for border fights? Probably Guardian. That's like the backbone of World versus World. Support, stability. That great crowd system of farming and housing, I hope AOC will provide that. Yeah, maybe. Ooh. They just might not want to invest that much time. Well, I mean, yeah. I think everyone, if they wanted to, could clear Mythic. No problem, but you are going to have to put in the work if you want to do that. I don't think anyone's incapable of it. It's just that it's an investment and a commitment. Mythic is hard. We improved a lot. Yeah, but I mean, I guess it depends how you interpret that statement. When people say anyone could do this, the way I typically engage with that statement is very literally. It's like they're not going to be like biologically limited in their capacity in some way in order to not be able to complete this content, right? They could, they just choose not to, right? Like, you know, they choose not to invest the time, or they don't want to invest the time into it. Because yeah, if you want to clear Mythic cutting edge, that is a big commitment. It's a big commitment. Nice. Yes. Destroy the Champion Tower Lord. We did it. Champion Tower Lord is down. It is done. Cone. Guys, it's 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours until all tree emotes are being removed from the channel. Except XDD tree. So you better enjoy them while you can. You haven't got long. Whoa, smile tree. Trees. Wise tree gathering. XD tree. One tree emote will remain, guys. Do you guys want XDD tree or DDX tree? You get to choose. No, no animated trees. There will not be any animated trees allowed. Has to be a static image. A boba. One tree emote is already gone. Floating. I'm a fan of floating. It's one of the best emotes, I think. Frog. Freg. I like the boss level to do more even next tier. I actually agree with that. I think the tuning is way off on the earlier bosses for the raids. The early bosses should be harder. Much harder, I think. Especially Nimue. Nimue is way too easy. Nimue should have extra... I think the biggest problem with Nimue is that all the phases are the same. I think the hit points should be higher so that you can't skip the third intermission. That shouldn't really be a thing. And also, each phase should introduce at least one new mechanic. The last phase should be a hellish clusterfuck that will scar you for life. Yo, we're just going crazy here. Look at this. The melee blob. AMS shouldn't ignore mechanics. And honestly, AMS ignoring every mechanic is incredibly based. It allows me to pump the boss as hard as possible. 3 tendril seeds. I like that idea, actually, Eddie. Yeah, just seeds start spawning randomly. Yes. Very good. We'll not have a good time when Nimue's one of the players dying really fucks over the group, and those girls tend to have a lot of dead weight, like we did last year. You're not wrong, but they could just nerf it later, right? Like, you know, if just make it really hard on launch and then nerf the fuck out of it. I think that's fine. Easy. So it's all good. I have made it into the squad. You want extra mechanics, and the mechanics are already difficult for those guilds. I think the way that you can probably do it is by reducing the health, so you just always skip the final phase. And also, it should be hard. Maybe they should get good. Maybe they should get better at the game. There it is. Yeah. Let's go. Fish Mythic? No. We've only just begun. We reach the real bosses soon. The true bosses, if you will. Does the Nimue stunline one-shot people? Nah. It doesn't do very much damage, but it will, like, cause you to get hit by other things. I think it only hits for about 170k, but you might get hit by more than one, and then you also might get hit by like a flower explosion or something. Yes. And a flower will get you. Or a second line will get you. And you get chain stun and you die. Oh shit. I will stack versatility. Soak. Soaks. I love blurring the AoEs. I'm completing Living World Stories for the first time. I confirmed that some of those quests have been designed with Satan in mind. Wait, which ones? Which one is, which one's giving you some trouble? It's time. It's time to face Whiteside Ridge. Let's get him. For 2 weeks, every day I've been here. 12 through 4, waiting the only time you streamed. I missed Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas. Hey, Merry Christmas. Twitch user 15,786. I will be streaming a lot more. I didn't really stream much in December because, honestly, I didn't really have anything to stream or anything to do that I considered interesting. But I've been working on some plans and moving things around in my life to try and make that happen. So, yeah. That is the situation. Let's go. Are we going in? We going in or what? We're not going in just yet. Okay, he's going in. Oh, dude, I got instantly corrupted. Tragic. Absolutely tragic, my friends. I don't want to wait on Greatsword here. Well, I mean, I think we're getting them. Boom. We got him. The enemy Zerg has been defeated. If it pans out good, I mean, it probably will. Don't care about lore story. I absolutely hate there's not a skip button with how long the user's dialogue is. Yeah, I mean, it definitely can suck. That's kind of the nature of MMOs, though. You know, you just gotta get through it. Gotta get through the story. It is what it is. It's time. I don't think with a second monitor. Get way too bored waiting for characters to talk it out for 45 minutes. I mean, you don't have to play the story. You can just not play the story. If you have these things, teleport to a friend, you can just unlock all the maps and teleport in. There are a couple things you need to play it for masteries and stuff, I guess, but I mean, yeah, I mean, you just gotta deal with it. You just gotta enjoy it. Feels good. Just get in there. Embrace it. Yeah. I know when it comes to content, it will be a slight end of an era, guys. By the end of 2024, my main content will be WoW. That is slightly solemn reality. So, you know, hope you guys like WoW, I guess. Enjoy. Slay the enemy team. Dude, maybe today we got Ultimate Dominator, you know? We're nearly there. Trees will be banned today. Yes, trees will also be banned. All trees will be removed. In 2025, you and Max will stand face to face at BlizzCon for the world's first race. Anything for a return player to WoW? I feel very confused about what I should do. What do you want to do? What are you looking for in the game? What's your poison? Against Wise Origin. Well, I'm not on Runes of Serbia. I transferred away because I went on NA to play with Sneb, and then I couldn't transfer back to Runes of Serbia because it was full. Bit unlucky there. I bought the Expert bundle and got a boost. Should I use it to level up or the old-fashioned way? I think the advice that's probably pretty good is like level through the game normally, kind of figure things out as you go. If you get bored, use the boost. Yeah, it's Sneb's fault. When it's in the story of the game I missed and then catch up. I'm not gonna lie, WoW does a pretty scuffed job of that. You can definitely go back and play through the old expansions and stuff like that. But it is a bit weird the way they do it with leveling. I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit of a fucking mess. But, I mean, yeah. I'm actually gonna confess, I have no idea how to go back and play through the story in a linear way. I actually don't know how to do that. So I think Chromie is involved in some way. But, I mean, it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do that. Yeah. Boom. Go back in time. I would want to raid. I don't have the ability to commit to a weekly time frame. I mean, you don't have to commit to a weekly time frame to raid. Like, there's a massive pug scene in the game. Who likes the Chromie archetype? I mean, look, there's like one in it. There's a Chromie or a Timey in every game. So, I mean, some people definitely like it. Some people enjoy it. Have fun with Blizzard? Dude, we're good now. Like, Bobby's gone. Like, Blizzard is officially, you're allowed to like Blizzard again now. Blizzard is back on the menu. Taught me a lot. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed. Bobby is gone. My wife left me for a man who plays WoW. Make of that what you will. Metzen is back? He is. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the story, it seems incredibly unhinged. I've never really been a big fan of, like, the, yes. The planet is actually a magical god. The fuck is that? Yeah. What does it even mean? I'm not sure if the story is, I don't think the story is very good at WoW, guys. I'm just gonna say it. Especially in Dragonflight. The story sucks. It does get carried pretty well by some very good environmental design. The music is very good, and the voice actors are also pretty good. But yeah, I mean, the story isn't good. The kind of saving grace of the WoW story is that, and this is kind of a cheat code, guys. For any aspiring game devs and writers out there, check this cheat code out. The WoW story comes off way less bad than it actually is because you're not supposed to take it seriously. It kind of hides behind the, bro, why are you taking this seriously, bro? Like, the story is a meme. It's a very self-aware meme as well. I think a lot of the time, it doesn't expect you to take it seriously at all. And that does kind of sweeten it a little bit. All caps. I changed the font. It's lemon milk is the font. What if Giga Satan cut the planet in half? You know, this is actually such a stupid meme, but WoW gets carried so hard by how epic and grandiose they make everything, right? You know, the raid is massive, the music is amazing, it's fiery, there's a giant dragon, everything is, like, visually insane. It looks incredible. It sounds incredible. As long as you don't pay attention to the story, you're gonna go, whoa, this is fucking awesome, right? That's pretty much. If you actually pay attention and listen to what the characters are saying, that will ruin it for you because it makes basically no sense. But as long as you don't do that, it will look and sound awesome. Yeah. It's like, oh my god, and then the dragons, they're the power family, and they've got glowing eyes, and there's Farak, and they're on a giant tree, and oh my god, whoa. Yeah. 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 Pretty much. Yeah. While I was making money onto that tax government meme, you want access to the game, pay up. You want to play, pay up. You want the best looking mount, pay up. Well, I mean, no, it's actually clear Mythic if you want the best looking mount. New content, pay up. Feel free to ignore my opinion. Well, I mean, the thing is, you can have that opinion, but in my opinion, that's a good thing. Like, paying for content? Oh my god. Paying for a service? Of like maintaining a product that you log into every day. Oh my god, say it ain't so. Paying for new stuff to be added to that game? No way, dude. Whoa. So sure, you can definitely have that opinion, but I just think that it's a very entitled opinion. It's why I will also absolutely flame the fuck out of people who dare to criticize Soto for being too expensive. That is a lunatic take. Like, if anyone says... Okay, look, here's a spoiler alert for you guys. If anyone says $25 is too much money for Secrets of the Obscure, you can ignore their opinion on anything else in life. They have nothing of value to add to any conversation. That's how it is. Hey! Hello to Sydney. I like that emote there. And also, Happy New Year. Yeah. Yes. Dude, honestly, the Warlords of Draenor storyline is, in some ways, it's insanely based. Because it's like... what? He time travel, alternate universe, orcs, orc party. Okay. What does that even mean? Okay, like, they've got some balls, you know, to make a storyline like that. They got some serious balls. Hello, LCA. The story was quite good in BFA. It went really bad afterwards. Yeah, the BFA stuff actually looks insanely cool. It actually, okay, look, I'm going to sound crazy, guys, but I actually want to play on a BFA private server because everything I see about BFA is awesome. It looks awesome. It sounds awesome. I think the story sounded pretty interesting. I really like that they focused on characters, like kind of delving into Jaina. I think there's some really cool story beats with Jaina's kind of personal story as you follow her, like her story of discovery, right? You're going back to Kultiris, all that kind of stuff. Actually sounds really interesting. But, dude, the systems must have been so fucking bad. Like, if they actually ruined that, if people were like, man, this expansion was dog shit. If it was that bad, dude, the systems must have been so awful. Oh, man, unbelievable. It's actually so crazy. Yeah. Oh, man. I remember spending $150 for 3 expansions of Diablo 4's Vessel Hatred is going to be $100. So it's just nuts. Yeah, it's a really interesting meme. Yeah. A lot of weekly, daily grind. Yeah, stuff like that tends to not actually bother me that much as long as the actual content is good. And it looks like the content was pretty decent in BFA. Just like the systems were fucking absolutely rancid, I guess. But yeah, unlucky. Oh, Asmodeus, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Yeah. When is the team bought 14 months? Some of the highest end fights are really cool. You're instance PvE player. To be honest, I'm not really looking for another PvE game. I like WoW quite a lot. I don't like playing more than one game. I'm not that interested. Like, if I was going to play 14, I'd want to, like, main it, if that makes any sense. I'm kind of maining WoW right now. I also like that WoW is very competitive, which is very cool. I'd be really looking for a PvP game, to be honest. Because, look, I play a lot of PvE, but that's mostly because PvE is, like, in my opinion, the easiest way to play competitively in MMOs. Like, if I could choose between a PvP game and a PvE game, I would 100% pick the, I'd pick the PvP game every single time. It's just that I don't find MMO PvP to be that competitive and also that fun. Realistically, like, I'm sure WoW PvP is actually pretty damn competitive, like arenas and shit. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a huge enjoyer of non-action PvP. It would probably annoy me a lot. I'd much rather a Guild Wars 2 style system. Yeah, that's why I was very interested in New World, because New World was gonna be a PvP game, but then it wasn't. How long do you play WoW? And I've just started. I started playing in June this year.
Vacate these premises.
Yes. Ah. We had a raid where we fought Jaina, Mekatork, and Bomb Sandy, and Rastakhan, and a big gorilla as well. That is pretty based, yeah. And yeah, Blizzard are definitely not the best company, that's for sure. Like, some of their games are definitely rip-offs. There's a really weird meme here, with this stuff, though. Like, because on the one hand, $100 for a game is insane, and a lot of money. But on the other hand, like, games have been priced at $60 for eternity, right? Like, the price of games actually hasn't kept up with inflation that much. So it's really weird, actually. Like, what should the price of a game actually be? Like, yeah. Like, the problem is that you could say, oh, well, if you sell a game at full price for $100, then holy shit, there better not be any MTX in that. But we all know there will be. So this is the problem. I think it would be perfectly acceptable, if you sold a game for $100 and there are no microtransactions at all. Like, that would be fair, right? It would not be an unfair price. But the problem is that that never happens. It's always going to be a double dip. It's always going to be the situation where, yeah, you're going to be paying $100 up front, and then you're going to be paying MTX. And then there's going to be, like, pay to skip, pay for convenience in it. So it's like, how about fuck you? No way. Like, I wouldn't mind paying $100 for a game if there's no cancer in it. Like, absolutely no cancer. But the thing is, if you're going to introduce even a tiny bit of cancer, any cosmetic microtransactions, any pay to skip, any pay to convenience, then absolutely not. You are not allowed to charge $100 for a game. Fuck you. Absolutely not. But yeah, would I pay $100 for a game with 0 microtransactions? Hell yes. That's like a dream for me. I'd pay more than that for a game with no microtransactions. 100%, yeah. But then, on the other hand, the whole idea that, oh, you know, games need to be more expensive these days is ridiculous. Look at something like Baldur's Gate, right? Like, Baldur's Gate was at the standard price. It's even on sale right now. I think it's like 10% off for Christmas. And that game is massive in scope and also unbelievably successful. So it can be done. It's just that these companies are just greedy and shit. So that's how it is. Boom! Enjoy. Asking money to play 2 3 is cancer? Yes, it actually is. I hate it. It is terrible. The fact that there is early access, especially for MMOs, is absolutely rancid. Baldur's Gate 3 is something a normal dev team could probably do. That kind of ain't my problem, though. This is the beautiful thing about being a consumer. I can go, ooh, that studio, I like what they did. They made the good video game, and they didn't rip me off, and they didn't put MTX in it. I like that. If another company says, well, they're better developers than us, well, boo fucking who? Maybe you guys should get better. Not my problem. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Inventory? Yeah, my inventory is a bit scuffed. It is true. It'd be $94, so if no MTX on her is normally about right. Yeah, sure. This is a good point, though, as well, from Helium. Is, of course, yeah, there's a bigger market, so you get more sales. The actual amount of money games make is probably higher, even off box sales, because the market's so much larger. We're a team of 3 people, so it's doable. Oh, it definitely is. I'm not gonna lie, I have zero sympathy for large studios like Blizzard going like, oh, we gotta sell you the MTX or the... No. No. Yes. Big. New World Open World PvP is the best ever it's been since the new expect. Rep races. Yeah, I actually think there's some pretty good ideas. There's some pretty good ideas in New World. I actually kind of like what they've done. I wouldn't be that close. I'm relatively close to actually trying the game again. To be honest, a huge turnoff I have is the vertical progression, though. I've heard it is a lot quicker, but I'm not gonna lie, I really don't like vertical progression. It's easily the thing I dislike the most about WoW, and it does annoy me a lot. I really, really dislike it. It is so annoying. Because I just want to I want to play the game, and anything that gets in my way is very irritating. Stop wasting my time. Let me play my video game. Boom. Why you transition to mostly WoW coverage? The actual answer is the game's... I mean, look. The game's community is more in line with what I'm looking for. That's the most accurate answer I can give you. Or, that's the most important factor. It's not the amount of content. It's not the difficulty of the game. It's not the quality of the content. It's none of those things are actually that important. The actual factor is that the community in World of Warcraft it aligns with my values a lot more. If the values of if the community in Guild Wars 2 was like WoW, I would still play Guild Wars 2. MTX is the primary version games. I agree, and I don't like it. It makes me very sad. Our WoW game is less casual. I wouldn't say less casual. In fact, actually, there's just more of them. So, like, the competitive scene is larger. But there is definitely a culture of competitiveness. And by the way, I don't view casual and competitive as opposites. I think this is, like, a really big misconception. In Guild Wars 2, people view casual and competitive as opposites. That's just wrong. World of Warcraft is the perfect example of this, especially vanilla, actually. You can be a very competitive player and also a very casual player. Same is true of, I guess this is true in like games like League and Dota. You can be very competitive and very casual. That's the difference. The difference is competitiveness. Yeah. And again, I referenced this video before. I'd highly recommend watching it. It's a video by Folding Ideas, or Dan Olson, called Why It's Rude to Suck at Warcraft. Basically... It's hard to... It's a very in-depth and nuanced video, so it feels a little bit bad to say this. But essentially, yes, it is rude to suck at World of Warcraft. And I like that. I like the fact that it's rude to suck at Warcraft. I like the fact that being good at the game is morally good in that game. It is a moral ill to not be good at World of Warcraft. And I like that. It feels good. Yeah, and this is the thing. It's rude to be good at Guild Wars 2. This is the other thing. It's kind of the opposite, right? It's rude to be good at this game. And again, we can bring the examples up. You can look at Dragon's End. You can look at any of these things when me and Seb talk about the meta or making your own group or learning or improving. It's rude to be good at Guild Wars 2. The exact opposite is true. And that drives me away. It really alienates me from the game straight up. It's rude to be good at Guild Wars 2. And it's rude to be bad at World of Warcraft. And I prefer the environment where it's rude to suck rather than the environment where it's rude to be good. That's my preference, right? It's my preference. How do you encourage the entire game's community to be good? Part of it is having like the best loot in the best the hardest content, but it's more than that. It's also this idea that it's also this idea that DPS meters, logs, parses, get better. It's like very culturally embedded, right? Like get good, get better, get that 99, clear heroic, farm mythic plus, push the keystone higher, right? Like DPS, 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 right? Like it's ultimately it's social pressure, right? It's add-ons, it's optimization, you know, it's win, 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 win. Can we become more hardcore by itself? I think it's both, right? So I think without stuff like difficult content, without stuff like you know, harder content, better loot, you know, like grinding, gold per hour, right? All this kind of stuff. Like, yeah, your community will obviously develop in a less competitive way, but I think it also is the community. And again, this is talked about in this video. It's a fantastic video. That channel, by the way, is really good. Folding Ideas. One of the best on YouTube. And he goes into depth talking about how a huge amount of this is like socially enforced pressure. Know the MDI routes. This is a really interesting thing. I think this is a fascinating topic. The amount of knowledge that you are expected to have in WoW is people will expect you to know things. People will expect you to go out of your way to improve yourself in that game. A huge amount of it is cultural. It's players enforce this. Right? You need to know the route for this Mythic Plus dungeon. You need to know what these trash mobs do and how you're going to counter them. You need to know your DPS rotation. You need to know your role on this particular boss mechanic, on this boss fight, right? Like, there's a lot of that in the game. What's the name of this YouTuber? It's called Why It's Rude to Suck at Warcraft. The channel is Folding Ideas. It's a really good channel. I'd say it's kind of like, a documentary channel that covers a variety of topics. Some stuff about gaming, right? Lots about crypto as well, actually, is something that there's a good amount of coverage there on that channel. Talking about NFTs, metaverse, and stuff like that. Some really great content there. Where do you have to find yourself at the end of all things? I don't even know what that means. Do you think that is primarily driven by the disconnect between metas and endgame also and through line in WoW 14 via vertical progression? I think vertical progression definitely contributes to it, yeah. But the thing is, it's not... I think it is cultural, though, a little bit as well. Because 14, I would... Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think 14 exhibits this culture in the same way that WoW does. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is not what I've heard from people who play that game. Is that obviously there is a high-end player base. There absolutely is, you know, worlds first. There is parsing. You have logs in 14 and so on, all this kind of stuff. But, you know, as my understanding is you do not have this kind of level of competitiveness that exists in World of Warcraft in Final Fantasy XIV. I think it's a lot more chill in that game. Whereas WoW, not really, to be honest. It's definitely a pretty intense experience if you kind of start taking the game seriously, if you want to get anywhere in that game. If you want to get places in WoW, you're going to have to, you're going to have to blast. Can you explain how it's rude to be good at Guild Wars 2? Can't imagine personal improvement will be looked down on. Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah, I can. So the best example of this is End of Dragons. And so during End of Dragons, there was a meta event called Dragon's End. Right? And the event was quite hard. Right? It was a challenge. It was the hardest world boss in the game by far. Right? By far. And it was doable. You could learn. You could do it. If you understood how boons worked and understood how subgroups worked, it was fine. But the community was so mad that not only did people like me and Sneb get abused, like fucking flamed out for telling people how to beat it and saying that it wasn't impossible and that actually, like with some understanding of the game, you can get it done. They completely ignored that, claimed it was impossible, and that the only reason we'd beaten it was because we're lucky. I'm not joking. They actually said this. to the point where ArenaNet not only made it so you didn't have to do it in order to get the mount, which was worthless anyway, they also devastated the encounter's difficulty. That's probably the best example of this. And just for the record, the advice we were giving wasn't like, go and grind rotations. It was make sure that somebody is taking quickness and make subgroups. So, like this. Can you see this? This basically means that the boons get shared out correctly. So we weren't saying, go grind rotations, get good, pars better, noob. We were saying, if you literally move people around in subgroups, you will almost certainly win. And for that, we were called terrible names. I was told to kill myself by someone. And, well, I mean, yeah. I think I've got the point across. Yeah. That is why it's rude to be good at Guild Wars 2. Yeah. Yup. Nice. And you can go over a couple of other examples. Like, there's a really big resistance against not even metas. It like the idea that certain strategies work. There's a huge amount of pushback against that. So if I say, hey, if you want to get into raids, you want to, get a good build, and you want to learn what your abilities do, and, you want to practice a little bit, go and practice an open world, maybe join a guild, right? And get involved in the community. If I make a statement like that, there is a huge amount of pushback against that. Here's another great example, guys. I fucking love this. This is so fucking funny. Check this out. This is such a funny story, guys. Check this out. Check this out. So Sneb is probably one of the people who has done the most for the Guild Wars 2 community out of anyone who currently plays the game. Simple as that. And check this out, guys. He runs a guild that puts people into static groups so they can raid. Really good stuff. He can't join Pugs on his alts. Do you guys know why? Because he posts adverts in the LFG. And people spam block him. So he literally cannot join people because a huge amount of the NA server has him blocked on that account. So he gets instantly kicked from most groups on NA. And there have been multiple Reddit threads flaming him for even advertising his guild and encouraging people to join his community to get into raids. It's rude to be good at Guild Wars 2. And by the way, it's not like it's clogging up the fucking LFG, guys. This is what the LFG looks like. It's even worse on NA. Yup. Yeah, and this is the thing, and again, I don't want to be like mega doomy about this stuff, because honestly, it's just a bit depressing. I don't like talking about it, but most players who, it's free in the chat, Worm's leader, a lot of players who kind of organize groups and guilds and stuff, they all do it on Discord now. They've been essentially driven away from the in-game community. Like, the in-game Guild Wars 2 community drives people away. Like, you're allowed to be good in Guild Wars 2 in private. You're allowed to try and put effort in, but don't do it in public. And I hate that. I'm sorry, I fucking hate it, dude. It sucks. It's lame. It's incredibly lame. Yes. Don't engage with the in-game community? Yeah, that sucks. I don't want to not engage with the in-game community. any kind of improve, you know, any time, any kind of call to, hey, this is how you can improve your performance, is viewed as toxic. What is a casual? Is it only a time thing or a mindset? I would say it's kind of like how you approach the game, rather than like how much time. Because I think that you can be a casual player without, you know, and put like thousands of hours in. So I'd say when we're talking about like casual play, I would probably say how casual you are is dependent on how engaged you are with the game's systems. So, for example, I think the best way to do it is to define it by, like, in terms of the opposite, which is hardcore, right? If you are a hardcore player, maybe you're really engaged in the game's combat system, right? And, you know, you love to practice your rotations, you like to, you know, like, speed run the bosses and do fractals every day and, like, you know, one-shot everything, or maybe you like PvP and you're, like, grinding the ladder, right, and all that kind of stuff, and you're, you know, you're trying to get better at PvP. Like, that would be an example of hardcore. Like, whereas if, I would say that if you play the game casually, you're not really paying attention to the game's systems. You're just kind of, like, playing the game and kind of vibing out, right? Well, that's the thing, though. Open Eyes, I view my current engagement with Guild Wars 2 as ludicrously casual. I do not put any effort into improving in this game at all. I just log on and press buttons and win. Like, that's all I do. I'm not engaged with the game in any way. I'm extremely disengaged with Guild Wars 2 right now. I don't put any effort into it whatsoever. So I would say that I'm a casual player currently. An extremely casual player. Yes. We're going in. What difficulty of WoW raiding M+ you put as Guild Wars 2 raids fractals? A lot of... So I would say the harder end of Guild Wars 2 raids... a harder end of Guild Wars 2 raids is kind of towards heroic raiding in Guild Wars 2. I'd say, like, heroic end bosses are a fair bit harder than pretty much all Guild Wars 2 raids, but it's comparable enough that I think heroic is a good measure for it. In terms of fractals, I actually think fractals are extremely easy compared to M+. I would say that tier 4 fractals and CMs are equivalent to, I want to say... I don't know, like a plus 15 key, maybe? Kind of around that? In that sort of range, like 15 to 17, I want to say. It kind of depends on the key. I think, like, some 17s are harder than some... Well, I'm talking about CMs there. Like, tier 4 fractals are, like, plus 11. Maybe, honestly, easier than plus 11. They're easier than plus 11s. They're very easy, actually. But, like, CM fractals, they're actually a decent challenge, I think. I'd probably put them, you know, yeah, like 15 to 17 plus keys. What's the hardest dungeon in the current M+ season? I think it's Murazon's Rise. That key is very fucked up, especially on Tyrannical. Yeah, that's probably around that kind of thing. It's a little bit difficult to compare, but that's probably where it is. And I would say HTCM, in terms of HTCM is really difficult to evaluate. I think, especially now, Harvest Temple Sim is not that hard. It's going to take you a fair while to beat because it's a long fight. It's like 13 minutes. Most heroic boss fights in WoW, even the end boss, is like 7 minutes. So there's kind of like some inherent difficulty in the fight being longer with HTCM and having so many phases and different mechanics. But in terms of mechanical difficulty, HTCM is probably a little bit easier than something like Heroic Farak, but in other ways it's harder because it's longer and you just, you have to restart the entire thing. It's kind of difficult to compare, actually, in terms of how it works out. Like, Mythic is definitely significantly harder than the Guild Wars 2 content, obviously, but, yeah. It's kind of difficult to compare them. Because in some ways, HTCM, there's no question about it, it is harder than something like Heroic Farak. But in terms of, like, mechanical complexity, like, for sure, like, saying like a heroic end boss is harder than HTCM in some sense, but it's very difficult to say. Like, it's very, very difficult to say like which one is harder than the others, right? Nice. Yeah. Ah, yes. Wait, what are you guys even arguing about in chat? How would you compare HCCM at its launch? I mean, HCCM on launch is weird. It had a lot of progress blocking bugs that actually slowed down progress a lot. And also, look, just straight up, the skill level of the teams that were playing there were not that high. So it's really weird. Like, for example, my current WoW team is much better than the team I did HTCM with. So it's kind of a weird meme to evaluate. Yeah. Doesn't WoW look like shit? I mean, it's definitely got an art. It definitely has a very distinctive art style that's not for everyone. Personally, I don't mind it. I think the game looks good. I think Guild Wars 2 looks good as well. But, you know, not for everyone. Yes. Have been the casuals. I mean, similar outside of World vs. World. World vs. World is definitely worse. And honestly, getting into like the dregs of the raid and PvPC was probably worse. I'm not gonna lie. Like after Motor 2, I was like, fucking hell, I never want to deal with this ever again. On Motor 1, sorry. After Master Arena 1, I was like, man, I never want to deal with this ever again. Oh, man, what a meme. That's funny. Yeah. Oh, it's funny. It being soft and silly. It definitely is. And I think that's actually what people object to. I think that's actually really fair enough. For example, a good friend of mine who I play Classic with, Frosty. You guys might know him, Frostball. Used to be a Guild Wars 2 player. He doesn't like retail because it does look goofy. And you know what? It actually, that's true. That's a fair criticism. I think that's what a lot of people push back against with the WoW art style, is that it is goofy. It is silly. It's whimsical, right? You know, it's, I don't know how to describe it, but it's not serious. You know, the game is very flamboyant, right? It's a very flamboyant, very colorful game. You know, it's, I'm trying to think of the correct descriptor for this. I don't know. Yeah, it's not like Guild Wars 2 and Final Fantasy, which I think are trying to be a little bit more, in some sense, down to earth in a way. You know, you take it serious, right? You're supposed to take the story seriously and, you know, really engage with the game. WoW is not like that. I think that's a very fair objection to have as well. The game is a meme, right? It is goofy. It is silly. It is wacky. It is over the top. It's almost a caricature of itself. And that's definitely not for everyone. What is the spec you enjoy the most in WoW? Which one do you play for hundreds of hours? In Raid, it's probably Brewmaster. I really like Brewmaster in raids. And in Mythic Plus, I'm not sure if I've really found the spec that I go, oh shit, this is like the Omega spec. I could play this forever. I don't know. I don't think I found that yet. I like playing Bear was fun. Playing Vengeance is fun. Playing Paladin was fun. Playing Death Knight is fun in M+ as well. I don't think I found like the yo, this is my favorite spec. Yeah. Very good. Is WoW easier to be good at compared to Guild Wars 2? This is actually a really good question. I would say Yes. But not for the reason that a lot of Guild Wars 2 players would expect. The reason why it's easier to be good at good at WoW is because there are so many ways to figure out how you're fucking it up. There are so many people, you can go, oh, look at this guy, he's better than me. I can look at his gameplay. You can go, oh, here are all these resources where I can fix my UI, fix my plater, get logs, get DPS meter, right? Like, and figure out what you're doing wrong. The game gives you a lot more feedback, and there's a lot of... It's very easy to practice. So, do you know one of the biggest problems that I think a new player trying to get good... okay. Well, let's just cut to the chase. Check this out, guys. Check this out. Do you know why it's actually kind of hard to get good at PvP in Guild Wars 2? It's because the primary way to practice PvP is ranked. And you know what, guys? Let me tell you something. People in ranked are bad. So it's very hard to actually practice against people to improve in this game. You really have to go out of your way in order to do that. That's not the case in other games. And it's true in PvE as well. Look, you guys want to hear an ego take? I know that whenever I join a pug in Guild Wars 2, I will be top DPS, even if I'm playing a bad spec, and even if I basically don't know what I'm doing and have zero effort. And I can say that with almost certainty in every single pug I join in Guild Wars 2. Hell, I'll join on fucking Quickness Herald and get, like, top 3, even top DPS sometimes. That's ridiculous, right? It's very hard to actually find people to practice with. If Guild Wars had the same level of content difficulty, it would be a harder game. Just by the dodge key being part of the game, in my opinion. Well, the thing is, there are dodge keys in WoW as well. It's called using personals and kicks and interrupts, right? So, not really on the dodge key alone. I would actually say the dodge key makes it easier because you have invulns, right? If you took WoW content and put it in Guild Wars 2, it would be easier because you can invuln stuff. So I wouldn't say that's actually necessarily true. I'm not sure if you can really say, like, which game is harder to play, because the problem is it's a bit of an apples to oranges. Some things are more difficult in WoW, and some things are more difficult in Guild Wars 2, or would be at peak performance. The games do not have 100% overlapping skill sets. Yes. Also, Playx with a raid. Happy New Year, dude. Big. Yeah, the game is also a lot more straightforward. The game gives you a lot more feedback and is a lot more transparent in how shit works. With the systems, kind of, anyway. Yeah. Difficult things are a win? Yeah, they definitely are, yeah. Dude, I got instantly memed. Celebrate New Year with my family over the stream. Hey, love to see it, man. You have a happy New Year, dude. Enjoy. Take it easy. Thanks for the raid once again. And as always, thank you for a year of Plenger. It's been a pleasure, Plenix, as always. Well, so the thing about talking about skill caps is I actually think talking about skill caps in games is actually navel-gazing. So, and what I mean by that is that even a quote-unquote easy game has an unfathomably high skill cap to the point where it will never be relevant. So what I mean is that let's imagine that people like were maximally tryhard in Guild Wars 2 and maximally tryhard in WoW. the skill cap would be essentially infinite. And I can give you a really good example of this, is StarCraft 2. So if you look at the shit these guys are pulling off in modern StarCraft 2, it is absurd. Most recent, there was a tournament, DreamHack, of course. And there was a champion. I won't spoil it just in case. But there was a winner. And it was a new tournament winner. And it's a young guy, a relatively newer player to the scene, relatively speaking, of course. And the stuff this kid was doing would have blown people's minds. Like, a couple of years ago, even. Like, the level of control that top players have in StarCraft 2, the precision, the speed these players have, is so far ahead of what it was, even, like, 3 to 5 years ago in StarCraft 2. The idea of, oh, well, this game has a higher skill cap, in my opinion, is irrelevant, because both of the skill caps are so high in any game, you will never reach them. Like, the longer a game goes on and people play it competitively, the better people will get. There is no upper limit. People will just keep getting faster and just keep getting better. The skill cap in Guild Wars 2 and World of Warcraft is irrelevant. Like, if the WoW one is, like, theoretically a little bit higher, or vice versa, the Guild Wars one is, like, theoretically a little bit higher, it means nothing. Because nobody's close, and nobody's ever gonna get close. Because, again, you're gonna come back in another couple of years, and the guys who, yeah, I imagine CSGO is a good example of this. Those guys who are blasting that game, they're gonna be even better. Like, the people who play League, they're gonna be even better. The people who play StarCraft, they're gonna be even better. And hell, look at World of Warcraft. I would say the skill level, looking at Worlds First and how fucking extreme these players are going to push each other, looking at the race to World First between Echo and between Liquid and Method and so on, if you see how far these guilds push each other, and they keep doing it every season better and better and better, pushing each other further, like, it will never end. Like, teams are getting better and better and better and better. It's not going down. The skill level isn't reached. It will continue to climb. Boom. With you as well. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, Plenix. Feels good. Huge. WoW is faster gameplay in APM than Guild Wars 2. Yeah, but I don't think that's relevant, to be honest. I don't think APM necessarily means the game is harder. Especially because in WoW, your rotation will have less buttons in it. It is faster and it is reactive. This is what I mean by it's difficult in a different way. Like, Guild Wars 2 rotations are very predictable. They're very static, right? Which makes them easier than WoW rotations in another respect, because WoW rotations are dynamic. You have to respond to a proc. You have to respond to a quirk of how your build works. You have to build and spend resource, right? Like, it's not the same. It's difficult in a different way. Comparing the two games is very hard to do, in my opinion. A new CS2 player named Donk. He plays such a high 70 with such control. One of the best rifles in the world. 16 years old. Yeah, it's always these younger guys. It's always the young kids coming up who will completely revolutionize it, right? Can you play WoW without 20 add-ons? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I would say add-ons only become, if you kind of into the, if you aren't running this, you're trolling category, if you're pushing very high keys and competitive Mythic rating, not even cutting edge. Add-ons are only you're literally trolling by not running this if you're getting to very high-end gameplay. Just for some examples, I actually didn't run a weak aura pack for all of Heroic, and Heroic is basically a very big end goal for 90% of the player base at least. Probably more than that even, actually, like 95%. I didn't use any weak aura packs or DBM or anything like that. For progression. I didn't bother to install it because I knew it wasn't going to be necessary, and I honestly didn't want to deal with it. I just wanted to, like, fucking blast and just, like, play the game and, like, learn the fights. So yeah, it's not necessary. Is it really useful? Absolutely. But do you have to use them? No, you don't need to. Yo, Mice, tier 1. Happy New Year. 19 billion add-ons. 57 squillion years. Doing the macro shit on Smolderon? We almost certainly are, right? What is the point of Worlds first if everyone is running add-ons that pretty much play the game for you? Because, I mean, I completely agree it would be pointless if that's what the add-ons do, but they don't. Look, you gotta think about this. If the add-ons played the game for them, why did they take 400 tries to do it? That's why. You still have to do it. You gotta beat it. You know, they weren't like trolling, you know? Like, oh yeah, ooh, you know, do you think Echo are like, oh yeah, oh, Scripe forced us to not go to bed and play for 22 hours, but we were just memeing, dude. We were just pranking everyone. You know, the add-on was winning, but we couldn't be bothered, right? Yeah. The macro things are so cringe. Yeah, it's because this private aura thing is incomplete. Like, if they want to do private auras, honestly, I'm really curious how broken this would end up being, but I could imagine a world where Blizzard is going to prevent weak auras and add-ons from talking to other players. I don't know how much that would break, but that's probably what they have to do. Because the problem is, the way they're going right now with private auras, it doesn't fucking help, because you just use a macro or a list that will then do it, which is actually worse than a weak aura, in my opinion. It's less accessible and actually harder for inexperienced players, basically. It actually makes it worse, I think, rather than making it better. And the root of the problem here is that add-ons can talk to each other. Like, you can have a program that will send a communication to someone else's add-on. That is a hard brick wall that they're running into here. If they want to go any further, they're going to have to actually remove that. Would kill a lot of add-ons. Yeah, I know it. I know it would. I don't know exactly which ones it would break, but if they want to fix it, that's what they've got to do. They have to kill that. Otherwise, it's no good. It will just be the era of the macro and the list. Yes. The Farak intermission. Ah, yes. You will be assigned. You will go. Yeah, the add-on manager. Yeah, for sure. Like, setting up your UI in that game will take a while. Like, I'm going to beat this tier. I'm just going to sit down for like a week and make Teapot UI. Right, because right now I'm using like a scuffed version of Dorky's UI that I've mangled. But no, I will actually make my own UI. Because I want it to be just right. Feels good. Your own UI is worth? I definitely agree, yeah. It 100% is. Dude, I'm getting Omega CC'd permanently, and it feels bad. Where stability? Dude, I'm trying to cast my stab skill. I'm getting CC'd. It's over. I think this is not really going well for us, is it? Or maybe. Getting a cluster of kills. I am on the tag. I think we'll eventually lose, though. It's very hard to take fights inside the garrison here. See if we are able to wipe them, which it looks like we are going to be able to win this fight. In some sense, it doesn't actually matter that much, because they will just come back. Can you stream that? I don't know. Maybe I would stream that. Who knows? The world content things are confusing. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Yep, it is definitely a bit of a fiesta, but you learn to love it. I will say that. Vivaloop UI. Weak orders from Farak and someone just randomly loading during Laradar progression. I mean, that is pretty base. Vivi's UI is actually very zazed. I'm a private aura defender, but someone changed me. Private auras were a mistake. Well, the problem is, I think private auras just half-assed, because they don't actually fix the problem. They want you to not do the weak aura auto-assign thing, but the problem is that as long as add-ons are able to communicate with each other, that will never happen. I think what they could do to compromise is make it so add-ons can't communicate with each other while in raids. If they did that, I think it would be probably pretty fine. Because then you can keep, like, the... I don't know, I'm sure there's, like, some add-ons that kind of rely on that for, like, open world or something like that. Or, like, you know, RP add-ons or something like that. Just make them just not work in raids. Because if they don't, it will just be macros and lists forever. Which I don't think they'd really want either. Just don't make mechanics that need them. It doesn't matter, though, because you'll... like, people will do it for mechanics that don't need them. Because what does that mean? What does it mean to need that, right? To do it. Like, people are going to do it no matter what, right? Because, you know, people play competitive, right? They'll take any edge they possibly can that's within the rules. So even if... And do you need the add-on for Smolderon? Hell no. Of course you don't. You don't need it. It's unnecessary. But will it make it more consistent and more reliable? Absolutely. Do you need an add-on for the Farak intermission? No, of course not. You definitely don't. But it will definitely make it consistent, right? And it will help your team. Do you need it? Do you need all these add-ons for all these other things? Not really, no. But people are going to do it anyway. Are you planning to moving on to be mostly WoW content in the new year? Over the course of 2024, yeah. Happy New Year to Eastern Europe, call me Ted. What add-on? Well, in this case, just the ever-nebulous weak aura. Strong auras. Any strong aura fans? Tree Despair is gone, guys. There's only an hour and 20 minutes until all tree emotes will be removed. All tree emotes are going to be cleansed, chat. Make a more harder orb instead of this private aura mess. Well, it doesn't matter because people would do it anyway. So, like, you could say, look, here's why you got to be a little bit careful. If you make the content easier, basically, and then you don't nerf add-ons, then the game itself will just become objectively easier. Which is lame. I don't want the game to be easier. If anything, I want the game to be harder. Well, an M+ WoW player like Guild Wars 2 looks pretty interesting. It depends what... I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty good game. Played Blood Tank since Mid-Wrath. How do I get over tankxiety? I think the way to do that is by building confidence. So, I think reflecting. Why am I anxious? And it might be, ooh, I think I'm going to mess up. I think I'm going to die, right? I think that, you know, I don't know the route through the dungeon, or something like that. So what we do is we checklist this. We make sure that we've done preparation. We learn the build. We figure out how the talents work. We'll practice on the dummy a little bit to get a good feel for the rotation. Get used to using our defensive abilities and so on. So we can live know that we can press them when we need to, all this kind of stuff. Do a bit of research on the dungeons. What are the mobs that are scary to you as the tank? What are the pulls that are going to be scary to you as the tank? What, what do I need to be looking out for? All that kind of stuff. Like, what you want to do is you go through all of the things that are causing anxiety and you counter them. You go, right, I'm worried about my DPS. Well, I'm going to practice my DPS, and so I'm comfortable. I'm worried about dying. Well, I'm going to do research on the dungeons. So, I'm prepared and I'm ready, right? And I feel confident. Because the way that you can deal with anxiety is by having that confidence. And then that anxiety turns into something else. It will turn into I was going to say nerves, but I think that has a slightly negative connotation. But it will turn into energy, right? Because there's almost like two types of anxiety. Anxiety as in you're paralyzed, right? You know, you can't do it. It's like, you know, it's too much. You know, I'm not capable of doing this. But there's the other type of anxiety. It's the type of anxiety where you're like, oh shit, this is it. I'm ready to go, right? And you're definitely twitchy, and you know, your fingers are tingling, eyes are bulging, all that kind of stuff. But it's totally different, right? It's more of a nervous excitement rather than anxiety, and you can change your anxiety into that nervous energy that can really increase your performance. Yeah. I think. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. For sure. And yeah, ultimately, getting in there and doing it, you'll go, oh, well, that wasn't so bad. Yo, Envy in the chat. Yeah. And also, I think it can be really good to kind of intellectualize it. So, this is the way that I would think about it. Like, if you're doing, let's say you're doing an entry-level dungeon in any game, in any MMO. Like, you know, you're doing a dungeon in a Fractal in Guild Wars 2, a raid, or whatever. If you make a mistake and you wipe the group, then if people get mad at you, I mean, they're just a bunch of dickheads. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, fuck them. Who cares about their worthless opinion? I mean, it is what it is. You know, it's how it goes. Yeah, yeah. Being able to make mistakes in the process. Pugs do not really tolerate mistakes from tanks. Oh yeah, sure. Tanks definitely have a lot of pressure on them. It is definitely part of the culture in WoW that you kind of, if you're the tank, you got to know what you're doing, right? You got to be the leader. So I think playing it through on DPS can be a good start. Right, like that can be a good way to do it. Like play some of the keys, play the raids on a DPS spec, and kind of feel it out a little bit, and then move over to the tank as well. Yes. Oh, and when it comes to that, bear in mind. Okay, look. Okay. This is where you can actually kind of Giga Chad, in my opinion. Fast Ethereal. Check this out. You're the tank. That means it's your rules. If people don't like what you're doing, like what route you're doing or whatever, then I don't know, maybe they should tank the key. Okay? Ooh. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm all in on the WoW mentality, man. Like, if I'm playing DPS, I follow the tank. The tank is essentially God. I zug. I was playing DPS in vanilla WoW, and I'm not gonna lie, some of the tanks are doing some unhinged shit, but I'm like, you know what? I go down with a ship. My captain. Let's go. And it will be the same thing in retail. When I play DPS and M+, dude, if the tank is doing some fucking lunatic shit, then in I go. Here we go. I will go in. For the Horde. I will activate. Yeah. Yeah. If I die, I die. You know, that's how it goes. You just go in. Like... Haven't felt that since Sylvanas. Well, I think this is the really almost kind of like fucked up thing about adrenaline, right? You've always got to escalate, right? And I know this, right? This is the ultimate conclusion for anything. And it's kind of happened to me in Guild Wars, so it's part of the problem. Like, in Guild Wars 2, nothing does it for me anymore, you know? Like, killing HGCM, that shit's fucking free. It's joke content at this point to me. I feel nothing when we kill HTCM. And in WoW, killing Mythic Sarkoth was really fun. But now, it's got to be Hall of Fame. And after that, it's got to be top 150. And then it's got to be top 125. Then it's got to be top 110. Then it's got to be top 100. Then it's going to have to be top 50, right? Like, getting the title with the boys. I really enjoyed getting the Mythic Plus title, top 0.1%, with MSE, Snizzle, Mice, Vivi, and myself, of course. That was good. But now it's got to be more. Now I want to play in the MDI. Now I want to play in TGP, right? And will we qualify this time? Probably not. But next time, then we got to qualify. Then I've got to make it to top 15, then top 14, then top 13, then top 12, then top 11. Then we've got to make it through the group stage, right? It will never be enough. And once you've done one thing, you've always got to do the next thing. And maybe that's, to be clear, I'm not projecting that onto other people. I'm expressing my worldview, right? I will never be satisfied. It will never be enough. The only time where I'd be satisfied is Worlds First, and even then, I still wouldn't be, actually. Because then, I'd want to win harder, right? I'd want to win by more, right? And continually do that. Next time, I want to get Worlds First by, like, an extra couple of hours, or an extra day, right? You know, I want to win the big tournaments, but 3-0, right? Like, without dropping a map, right? There's always going to be the next thing. Yo, Nanometer 8122. So, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Nanometer. And Smelly Hiker with the Prime as well. Very good. Anxiety is that it might make you go slow. Pugs will hate you if you go too slow. You still have to know your limits. Tanking Pugs is really challenging if you're trying to push and progress. Yeah, for sure, yeah. It definitely is a role that... It has... It's got... I feel like it has... I feel like tanking has the most knowledge requirement. Like, you need to know a lot. Or you'll be expected to know quite a lot of stuff if you're going to be tanking. That's true in raids as well, I feel like. You need to know. What's your opinion on Thief as a main class? Yeah, sure. I mean, it seems good. Thief's good. Thief is good. Dude, how do I have 1k gold? That's actually crazy. I am rich. Yes. I don't get that adrenaline anymore. Yeah, and that's the nature of it, you know. Like once you get the juice, eventually the juice stops working. Hype train begins, guys. Level 1 hype train initiate. Everyone subscribe now. Yeah, I think I'm also very addicted to playing tank in WoW. I can't imagine not tanking M+. I think it would actually mentally destroy me. Not being the leader in M+, I'm not sure if I can handle that, like, psychologically. Org main teapot. I mean, look, if it came to it, look, if it was like, listen, you know what? Okay, if we were in this situation where Angels came to me and he said, Teapot, I'm gonna need you to play Org to get Hall of Fame, I would immediately start playing Org. It is what it is. Like, that's... Yeah, I don't know. Or if, you know, if we had, like, a team meeting for Mythic Plus, and it was like, okay, the only way we can win is if you play Org, then Org it is. That's, I would put myself through that. The torment of playing Augmentation Evoker. Jacqueline for the tier 1. I like that. The hype train is leveled up and also gifted subs and now subscribed yourself. That's crazy. That's wild. That's unhinged. Is Aug even fun to play? I would say augmentation is extremely unfun. I played it for one key, and I really didn't enjoy it. It was rancid. It was absolutely putrid. Dude, World vs. World is over. Look at this, guys. I need 100 kills to get Ultimate Dominator, guys. That's actually crazy. Yes. Trees are being cleansed. Enjoy, chat. Enjoy. All trees will fall. If I were you, chat, I would very much start spamming your favorite tree emotes. They will all be cleansed in just over an hour. If you want to spam trees, this is your final opportunity to do so. Man, I'm gonna miss treeing. Treeing is a very good, highly expressive emote. But it has to go. It has to go. What's the lore behind the trees? So, there was a period of time where people in the community were just going completely insane, essentially. It was during the tunnel. The tunnel was... It broke people mentally. And the trees were an expression of utter insanity. That people had completely entered the insanity acceptance phase and had essentially been broken by the game. Yes. We cannot be cut down. Would you say Tunnel was the worst patch ever? Wishing you loads of happiness, joy, and success. Both in the game and in real life. Looking forward to cross again in the game world. Regards, Iceman, Merc DR. We all love use your necro builds. Dude, that's very cool. Yo! Glad you like the builds. Happy New Year to all of you. GG. That guy's name is the Iceman as well. That's pretty based. Yes. I mean, would I say that the tunnel was the worst patch ever in the game's history? Hey, happy New Year, Planix. And yes, Happy New Year for CET in 4 minutes. I mean, this is going to sound really fucked up, guys. But for me, Soto might have been the weakest update to the game. Maybe. It was quite irredeemable from my perspective, I think. I did not like the expansion at all. Yeah. And Dagda. Dagda, for me, might have been the worst update the game has ever had. Like, that is rough, okay? Like, Dagda is fucking bad. Right, like that. It's not just, oh, the content's too easy. It's just not good. It's just not good content at all. To be honest. Buy the game using my referral link, by the way, guys. Is Adventure's story any good? I would definitely say the story is good, yeah. I'd say the story and the world building is actually very high tier. It's just the gameplay, I think, is very much lacking. Sarah CM in 2 months? Man, I'm not looking forward to it. This is really fucked up, guys, but I almost wish that Sarah CM just wasn't going to be a thing, because it means I have to actually play it. Oh. Got him. Oh, wait. Am I in the wall now? Okay, no, we're not. Nice. What if Sarah has to be something like HTCM? I mean, that would be cool. I would approve of that. Unlikely, though. If you could incarnate one of the WoW characters, which one would it be? I don't know. What's an increment-based WoW character? And yeah, Garrosh is pretty based. Yeah, that's the correct answer, by the way, Smelly Ike. It's alt modifiers. Could bring Arthas back. That would be pretty zaced. And Illidan's pretty zaced. Garrosh is pretty zaced. There's some good options, I think. Tyrion? And, I mean, is Tyrion actually based? Oh, no. Some of the raid bosses are pretty cool, I think. Oh, no. All the main characters, they're quite unzaced, you know? I'm not sure about the dragons. I'm sure, you know, there's a bunch of Kumas in the chat who would go like, ah, yes, Alexstrasza, my queen. Oh, no, kind of low energy. Chromie is extremely cute. Well, Chromie is a very cutesy character, so I can see where that comes from. There is that. I still slightly chuckle when doing Dawn of the Infinites and you listen to the Chromie lines because they're so meme. It's like, oh, that's bad. That's really bad. It's such a meme, holy shit. Like, all the lines is so ridiculous. Oh, man. Well, look at that one. Lumberjackers. The fuck? Continue. "10 hours of Chromie or 10 hours of Timey?" Wait, what? Wait. Stream lagged? Oh, shit. I'd have 10 hours of Chromie. Because I really, really don't like being talked down to. And is Chromie mildly annoying? Yes. She is that classic, haha, look at this character, wow. You know, mildly irritating. That is kind of intentional. But Timey, Timey just looks down on you, right? Like, it's condescending, annoying, cancer. I also find the voice actress to be slightly more annoying overall. But I'm not gonna lie, it's not ideal. That's how it is. Dude, I need 80 kills. Come on, we need 80 kills for Ultimate Dominator, guys. I'm sorry, heroes. I must leave you now. Dude, this is the really big problem with having powerful lore characters in raids, okay? Like, it makes no sense. Because what happens, right, is they go, oh, I'm a really powerful lore character, but you guys go handle this, all right? Like, we're going to have to take a back seat on this one. Happy New Year. It's pretty big. Yeah. That's how it is. It's time. The comp's taking a break. It's fine. They're going to come back soon. Then we're going to get the 80 kills. Yes. So the mod's vaunting justice has finally arrived. Shall I lay down and throw my covenant down at your mercy? When my work is complete, you will beg for mercy, and I will deny you. Your anguished cries will be a testament to my unbridled power. I will keep you alive to witness the end. I would not want you to miss seeing this wretched chat remade in my image. Watch now as I raise them from the dead to become masters of the tree. What expansion would you have liked to play day one in WoW? I'm not gonna lie. Probably Dragonflight. Yes. Big. Hate fireworks. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of fireworks either, to be honest. Let's get in there. Let us defend. Dude, we're not defending. Currently waiting for Dragonflight Classic. Nice. Yeah. Insane. The decade of Guild Wars 2. I mean, Kata Classic. I'm not sure I really have enough time. Oh. Oh! Look at that dodge. Crazy. Dude, the Zerg is here, but we have no comm. It's over. What do you dislike about Soto? I can answer this kind of rhetorically. Like, what did the game add for me as a player? It just didn't really add anything, and it kind of signaled, it signaled the fact that, realistically, there will not be content that's aimed at me in this game anymore. It's not gonna happen. And that feels bad. Yeah. But it is what it is. Yeah. It is what it is. What Guild Wars 2 patch do you think was the best? Probably the middle to the end of Heart of Thorns was, I think most people would agree, was kind of like the golden age of the game, I would say. Ish. Very quiet, isn't it? Kind of enjoying the sounds here. The ambience. Well, that's an interesting comment there, but, you know, we'll see. Down SOD? Yeah, I have a bunch of characters in SOD. I have 3 characters at 25. It's pretty good. I think it's actually a little bit too power crap, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely fun, but you're a bit too OP, I think. Game's it's a bit too easy. Like, Vanilla WoW is not a hard game, but I think the power creep has somewhat diminished it. I really like that there's, you know, you can do, like, Tank Shaman and stuff like that. I'm playing Tank Shaman, Tank Warlock. Got a Hunter as well. It's pretty OP, not gonna lie. A bit Baron at 25, hopefully be better the next phase. I don't know if it's Baron. I mean, it's vanilla, right? I think that they weren't really looking to add like a huge amount of extra content. I mean, I think the big thing that didn't go very well is the PvP event. The PvP event sucks. It's actually extremely bad. But other than that, I think it's pretty good. Let's go. It's time for Arrow Kart Gaming, guys. I am arrow karting. Guys, I am arrow karting. Ah! And look, now if any of them die, I'm going to get credit. This is big. I'm actually kind of getting a couple of kills here. Go. They're going to get in soon. This is bad, boys. And look at this DPS. Oh, the tag has arrived, actually. Can't go back to WoW combat. It's so slow. I just can't. I mean, yeah, vanilla is definitely slow, yeah, for sure. If you want something faster, play retail. Retail. But I mean, I have the opposite thing as well. Like, I really struggled to engage with Guild Wars 2 because the game is just so easy. And it's, you know, you know, your decisions don't do anything. Like, you know, it doesn't matter what buttons you press because you just win anyway. That's why this is definitely something that kind of sucks. Like, WoW has massively killed my enjoyment of Guild Wars 2. I was worried about it happening, and it definitely did happen, right? It sucks, but it is what it is. Boom. And now at key level 18 plus and 2 to go rating. Yo, let's go. It's big. Nice blast. You have ascended. You have blasted the keys. We love to see it. Look at this, guys. I need 53. Look at this. 53 kills. And that is Ultimate Dominator achieved. I was playing Windwalker. You know, people are saying it's shit. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, is it the best spec in the universe? No. But is it fine? Absolutely, yeah. Is roaming? It's all I do. No more comes closer. Oh, that's definitely true, yeah. I don't think there's anything like world versus world, really. Yeah. And that's the thing. I'm surprisingly non-choosy. At the end of the day, I'm just interested in competitive play. Competitive play only. So, I don't really care about game mode. I just care about competition. How much do you think it's getting burned out after more than 20k hours? None of it. Because it's not burnout. It's the opposite of burnout. The problem that I'm running into is not that I don't want to do anything. It's that I have nothing to do. So, nothing. 0. You know, real life can get pretty competitive. You prefer world versus world to raids? I really struggle to raid in this game after raiding in WoW. It's very difficult for me. Because it just feels like... It just feels like I'm just randomly pressing buttons. It's kind of the same in world versus world as well. I don't know, I'm struggling, okay? I'm working on it. Only got one ability in Guild Wars 2 ability, but in real life, which one would it be? It's a good question. You gotta do some like really OP shit. Like, I don't know, like continuum shift. Like all the time travel stuff would probably be pretty OP, I guess. Yeah. That would be pretty good. Yes. Blink? I mean, Blink would be pretty good. Honestly, any of the invisibility stuff would be pretty OP as well, like true invisibility. Thief tips and PV, I don't know what I'm doing. Check out the build websites, is usually a pretty good place to go. Or like Discords and stuff. WoW YouTube videos? I will, yeah, when I make them. It will happen. T-Boss now a WoW streamer? I will be eventually, yeah. It will probably take about a year to transition. Frost was over 90 minutes, I guess pretty AI with 2 animations not satisfying. Yeah, it's because people don't play Classic for that reason. It's a little bit difficult to explain, but the satisfying thing about Classic is planning and building a guild and working as a team and building up everyone's characters and doing all the preparation. Like, all of the satisfying stuff in WoW is the stuff that you do before the raid, right? Like, the raid is like the... It's like the payoff, in a way, right? Like, you... Or rather, like, the raiding experience is extended. It's about, like, gathering buffs, getting consumables, getting your composition right, like, gearing everyone up, right? Like, having a plan for the encounters, right? Like, doing the mechanics, all that kind of stuff. Like, that's kind of, yeah, it's about character progression, right? And guild progression. That's the purpose of it. Yeah, it's about, like, the social experience. It's not really about the gameplay. The gameplay in vanilla is pretty bad, to be honest. There's a reason why everyone turns to speedrunning and parsing, is because the gameplay on its own is not really that exciting. What will be your first WoW YouTube video? Oh no, to be honest. I have to come up with that. I have to come up with some good ideas. Happy New Year! Yo! Nice. Doggerel compilation. Yeah, maybe it's time. Maybe the Doggerel compilation needs to happen. I saw this great clip, guys, and this is really crazy stuff. Check this out. I have this amazing clip where Emissy actually slow falls off the dungeon and dies on Vortex Pinnacle. That would be pretty goofy. Yeah. Maybe I'll show that. You know what we're going to happen? We're going to see happening, guys. Let's have a Vivaloof personal compilation. What about a Vivaloof death compilation, guys? How about that? How about this, Emissy? What if I uploaded the full VOD of Push Week? And you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about when I say Push Week. Full, unedited Push Week VOD. Plus 3 IO. 3 rating.
Doesn't heal as fast. There's like
a
lot of awful side effects to not sleeping enough. It's fucking terrible.
I mean, maybe age is what the fuck, dude, I fell off. What the fuck, dude, I fell off. Age is
Look at him just go. Look.
Maybe age is like 32.
What the fuck, dude, I fell off.
Oh shit.
Oh man, that's good. Eudora absolutely fucks the boys, a compilation. Dude, the Eudora stuff was insane. I think that was actually I would say that's actually the boss that farmed us the most, right? Even more than Dark Rule, was actually Council O Captains with like the insane trash balls. Because we'd pull half the dungeon onto that boss and kill it at the same time. And we would just get farmed, right? Like over and over again. Holy shit, we got farmed so hard by that dungeon. It was beautiful. Would you say all of you enjoying Guild Wars 2 as World versus World? Only play one game for so long? No, that's not true. This is actually my least favorite thing that people say. Like, I hate it when people, basically people are implying here, that I am complaining about nothing. That I am talking about something that isn't real. Stop. It is not the case that I am just bored of Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 no longer has what I'm looking for. That is the reality. The boys attempt to do the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds of Freehold. Do you remember the fucking corrupting rage flask? And we died literally instantly. Oh no. Holy shit. That was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. Ah. It was a perfectly good key, instantly depleted. You done with the Guild Wars? The content has been ended for you? Not really, no. It's just that the game has just slowly been diverging away from my interest for a long time, and the community has been diverging too. And it's got to the point where it's irreconcilable. Yes. Competitive itch? I actually disagree. I actually think that vertical progression is inherently anti-competitive. I think horizontal progression is inherently a much more competitive system. Because it means, like, for example, like, here's a take, actually. The skill floor in WoW is actually artificially held back by vertical progression. I think especially in M+. You are really limited in what you can try out in Mythic+, because you'd have to re-gear every character to try out a completely different strategy or completely different composition. And that's actually highly non-trivial to do, in my opinion. And the only place where that isn't the case is on the test server. Now, vertical progression is inherently anti-competitive. Horizontal progression is much more competitive. But yeah. Yes. What do you look for? What are you looking for? It's actually very nebulous. It's quite difficult to encapsulate it in one go. But I want to be in an environment where people want to log on to the game and blast every single day. That's not a particularly precise definition, but I think you know what I mean. That's what I want. I want to be in a game where people want to log on every day and play. And people just want to blast. That is what I look for in MMOs. That is what I look for in games in general. I want to be in a community where people want to get into it and just juice up. kills left. Oh, yeah, it's really not many now, actually. Oh, dude, let's go. We got 25 kills to go. 27 kills. A game without casuals? No, of course not. Guild Wars 2 was this game until relatively recently, even. Like, well, that's not really true. But certainly it was at a time. Like, in Heart of Thorns it was. And WoW, look, WoW numerically has more casuals than, you know, more casuals than Guild Wars 2, right? It's a very casual game. Here we go. Gamers, Ultimate Dominator is about to be achieved. The ultimate achievement. I am an achiever, guys. This is confirmed. Here we go. Oh. I was here. Yeah, I mean, we were. 20 kills to go. If the enemy team keeps feeding into us, this will work out pretty well. Get him. Why are people getting marked? I feel like our commander is going for the single target focus. That's pretty based. Here we go. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, what does the com want to do? 19 kills. I think we could get it on this push. Here we go. Okay. Not a direct engagement there. Happy New Year to Germany. Morpheus. Into the void. This guy's dead. Not really sure what the plan was there. I like it. It was ambitious. Hey. Happy New Year, Olaf Mega Smasher. Let's go. Another one. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We've got to tag. We've got to tag as many as possible, right? We've got to make sure we actually get the tags. Oh. Oh, my pull didn't work. The stability was enabled. I have been immobilized. This is a slightly alarming situation. Let's get in there. Here we go. 13 kills. $12 kills. 11. Oh. Oh, my pull didn't land. It's over. Oh, 10. 9. Nine kills. Here we go. All right, the final encounter. Here we go. The ultimate Dominator fight is coming. I just ran in and fed. I like that. Oh no. God's sanest Ellie Main. What the fuck? What is this name? This guild name on this guy. It's crazy. Okay. 7 kills. Who will be the kill? Which guild will feed me Ultimate Dominator, guys? Who's it gonna be? Could be anyone. All right. Will we be able to catch these players? It's a good question. Honestly, probably not. Unless they just randomly slow down. Okay, this guy's getting rezzed. Here we go. Oh. They've actually got a good swarm here, actually, haven't they? Look at this. Here we go. The X has been marked. It is time for the ultimate conflict. The ultimate battle. Here we go. Oh. Okay. This guy should die, I think. 6. Oh, this Reaper maybe? Oh, 5. That guy's already Ultimate Dominator. Holy shit. What a gamer. 5 kills. Soul Beast is probably a pretty good target. Yeah, there we are. 4. Imagine we just run away and disengage and there's no more kills. That would be pretty funny. It would be pretty funny, to be honest. This is a good place to fight, actually. Oh, we got some gamers coming in from the rear, huh? This guy is definitely dead. That Scourge is going down. 3. Oh. 2. Kill that thief. There we are. Oh, did I get credit for that one? Oh, I didn't get credit for that one. Still 2 more. Oh. There we go. This Ellie should die, I think. Second to last kill is an Ellie main. If only the last kill was an Ellie main, that would be extremely funny. It's not to be, though. Not this time, at least. 1 kill. The next kill is Ultimate Dominator. Here we go. On New Year's Eve. That's quite funny, actually. Just barely in time as well. Alright, here we go. Oh. Yeah, maybe it should be Roy. I should save it and then kill Roy. That would be funny, actually. Where is he? Is he online? He's not. Probably busy doing real life or something. Look, we're actually running away. It's over. Guys, look, GG. Look, the comms like, yep, it's time to leave. Here we go. Oh, a victim. Here we go. Oh no! Look at this hapless buffoon. Let's go. He has no idea. He doesn't know. There's the renewed focus. Oh, he can leap. I don't think I can catch him. He's getting away. Oh, no. It's over. He leaps. I think he's still dead, though. This is perfect. The ultimate kill, guys. A 5v1 gank. There's nothing more world versus world than this. There we go. And there it is. Realm Avenger has been completed. 250,000 kills out of 250,000 kills. It is done. Yeah. It has been accomplished, my friends. Ultimate Dominator. 250,000 kills. We love to see it. Put the title. Okay, I'm putting the title. Here we go. Got a whole bunch of these things. Boom. There we go. Ultimate Dominator is enabled. Now do it again. I gotta do it on 0 to hero now, right? We gotta get that going. Very good. Very good. Now what do we do? Can't even see it? Oh yeah, I guess it's not showing. I think that's probably a setting I have disabled or something, right? Alright, let's get in there. We've got to soak up some of this damage. Huge. Now max rank. Yeah, I'm 8.5k rank. So, it's not that far off if you play a lot of work. And it's mostly boosters, right? It's mostly boosters at the end of the day. Like, if you have the boosters on, 1k rank is not that bad. Without boosters, it's definitely a bit of a grind to get the ranks going. But, not horrible. Okay, we're actually getting in. The arrow carts are destroying us. The pressure from the enemy team is huge. Yeah, I mean, God of World vs. World is just 10,000 rank. Which, you know, it's... And I'll get it eventually. We will get there. But there it is. That's a slightly strange coincidence, isn't it, guys? We got Ultimate Dominator on the last day of 2023. That's somewhat unusual. But hey, that's how it goes. Let me in. Oh shit, all our rams are gone. We actually have to muscle the gate. Oh, we're trying to build another one. I think we almost want to crash them a little bit. Oh! There we are. The energy sigils are quite good. I think we're actually breaking here, aren't we? Yeah, this is not looking good. I also used all of my cooldowns to kill one player. Maybe not the highest value move. And that's it. We are officially over. Realm Avenger is no more. None of these kills mean anything. They're all worthless. It's over. But yeah, guys, 26 minutes. As you can see, the tree emotes are being removed. More and more trees are being cleansed from the channel, chat. It won't be for long. Yeah. I will not falter. I'm afraid you will. That tree emote, XD tree, will be removed soon. It doesn't have long, guys. It does not have long. If you want to spam trees, you've got less than 30 minutes. It's one last spam territory. All trees will be removed. You will only have XD tree. XDD tree, rather. Will be the only one that remains. All other tree emotes will be cleansed. Enjoy, chat. Enjoy. Last spam. It is actually the last spam in this situation. It's nearly over for you. Boom. Cone. However, guys, to replace XDD tree, we will be enabling cone permanently. So do not despair, my friends. Rate this comment. What do we got? Fucking dog shit. You overdose on copium? Wait, what is the context here, actually? What is the context of that comment? Who are they even mad at? Nice. Can we get rid of Christmas Aboba? I'm pretty sure that's just what 7TV does. I'm not sure if it can be removed. Boom. Got these guys. Oh, they actually repaired the gate. Yeah, we're going to have to go and get supply if we want to take this. Ah, yes, the Mountain Dew thing. Honestly, that was kind of impressive, right, with the AI. It just, like, detected Delta stream almost immediately. That's crazy. Okay, they want to focus this guy. Wait, wait, hang on a minute. It's the guy who got Ultimate Dominator off. He's back. He's back for more. And the commander has marked him. How did my stream within 2 minutes? I say, wow, that's kind of impressive. Man, isn't that insane? The fact that AI is capable of doing that, like, considering that it doesn't know that you're doing that, right? Like, it has to be... So, wait, what? Hang on, whoa, let's actually think about this, guys. Hang on, whoa, hang on. Let's think about this. Correct me, wait, is this how it is, Nike? Is there an AI watching every single Twitch stream right now? And, like, detecting Mountain Dew, basically. That's insane, if that's the case. Across all streams for the logo? I mean... but hang on, though. Let's actually talk about this. Think about that from a technical perspective. Isn't that kind of wild? How powerful that tech is? It's capable of watching thousands of streams simultaneously and parsing it. That is remarkable. It is a bit dystopian, not gonna lie. Very dystopian, even. But, I mean, wow. Yeah. That is powerful. Yeah. Yeah. A friend. Yeah, but even so, yeah. Obviously, you're not. It's not literally watching every stream and processing it in real time, right? But that is so much information that it's trying to process, right? It's not that different from automated DMCA. Yeah, but it's almost like a bit harder, isn't it? Because it has to figure out if something is the logo. Has to recognize it. I'm impressed. Ah, my spine. How interesting, indeed. Goes by thumbnails. Yeah, that would be a good way to do it, because those thumbnails are very lightweight. Actually, they're very easy to grab. Ah, yes. Treeing. Enjoy treeing while it lasts, guys. Treeing hasn't got long left. Only 20 minutes on treeing. It will be removed. It will be purged. Get ready. And Tree Conga. Tree Conga is not going anywhere. I mean, wait. Tree Conga is going somewhere. Off this channel. Sad Tree is removed. All tree emotes are getting purged. And yes, Plenix. Plenix asked me this. All tree emotes are going to be completely removed from the channel. Except for XDD Tree. That one will be allowed to remain. It's only fair. But Tree Conga... Wisdom Tree. I do... Oh, man. It's going to suck to not have DDX Tree. Like, DDX Tree is very high tier. Don't remove me before the clock is ticked. Yeah, that's also a classic there, XD Tree. Ah, Snizzle. Yeah, quick change of plans. Vivi is tanking in the M+ team. He's actually the... he's going to be the tank. Enjoy that. Yo, Guffle. Happy New Year, dude. Yeah, Wise Tree Gathering is gone, guys. That one kind of hurts. That's a good one. But it's already gone. It's been removed. Treeing will be removed very shortly. I mean, I almost feel like we need to keep Smile Tree. No. We're not using Smile Tree for Tindril. You guys need the good copy pasta. You know the one that's like the ASCII version of the Tindril tree that just says succulent next to it? That's the good one. You don't really need you don't need that tree emote. You don't need like the smile tree. It's unnecessary. Nice. Dare you force your idea of sanity upon us? I will, yes. The trees have to be pruned. Have to be cleansed. Planix enabled smile trees when you use permission. I mean, it is very appropriate for the upcoming raid fights, actually. Do not go gentle into the good night. Rage against the dying of the night. Yeah, dying of the light, rather. Nice. Yeah. Can see the onslaught of trees is approaching. I like that all of them are being represented there. Like, those are the 7 remaining tree emotes. Oh, Nike. Oh, actually, Nike's calling. Yo, Nike, what's up?
Yo.
Are you excited to see the purge?
Yeah, I've been sharpening the lumberjack axe all day.
Yeah.
Getting ready.
And they are about to be entirely removed.
So, this is like neither here nor there, but I noticed something. Have you heard, do you know what a Flesh Kincaid calculator is?
No, what is that?
So, it's a metric that people use to determine the reading level of any sort of writing. Okay. Like, you can copy-paste, like, writing into a Flesh Kincaid calculator, and it'll tell you, like, what age or grade level is the writing is written at. Interestingly, I compared the write-up for the Hardstuck Power Dragon Hunter and compared it to the Snowcrow's Power Dragon Hunter. The Hardstuck Power Dragon Hunter is written at a college or university reading level.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's quoted as saying difficult to read.
Oh, wow.
Snow Crows is written at an 8th grade level, plain English, and considered, plain English to read.
Well, there you go.
So, the big takeaway there is that Hardstuck probably the writing needs to probably be dumbed down.
Yeah.
Honestly, like if you look at newspapers and books and advertising, like bestseller books and stuff, and like just newspapers and advertising, it's all written at like a 7th or 8th grade reading level. So,
well, there you go.
Just food for thought. Maybe dumb it down for the plebs. They probably can't follow it.
Wow, that's how it is.
Yep.
Tree Conga is gone.
Adios, muchacho.
Yeah, it's been removed. We no longer need them. And the Covenant will continue to endure, I think. I don't think they're going to be gone. They will return.
No. I'm sure they'll just copy another game's memes. They're incapable of inventing anything for themselves. They can only glom onto other people's culture. The Covenant is the white rappers of the MMO community.
Which you think will be the last tree emote to exist, before it is completely cleansed?
Well, I mean, I think we said XDD Tree is the last man standing.
It is, yeah. But I mean, like, which will be the one, that will be disabled the last, finally at midnight, at New Year here in the UK.
I would say probably Treeing.
I think that is a favorite. It is definitely a favorite of the tree enjoyers.
Yep. So I'd say that's probably last.
Okay. DDX tree. And DDX tree is still enabled. That is a pretty good one, to be honest. But you'll have to make do with just the single tree. First, they came for Tree Conga, and I did not speak out because I was not a Tree Conga.
Everything you need here.
That's true.
Yeah. But then eventually...
solidarity with your neighbors, but...
It's too late. It's too late for that. It's out of control now.
Yeah.
And they have no power. They can't prevent the trees from being removed. There's no way they can do that.
This is like, the Dr. Seuss, he wrote that Lorax book, where the evil corporation came and
destroyed all the trees. Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially, this is that, except the Lorax was somewhat of a noble creature, and I feel like the roles were a little bit reversed here.
Yeah, the trees being cut down is kind of, it is the noble pursuit in a sense.
Yeah.
I
The
believe
Lorax should have acquired military-grade weaponry. It would have been significantly more difficult to cut down Lorax's trees.
That is true.
Was armed to the teeth.
He was trying to be too peaceful. He did not. Yeah. He did not bear arms.
So Dr. Seuss didn't exactly connect those dots, but I mean, the moral of the story was, defend your trees with massive
weapons,
stockpile of firearms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wisdom tree is gone. It's over.
That one sucked. That was a useless one.
Yeah, I mean, that one was good when you comboed it with Tree Conga. That was quite powerful, I think. There were some ones that were just weird. Like the ones that have the random transitions. That's that's odd. Yeah. It's nearly time for another year of Guild Wars 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm stoked for what the future holds for endgame PvE content.
Yeah? Really? You don't feel a little cynical about that statement?
I mean, listen. I don't get stoked for things until I actually see them. It was interesting that Grouch said players should be stoked or whatever. Did he phrase it should be stoked or will be stoked?
Will be, yeah, will be.
Okay, because if it was should be stoked, I would say that's a bit of a reach. But will be stoked. I mean, okay, that's actually going out on a limb. Okay.
Fireworks.
Because he is opening himself up to being memed.
Oh yeah.
If what he's talking about is not actually even halfway stoke worthy, people will be like, I thought I was supposed to be stoked for this. It's not going to be cool. It's going to be bad.
We'll see, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, get some fireworks in the chat because, well, there's probably going to be some fireworks going off soon where I'm at as well. And then it's going to be loud.
I bet,
it's going to be great.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'll make a hot take, bold prediction for 2024.
Yeah?
Whatever it is that Grouch is referencing that we should be stoked about, I will be more stoked when I hear it than I felt after the Icebrood Saga announcement.
That's not exactly a high bar you've set there, to be fair.
No. I mean, the Icebrood Saga announcement was as deflating as conceivable at the time.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of them. That was brutal, yeah. That was...
Like,
it was anti-marketing.
They gave Roy
right?
a job at ANET as, like, some sort of, like, guilt payback based on the fact that he flew across the country to attend that event.
Just for that.
And they were like, holy shit, this guy spent thousands of dollars to come here and hang out with Jebro. We've got to pay him back for his sacrifice.
Yeah.
And, and they gave him a job.
And, of course, they also said that alliances were coming soon, and then that was, like, 3 years ago.
Well, they did deliver on the Funko Pops.
That is true.
Those did, yeah, that was right there.
Wise Mystical Tree is gone. Oh, wait, what the fuck is this shit? Have you seen this, Nike? Luaran has a tree emote. It actually can't be removed.
Sure can.
I mean, I guess you could add it to the...
We can ban the term.
Yeah, you'd have to ban the term, I guess. But yeah, it's completely uncleansable. Why is it so low resolution as well, by the way? Look at it. It's very low quality. Alliances.
Pointless. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I think they were definitely right when they said that it was a bit redundant.
Once I heard that alliances were going to be limited to 500
so, yeah,
people
that's a
anyway,
guild. You
I
made
was
a
like,
guild.
okay, then now they are totally pointless.
Yeah, you've made a guild. That's a guild. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, not exactly the most useful
But
system.
I mean, I sort of understand it with the World v World community because like they all hate each other, even if they're on the same server. So it was like, okay, I want to be allied with these people because they're good players, but I hate them, so I don't actually want to be in a guild with them. So I think that was the one case use.
I think they just. I think it's really gonna suck if they just add world restructuring and there's no like leaderboard, right? And there's no this is like the best guild, right? There's no this is the best because that was what to me was interesting about alliances, right? Is that you'd have some kind of leaderboard structure and some kind of like this alliance is going to win again, or this alliance is performing really well, right? And is like really good at fighting or something. And it looks like that's probably. I mean, realistically, that's probably not on the cards, at least for a while, by the looks of it, any kind of system like that, which I think is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. The ever elusive, what's the point of winning?
Exactly, yeah. I think it's something that Wolfos has been lacking, I think, and I think players are really looking for. But, yeah, it doesn't look like it's coming anytime soon, unfortunately. Dude, DDX tree is gone. Yeah, the fireworks have started, actually, outside. I can hear them. They will not stop.
Oh, speaking of things that can't be stopped, were you following, and this is very obscure for you probably, but in college football here, they have bowl games at the end of the season where it's like an exhibition matchup between like teams that don't normally play each other in like more exotic locations. And we had the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and they have like different corporate sponsors, but this one was sponsored by the Pop-Tarts company. Well, it got very macabre, as macabre as a football game involving Pop-Tarts could be. The Pop-Tarts had a anthropomorphic mascot named Strawberry, who was very excited about the prospect that after the game, Strawberry would be ritually killed and devoured by the winning team. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and at the end of the game, like they brought out this giant toaster, and Pop-Tart and Strawberry jumped into the toaster and was like burned it, like toasted to death. And then an edible version of Strawberry came out the bottom, and the players from the winning team ate Strawberry. And throughout the game, they kept like previewing that this was going to happen.
They were really excited about it. It was a big part of the event.
And one of the sideline reporters goes up to the mascot and says, like, "Are you like worried that you're about to be eaten?" And the mascot held up a sign that said, "It's my dream." So that was interesting.
It's a bit of a vor situation then, kind of.
Yeah, it was. Except they wanted to definitely be vored, and then they were very much into it, and then the mascot took regular Pop-Tarts and stuffed them into the face of the man asking the questions. So that was interesting. And then the announcers of the game who were calling the play-by-play, they were all into it. They said, remember everyone watching, at the end of the game, the mascot will be devoured. He will be killed. And that was like the best line of the whole thing. I'm like, this is pretty intense.
Wow. But
they raised the bar for Pop-Tarts.
Impressive.
I feel like these companies are finally figuring out
Guild
how
Wars
to get
2 could
viral.
do something like that, right? Because they do like kind of I guess Pop-Tarts is very ubiquitous, I suppose. So maybe, but they could do like what have they done? They've done like what promotions has Guild Wars 2 done that's like scuffed? Arby's, right? You could do something like that, right?
I mean, Arby's, Carl's Jr. Quiznos.
Quiznos, yeah. So I mean, like Guild Wars 2 could have something like that. They could have like Ritlock eating a anthropomorphic sandwich or something. Yeah. And there you go. Boom. Yeah. The taxi cab ad. That's it's a great time going into a new year of Guild Wars 2. Let's just remember that. Let's just fondly remember the ArenaNet's attempt to market their game. Yeah.
They knew what MMO players wanted in 2010 or 2011, whenever that came out. They knew their audience. They laser focused on serving that audience, and that was the ad they came up with.
I think the earnings will be very interesting, actually, to see how well Soto did, right, in the next quarter. That would be very interesting to see, I think. I think people will be surprised. I don't know if you saw this. I'm not going to lie, this is so fucking lame. I don't know if you were browsing the subreddit, but you know that Guild Wars 2 won, what was it, Massively OP's award? Yeah, or something like that. Do you see the comments in that thread? Dude,
no.
Every single comment that was Giga upvoted was like, oh yeah, that just means there's zero competition, or no, this is cap, this is bullshit, it sucked. Like, man, people were so mean, actually.
In fairness, there was no competition, but, I mean, the competition was like the ESO expansion and the New World expansion.
In, like, your own subreddit, though? I mean, that's kind of fucked up, no?
The people were very... The plebs are very... The plebs are, like, way too negative. Like, I can understand if you're hardcore and you're mad there's no Wing 8, and you're like, shit, the game isn't for me. Like, if you're in that situation, I get it. But they're giving the plebs exactly what the plebs want. So I don't understand why they're so... What at all are
you were so right about the Battle Pass fanfic, by the way. It's actually like a major objection. I didn't see that coming. I admit this. I admit that you saw this. I didn't see it. People are obsessed with like the Battle Pass fanfic of the Wizard's Vault.
Yeah. It's slippery slope to monetization.
Yeah.
They're gonna sell wizard coins.
Yeah. They're mad at something that doesn't even exist, right? That's the thing though. It's like, and there's no evidence to suggest it will, right?
It has explicitly said it will not be monetized. And I mean, they don't believe it.
Yeah. It's absolutely bizarre. And I believe, wait, is that guys? Is that the final tree emote? Are there any more tree emotes that exist? I believe all trees have been... Oh, no, there is one. There is XD tree is the final tree that remains. You have 2 minutes. Oh, wait, what? Wait, we have multiple trees, actually. We have... there's more than I thought. We have Wawa XDD and XD tree. Those are the only remaining trees. Full deforestation is here. Okay.
Yeah, I think that the Wizard's Vault criticism is like insane.
It is. It's completely unhinged. I don't even know where it comes from. I guess we're just like so traumatized from battle passes. I guess that.
Yeah. Like it's not like an EA game. Like I just don't. Or an Ubisoft game, like it's just I don't know where it's pretty bad, but I don't know. The one thing I could see, like the people that are like, oh, I'm a story only player, like I don't know what they're mad about. I don't understand what They're like, oh, this is just what we got with Living World. It's like, well, don't you like Living World? I thought that's what you liked. Like, I don't know.
I think people, weirdly enough, I think people are really hung up on the price. I know it sounds insane, but
Yeah.
I think people are really fixated on the you are paying more for the game, right? Than previously, and I guess it's significantly more if you're if you just buy the X packs, right, and you log in for Living World, because instead of buying an expansion every 2 to 3 years, it's going to be every year now, right? And people are like mega fixated on that. I do think, and it's not ArenaNet's fault per se, but it is a consequence of their
cultivating that community.
Yeah, I mean, can we say it's their fault for doing that though? Because I mean, yeah, that's basically what I was tiptoeing around a little bit. But yeah, like the community that's been cultivated is like ludicrously entitled, right? Like to an absurd degree of entitlement in the game, to the point where like paying $25 a year is considered too much.
Yeah.
But yeah.
This could be a situation where it might genuinely be a cleansing nuke, where it's like, okay, once these people fall like 3 or 4 expansions behind, they'll probably quit.
Yeah, and then the game will be free. But also,
the game will be free.
I believe the final tree has been removed. Or rather, wait, actually, wait, I think it's got to go. Linker, swing the axe, chop the tree down, Operation Deforestation. XD tree will be removed. XDD tree will be the only remaining tree as we are coming up to the new year here in the UK in 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and boom. 1st of January, 2024. Here we are. Welcome to the year of Guild Wars 2 again. Wait, apparently it's been removed already, but I still see it. The tree survived. Happy New Year, everyone.
Some things have to be ripped out root and branch, as they say.
Yeah. It's actually funny because, you know, the tree will be appropriate. Because when we get to the tendril, we will die to the trees a lot. You know, the trees will utterly devastate us. And there will be a need for tree emotes. But fortunately, we have tree ASCII images, I believe. Yeah. But there you have it. We did it! We made it through another year, although I guess we've got to wait for... Well, I'm not going to stay up until, you know, the US has made it through.
Soon anyway.
Yeah, I'm not staying up that late. But Happy New Year to everyone in the world, obviously. All those who haven't made it yet as well, don't worry. It's not too bad here. It looks all right. Yeah, Happy New Year to you guys as well. Yeah, very good. Happy New Year from the UK to the rest of the world. Very good. It's good shit. I actually have some pretty big plans for streaming this year. I'm going to be streaming a lot. I've been cooking up some interesting ideas with Darren's, of all people, actually. I'm actually quite an enjoyer of Darren's, in fact, actually, as a streamer. And we will make some content together, both in Guild Wars 2 and in World of Warcraft. Stay tuned for that, guys. I actually have a lot of exciting things. You know, I took a bit of a break in December. I didn't stream this much this month whatsoever, because I wanted to figure out some stuff to do. I wanted to kind of stop a little bit because I wasn't very happy with my stream at all. I think it was actually terrible, to be honest, so I just stopped doing it because I hated it. But do not worry, I've got some ideas that will make it not bad, and hopefully you'll enjoy it as well. Boom, there you go. But yeah, lots of Guild Wars 2, don't worry. Lots of World of Warcraft as well. A lot of content to do. A lot of content to do. We take the Darren's chance to stream for 4 games at once. Have you seen this shit, Nike, by the way? This is actually impressive.
What's that?
Like, Darren's, check this out. Darren's does EU Metatrain and NA Metatrain simultaneously, and he plays World of Warcraft, and he's playing, like, some Zuma, you know, like those
He's playing Genshin Impact.
Yeah, he's doing Genshin Impact, but he simultaneously plays, like, you know, like the Zuma web games that you click on and the number goes up and stuff like that?
Those are terrible.
Yeah, he plays that shit at the same time as well, right? So it's crazy. He's like playing 4 games simultaneously, and they're all Zuma games.
Very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed, yeah. Yeah. How? I mean, he just does. I mean, he's a Zoomer, right? He's, you know... He's actually older than me, though, so I guess if he's a Zoomer, I'm also a Zoomer. Yeah. Oh, man. I want to come back to Guild Wars 2 so bad, but the horizontal progress feels harder to catch up with. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean? Wait. With additional gear treble each patch, there are so many masters that I end up needing. Well, I mean... I'm not sure about that. I mean, they're not that important, to be honest. And they don't take that long either. If you just, like, play through the story, just play through the story linearly and you'll pretty much get them all locked in most of the time anyway.
You'll at least get the ones you need.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll be all right. But yeah, there we go. All trees have been purged, guys. We are in a new era of this stream. The tree arc is over. It is over.
It feels great.
Wait. I still see XD tree. Apparently it has been removed, but I guess it just hasn't reloaded yet or something.
That's the only one, apparently.
No, I
think XDD tree got removed by accident.
Oh wait, really? Oh wait, no.
XD tree is the only one.
I actually don't want Yeah, if that's the case, no. Wait. Bring XDD tree back. Get rid of XD tree. I don't really want an animated tree emote. Yeah, XDD tree has been cleansed as well. That's been. I believe that's the mishap. Wait, but now XD is back. No, we don't want that one either. XD needs to be...
Dink donk, get it together.
Yeah. That needs to be cleansed. XD needs to be cleansed. XDD tree is coming back. Yeah. Yes. It had to be done, guys. The Covenant served its purpose. And then it had to be removed. Man, I don't know what's wrong with my inventory. It's actually really fucked up. Like, I've got a lot of candy corn here. Loads of random items. I just need to sell everything. Hang on.
That's horrible. That inventory is an abomination.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Oh, I don't want to sell my relics, though. Oh, no! Okay, good. Selling my relics. Wait, hang on a minute. Whoa. I just realized this. Guys, did Jester name his hunter in WoW after an ascended ring in Guild Wars 2? Guys, Lunaria, Circle of the Moon. And what's Jester's name in WoW? Lunaria. His queen.
Of course.
Interesting. I didn't realize that until now. Alright. Here we go. We've nearly cleansed my inventory here.
Do you think Jester's like super into goth girls IRL?
Honestly, tough question. He does like Sylvanas.
A night elf.
He does go for the Sylvanas stuff. Pretty big time there, actually. You could actually...
who doesn't like goth girls? But I mean, some people are just like, that's all they want.
I mean, a lot of people are going to be able to be enabled in that in WoW, actually, because they've added like full Sylvanas cosplay in the game now. So you can pretty much be Sylvanas in the game now. What was the best meme of Guild Wars 2 in 2023? Dude, Guild Wars 2 meme awards. That would be some good content, actually. I want to say it would be...
The water? Or was that 2022?
Hey, Happy New Year, boys.
CMC with the water, drinking water.
I think it's...
Because that went mainstream, even normies.
I think the water was really good. I do think the Fire Wizard references were also pretty high tier as well. I think. But yeah, the CMC water is probably the winning meme, the most dominant meme. Cone has been enabled. I mean, Cone will be removed in 1 minute. Enjoy Cone while you can. I will say though that Fire Wizard. What's
the lore behind Cone? What is this?
To be honest, I'm pretty sure it's just that MNF really didn't like Yummy. Like that's the lore.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And that wasn't a Cone originally, or yeah, I can see.
Yeah. This guy was gonna thief portal people in, but I got him. Boom. There we go. I am the defender. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. What about Roy dying to the Guardian NPC? That's also pretty high tier, no?
Oof, that was huge.
Yeah. That was extremely high tier.
I say if there's a Wikipedia entry about it, then on the Guild Games wiki, then it's for sure Roy.
Yeah. But I mean, to be fair, we can cheat though, because Awesomeness actually edits the wiki. He put it there.
Yeah.
So in a way, we kind of forced it to be there.
The tunnel, that was a huge meme.
The tunnel,
tunneling, all of that, yeah.
Yep, the whole tunnel operation was definitely pretty big. Hey, good night, Legacy Man. Happy New Year, dude. And yes, Happy New Year to everyone. I'll probably stream a little bit longer, gamers. Just a little bit longer. But not too much longer.
On an event, I'm out of here.
Hey, see you later, man. Yeah, Happy New Year, dude.
Hopefully everyone gets everything they want in the coming year.
Yeah.
Except, you know, people who want bad things to happen.
Indeed. Sounds good. Yep. See ya. Dude, let's go. Daily AT, guys. Daily AT with Floor, Esprit, aka the Big Worm, Azaz, and Con. Some colossal gameplay here, guys. We love to see that. What's your New Year's resolution? Make good content on stream. There you go. And also, start lifting properly heavy again, I think. That's probably the goal. Yeah, first daily AT of 2024. Here we go. Oh, no. Holy shit. Dude, go fucking destroyed there. That Berserker burst, huh? It's pretty big damage. That's crazy. Nice. I must applaud ANET. The tunnel made me realize my expectations for Guild Wars 2 weren't actually at 0 like I thought. I swore I was immune, but this might be the thing to actually make me quit. Now I stand ready for the cleansing nuke of the tunnel. Though I may not survive it, I will accept it, to become one with the dirt, and foster an entirely new cycle of growth. This is a Guild Wars 2 player's ultimate calling. It is time. Started Guild Wars 2 today for the first time. Started as Necro, plan to go Reaper, and tips for new players getting into Guild Wars 2. Running at level 26. Just kind of get in there, right? And explore and figure out what's going on. Don't feel like you should do anything in particular. Just kind of, you know, go about your business and explore the game. That's probably the advice I'd give. Boom. Dog cat emotes are trash. But yeah, I appreciate all the subs, guys. And I'm going to go and hydrate, then maybe I'll talk about the stream a little bit while we play this daily AT. Also, shout out to YouTube chat. Happy New Year to you guys as well over there in YouTube chat. I still see you. I still read the chat. The YouTube people are very quiet, though. They're in solitude. They like their silence. Yeah, Zero to Hero is good. And Zero to Hero will be returning, guys. Zero to Hero Meme Edition. More berry emotes? I mean, that's an option at least. AT starts in what, 3 minutes? Yeah, 2 minutes. Wow, guys, we're going to get 25 gold, maybe? 5 Mystic Coins? Mystic Coins are pretty expensive right now, aren't they, actually? What's the plan for Zero to Hero? I won't reveal it just yet. But don't worry, there is a plan. Wow, 2 gold for a Mystic Coin. Goodness me. That is expensive stuff. That will be content. Infinite content. Cassiano is back. Tournament arc. I mean, I wouldn't do tournament arc with Zero to Hero. Like I said, like I mean this unironically. If I was gonna play Guild Wars 2 monthly, I kind of want to bring in other players from another game, because that, like, if you wanna win the monthly, you've got to have that. You need the competitive mindset, right? Like, you can't go into the mindset, you can't go into the monthly AT with the tournament of like, we're gonna play with 5 random people and eventually we'll win. That's lame, and that's kind of how things typically go in Guild Wars. It's just not interesting. Yeah. And him, Scales will fund the tournaments. I mean, that would be pretty good. But, I mean, I actually do want to run a lot of tournaments this year. Although, this is always going to be difficult. And in a lot of ways, like, I've screwed myself in quite a similar way to ArenaNet. Like, I've always basically done tournaments for free, and in fact, at cost to myself. Which is why it is going to be a little bit weird. Because basically, I'm going to be asking for money, basically, to run tournaments, because they're not financially viable for me to do without basically getting paid to do them. So, yeah, get ready for that. Zero to Hero only solo playstyle. I mean, I basically played Zero to Hero entirely solo. Like, I didn't, that's what I did do. I didn't really join a guild or anything. I just used the LFG. Like, I basically played solo. 10,000 gold from Scales. That's pretty big. Are sponsors on the table? No, not really. I don't really like sponsors. So I will be avoiding sponsors if at all possible. So, yeah. XD. I like how XD is still here. Like, some of the tree emotes have somehow managed to cling on and have not been removed. Alright. Wait. Oh? Dude, there's not enough teams! Well, I mean, it's New Year's Day, so, well, I mean, I guess that's not entirely unexpected. GG, man. First AT didn't even start, dude. Unlucky. So that means there were less than 4 teams. Basically, the minimum for one of these tournaments is 4 teams. And it looks like 4 teams didn't sign up. Well, I mean, I guess that's unfortunate, huh? You hate to see it. Unlucky. Would you accept Scales as a sponsor? I mean, maybe I would, yeah. Yo, Planet's in the chat, by the way. You know what feels good? What feels good is that every year is another year where I get to game hard with Plenix, and it feels good. Aren't you afraid that the content creator WoW scene is very mature with a lot of quality content? Actually, yes. I wouldn't say I'm afraid of it, but it's definitely a challenge, yeah. I mean, the WoW content creation is much more competitive. The content is good, the creators are more engaging, they're better. It's a lot more competitive than Guild Wars 2. You don't have to be a particularly good content creator to be like a top creator in Guild Wars 2. You definitely do in WoW. There's some great content there. And all I can say is that I'm amazing, so it will probably work out. I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to be somewhat entertaining in the WoW scene. I'm good at talking to people. That's the thing. I'm good at talking to people. And look, all that's got to happen, guys, is the following. Okay, every single tier, a beautiful symbiosis, right? Just like on Sarkareth, Max will watch my stream while we're killing it. I then leech off him. He's leeching my content. I'm leeching his content. I mean, it's beautiful. It's going to work out. It's all good. Yeah. Retail doesn't have that many huge names. It doesn't, no. I think it's because Retail is a really weird game. It's because a lot of the people who stream that game are kind of like degens, pretty much, right? Like a lot of really, really good players aren't exactly streamers, right? They're just kind of people who play the game. It has a weird aspect to it because of the way the scene is. Yes. Every year is the year of Guild Wars 2. Indeed. You have the charisma, so it shouldn't be hard. True. Dude, it's easy. It's easy. I'm not gonna just never stream Guild Wars 2 ever again, by the way, guys. There's still something here. Like, I'll play when content patches come out, and at the end of the day, like, I'm obviously gonna stream when there's an expansion and when there's drops. It's just so unbelievably lucrative, it would just be complete nonsense to do that. I mean, look, Soto was a lot of money. Let me just put it like that, guys. It would just be stupid for me to not do that. Any plans for world restructuring? I would like to play World versus World, but to be honest, I really don't want to... I actually don't want to be at the center of any kind of World versus World movement, to be perfectly honest with you, because if I'm at the center of any kind of movement like that, there are people out there who will just make it unplayable for anyone who associates with me, and will just harass and bully them until they quit. And to be honest, I'm a little bit too old to engage in that. If it was someone else and someone else was leading the operation, I'd be down. But if I have to be the leader and be like the figurehead for the community, I just don't really want to do that, because it will just lead to some really annoying situations that I don't really want to have to deal with. Yo, Rocker, Happy New Year. That's good content. Yeah, the content is really good in retail. It is. I mean, Guild Wars 2 is a good game. Like, I don't hate Guild Wars 2 or anything. They're both great games. They just have different purposes, right? You know, I feel like it's one of the hottest takes out there. I mean, I don't know if people are saying this, but I feel like MMOs are actually really good right now. Like all the MMOs are kind of popping off. Like, WoW is really good. Like, 14 is good. Guild Wars 2 is good. There's a lot of really good choice out there. There's a lot of, like, really good video games. For MMO players, I think. But yeah, like the reason why I'm not streaming as much is because I'm trying to figure out what I want to actually do, right? Like I don't have to stream. This is probably one of the things that kind of people really get wrong about me. People think that, oh yeah, T-Bot needs to stream, right? Otherwise he's got no money or whatever. Like, oh yeah, like he has to do it. Like he can't move away from Guild Wars 2 because he needs money. Like, this is not the case, and has never been the case. Like, if I don't want to stream and I don't think that my stream is good, I won't turn it on. And I think people don't realize that. But it's very much the case. If I don't want to stream, I ain't pressing that button. I don't give a fuck about this stuff. In fact, the only thing that I actually do find confounding is, I admit this, I do feel an element of guilt. Maybe not exactly guilt, but I do feel like I'm letting you guys down, like people who subscribe and the viewers and so on. That's definitely one of the things that makes it difficult for me to not stream. It's because I'm like, oh man, like people want to see the stream, and definitely feel super bad to not do it as a result of that. But yeah, what I've been doing over December is I've been really trying to figure out what I want to do, right? Like what I want to do with my stream in the next year, what I want to do in the WoW space, what I want to do in the Guild Wars 2 space, right? What I want to do maybe outside of either of those things. Maybe I want to do some gym streams as well, because like, I really like the gym. That's something that I would definitely be interested in figuring out an interesting way to share that with viewers as well. So I'm still working on it. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really got it figured out. I haven't really got it figured out just yet, but I'm working on it. I've got a couple of ideas, some things that, tickling a couple of trout, like trying to flesh out a little bit. Yeah. Yes. Start beef with Destiny. Destiny should come and play Guild Wars 2, Like, honestly, for Destiny, World versus World, like, the drama there would be very relaxing compared to what he has to deal with in his day-to-day life. SC2? Yeah, maybe I will do some SC2. Yes. That's how it is. There are not that many enjoyable M+ streams. Here's the problem with M+. The problem with M+ streams is that it's very difficult for me to play Mythic Plus and also be entertaining simultaneously. Because Mythic Plus is hard. I'm not good enough at the game where I can play the game while also providing some commentary simultaneously. You have to be quite good to do that. I could probably do that in like a +20 key or something like that, so like weekly keys. So maybe I'll just stream like random weekly keys and stuff like that. I think that can be some pretty interesting content, almost similar to like this in World vs. World, right? Like I can play Guild Wars 2 without really focusing on the game pretty easily. If I can do that in WoW, that could be pretty interesting content. But yeah, when I want to do like high keys or like speedrun keys, it requires all of my attention. So it's really difficult. I'm just simply not at the level there. And it's kind of true with raiding as well. With raids, it's just like Mythic raiding is fucking hard, right? I struggle to raid lead effectively while also playing my Death Knight. It's very difficult for me to do that. I'm getting better actually because I need to be the shot caller in Mythic Plus as well. So I need to practice my communication while simultaneously playing. But it is so fucking hard to do good DPS while also raid leading at the same time. It is absolutely brutal, right? You know, I can do it in Guild Wars 2 because, I mean, to be honest, it's because the content is easy and I play the game more, obviously. But man, I'm just not there yet when it comes to World of Warcraft. I'm really not. I am really not there yet. Spreadsheeting every defile. One thing I have been doing for research, because look, I've actually been doing a spreadsheet of keys that have gone toxic. Because I am planning almost like a video essay style, like probably 2-hour video on World of Warcraft Dragonflight. Kind of like my New World video, because look, I'll tell you what, guys. Do you know my favorite video I ever made on YouTube? It was the New World review. That was by far my favorite video I made. And I think it's my best video I made, actually, as well. It's a really good video. I'm very proud of it. It's good. And I want to do something like that for Dragonflight, I think. And I have actually been recording every single Mythic Plus pug key I've been doing and putting it into a spreadsheet and recording if it gets toxic. And you know what, guys? It really doesn't. It is extremely uncommon. And the reason I'm recording this information is because it has a reputation of being very toxic. Like, that's one of the things that people say about retail WoW, especially when it comes to Mythic Plus and raiding. I should probably start doing it in Pug raids as well. Although, dude, fucking LFR is actually toxic. Whenever you go into LFR, people always, like, flame each other. Or at least I've seen it fairly commonly. But Mythic Plus is extremely non-toxic. It is really not toxic, actually. When you're just, you know, playing through like weekly keys. Now, I am aware of the objection to this, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna do a bit of a spoiler here, guys. This is slightly unethical, but I haven't done this yet, to be clear. But what I'm actually planning on doing is making an alt so people can't see my mains rating, right? Maybe even a separate account, even. I don't know how people can, like, track people down based on accounts. I'm thinking of making, like, a DPS and soft inting keys, because one of the reasons why none of my M+ keys are toxic is because they don't deplete. I haven't depleted a key in M+ for weeks, and in Pugs I haven't depleted a key basically since the launch of the game, or the launch of season 3 in WoW. And that is a huge selection bias. What's going on there is that people are not going to be toxic if you time the key. It's like way less likely, because why would you complain, right? This is something that you've always got to understand. The root of toxicity is always failure. Almost all the time. People are very rarely just like randomly toxic because they're just unhinged. Like, they're maniacs and they're just assholes. Actually, extremely uncommon. People are almost always toxic for a reason. And I kind of need to do this experiment. I need to actually deplete keys. And the problem is, in order to do that, I need to sandbag. Which is definitely questionable in terms of ethics, but I am seriously considering making a completely fresh WoW account and inting people's keys on purpose. Maybe my own key, actually. But that also is selection bias, because people are going to be way less mad if you int your own key rather than someone else's key. So it depends on how deep we want to go on this. Is being bad at the game a good enough reason? Yes. Absolutely. Because losing sucks. Make a 2-3, not a 2-4-4, complete peepos and coach them to ahead of the curve. I mean, it could be done. We could definitely do raid training and raid leading. That is definitely not impossible. Make the WoW peepos suffer. Yeah. Yes. Oh, you mean like boot camp, basically? I had one key get toxic this season. It's been so nice. Sounds similar to Guild Wars PvP. I mean, yeah, Guild Wars PvP really isn't as bad as people say it is. Like, it definitely can get a little frisky sometimes. That's PvP, right? But it's really not that bad. It's pretty uncommon. Like, weirdly enough, like, Guild Wars 2, in my opinion, struggles with... It has a couple of extreme pockets of toxicity that doesn't get handled very well by ArenaNet support. Those who know what I'm talking about. I don't really want to get into it any more than that. Like, that is where the game has its downsides. There's bad actors. Like, bad actors kind of get away with it sometimes in Guild Wars 2, and that kind of contributes to some of the bad reputation, disproportionately so. Nice. Yeah, WoW Bootcamp Cuspines, that's right. Mega DPS Warrior, then the video can just be a compilation of applying to groups and getting declined. I mean, dude, Abindo gets into groups. He's timed to 28 in Pugs. So, how bad can it possibly be? Fury Warrior Gaming. To be honest, this early on in the season, if you've cleared like a decent chunk of bosses on Mythic, people just let you in. There you go. Oh shit, a Mythic gamer? That's insane. I like what you said, toxicity stems from failure. So my question is toxicity justified after one single failure after a wipe? No. Here's my take on this. Toxicity is never justified. Because in a way, toxicity is... If you're calling something toxic, you are, poisoning the well, right, essentially, right? Like, well, or I guess actually, that doesn't really work, does it? It's more like, unfortunately, it is actually begging the question, right? Like, toxicity is bad, by definition. Because if you're being toxic... that kind of implies, like, you're flaming people out, like, you're just calling people shitters, like, you're insulting people or whatever. Like, that's never justified. There is actually no justification for that, realistically. Or not a good justification, anyway. Like, giving feedback can be, you know, potentially interesting. But the problem is with, like, online games is that giving feedback is pointless. This is one of the issues that you run into. Like, let's imagine, why don't people give constructive criticism in ranked PvP? Because it's already too late. Like, by the time someone who's fucked something up that you can help them with has done that, you'll never see them again, and they've already fucked you. It's too late. You know, it's over. Like, giving them feedback doesn't really benefit you in any meaningful way, because the damage is already done, right? Like, your ranked game is already over in this situation. So, yeah, that's why people get toxic instead. If one person leaves your group, your key is fucked in Guild, so you can LFG and keep going. It definitely has more consequences, but that's because there's an actual fail state in Mythic Plus. Like, you'd lose. Ugh. You lose. And there's like no point of recovery, right? You can't, like, recover the key. So that's definitely an inherent downside to the system, because of just the nature of Mythic Plus. Confronting issues of toxicity because they're insecure about their own gameplay. To an extent, yeah, but there also is, like, you know, actual flaming as well. Like, realistically, flaming someone out has never helped, and it never will. Like, or maybe it can actually help sometimes. It can maybe give people a bit of a wake-up call occasionally, but there are other ways to deliver that wake-up call in a way that isn't toxic, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, sure, like, can it sometimes be effective, but there's probably better ways of doing it. There are probably some, I don't know, yeah. It's a bit tricky. Yes. If you're getting toxic, you're getting emotional, you'll fail harder. Actually, not necessarily. I'm not gonna lie. If I wanted to, I could flame people while not missing a beat. I just choose not to because it's not really that productive. Yes. It's good if you're already a rating, but play a Windwalker and have no rating to start with, you're going to have a bad time. In high keys, yeah. If you make your own key, probably not. If you try and join other people's keys, then yeah. Like, the thing is, though, that is kind of an insoluble problem. Because here's the reality. Like, when you're, especially because of the way the LFG works in WoW, when you apply to someone else's key, you're competing against every other player who's applying. So why the fuck would someone take a 3k rating Windwalker when they could take a 3.4k augmentation? They just absolutely no reason you would do that. Like, you unless you're, like, trolling. And that's kind of the problem here. Like, the type of person who makes a group is the type of person who wants to win. And the type of person who wants to win is going to take the players who are playing the best builds. I would not do M+ if the gear was already maxed. I mean, I definitely would. I said this when I was chatting with Max, right? Like, if I could, I would only play on the test server. I would not play on live servers whatsoever. I think M+ will be fine in Guild Wars 2 or something similar. I mean, there's always gold farming, right? That's what fractals are for anyway. How willfully got bullied out of World vs. World Commanding. This is a really big problem with the World vs. World community. I'm pretty sure even World vs. World players would admit this. World vs. World community, like, despises outsiders. Or even people they perceive to be an outsider. Realistically, I've played more World vs. World than most World vs. World players by far. And hell, look, I'm Ultimate Dominator, I'm 8.5k rank. But people will still go out of their way to ruin my experience and harass me in the game mode, right? Because I'm perceived to be like an outsider because I didn't play World vs. World originally, like back in fucking vanilla, right? Like, World vs. World is a huge problem with this, yeah. Like, they despise outsiders. The World vs. World community hates outsiders. Especially streamers who are outsiders. It's lame, but it is what it is. World vs. was more gatekeepy than raids and PvE overall. That's not a hot take. That's just true. 100%, yeah. Raids are not gatekeepy in Guild Wars 2 at all. So that's not really saying that much. That's how it goes. Dude, we're going to get Stone Mist. Let's go. Raids are hard to get into for casuals. Raids are hard to get into if you do not put any effort in. If you agree with that statement, then the answer is yes. But I don't think it's hard to get into for casuals, no. Like, any casual player could join one Discord server and be raiding within hours of hitting max level. So, no, I don't think that's difficult, no. But yeah, if you don't put any effort in, if you're unwilling to put in any effort, then yeah, raids will be very hard to get into. Yeah. But being a casual player and being unwilling to put in any effort is not the same thing. There are plenty of casual players who are absolutely willing to put in effort. Then do you have a beginner group? So they feel really hard. Well, I mean, not necessarily. Like there's plenty of, like, training groups and training communities that will get you the kill first try. Or at least, like, within, you know, like, first day, at least. I think I do an alt heroic this reset. I might start doing a double heroic clear on Thursdays, is the day I was thinking of doing it. And doing double heroic clear every week, because we're moving heroic out of our main raid day to obviously focus on Mythic and just do 3 4-hour Mythic sessions a week. So I might just start doing Thursdays and just do back-to-back double heroic clear. Not like the game guides you can complete. You need to look outside of the game. That's true. I mean, no. People beat raids before there were guides, right? And people were good at the game before there were guides. You can definitely do it in-game, but yeah, I mean, guides are obviously really helpful. I don't agree with this. And actually, I don't think this is reflective of reality. I think players who put effort in succeed, and they crush the content. Yo, Happy New Year, Jester. Especially with Embolden, yeah. Embolden's is pretty cool. Boom. You can't break me in Wolves, so bring on the Trolls and Flamers. Well, I don't mind it, but why would I voluntarily do it? World versus World is good, but I don't need World versus World in my life. I'm enjoying WoW. I'm enjoying, you know, like just chatting on stream in Guild Wars 2. I don't need to get involved in this. I don't feel compelled to do so. And why would I? Like, all it would be is kind of annoying, and I'd have to deal with, like, some pathetic losers, right? And to be honest, guys, I don't really want to deal with pathetic losers. Yeah. It's just not really something that's on my agenda for 2024. People that complain about the guide not being in-game, but the type of player that will engage with in-game content in the first place. Well, I mean... yeah. But compared to the rest of the game, it's a really big jump. It's a very steep progression, if you know what I mean. I mean, it kind of. I mean, yes. Depends where you start. Like, if you start in, like, Doom, yeah. If you start on Veil Guardian, honestly, you'll be alright. Or like, Icebrood Saga strike missions can be a good place to start as well. Or, honestly, any strike missions, they're very, very easy. Like, that could be a good place to start as well. So, kind of. I think definitely content not being... It's not exactly obvious, like, which content is the easiest that you should try first. That's definitely true. They're trying to fix that with strikes, I guess. But, yeah... I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. I think if you put effort in, you'll be alright. I'm just saying it's an impossible gate. Just saying it's a barrier to get past as a player. You need to approach it differently. Yeah, you need to put in effort. The gate is putting in effort. Like, this is definitely a criticism you could level at Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 requires 0 effort. And it doesn't reward you for effort, right? Like, a player doing an open world meta event who puts in 0 effort will get the exact same rewards as a player who is min-maxing 100%. This is a really kind of perverse education for players, because it means that they are being trained from day one that effort and skill is irrelevant. And then, when they go in an environment where that isn't the case anymore, which is raids, it definitely is a shock, yeah. Like, this is the downside of Guild Wars 2 being so easy and being so low skill. And not rewarding skill or effort in any way outside of very specific areas. And also, when you kind of get into... when you get into other areas of the game, like raids are not even, arguably, they're not even that rewarding, right? Like, compared to the amount of effort that you need to put in relative to the rest of the game, they're maybe not that rewarding, which is definitely an issue, for sure. No clear path towards getting into raids. I mean, strike missions, fractals. Look. Here's the thing, like, you're talking as if new players are completely brain dead with 0 ability to think for themselves. I reject that. I don't think new players are stupid. I don't think new players are useless and worthless. I fundamentally reject that analysis. Like, it's very weird to me. In Guild Wars 2, people talk about new players as if they are actual coma patients. And I reject that. XX Asana XX. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome, everyone. Happy New Year! No, I think if you look out there, you do a couple Google searches, the path to getting into raids becomes very, very obvious very, very quickly. Especially if you talk with other people. Like, this is the weird thing. Talking to the other human beings is a really good way to learn about the game. Like, information spreading amongst the community is so important. And there's actually a lot of that available, is that people just don't use it. But yeah, that's how you get it. How good is Bladestorm in World vs. World? It can probably be kind of annoying in a duelist, I guess. Duelist situation. If raids don't give endgame gear and MO, what's the point? That's the problem with raids. Well, I mean, it's Guild Wars 2, innit? You just farm it for gold. Or, you know, like the skins and stuff. Yeah, T. Chucky, thanks for the Prime. Boom. I'm glad you enjoyed my memes. Maybe you play the game because you actually like it. How crazy is that? Wouldn't that be just the wildest thing ever? You serve zero purpose. I saw Guild City going to Fractal, starts and raids. Yo! 4 out of 6 legendary armor. I like that raise. That's good. Do you know if there's a way to know what amount of people are playing which part of M+, like plus 20 and more? Actually, yeah. Raider.io has the stats on this. Let me see if I can actually find it. I don't know, but yeah, it's somewhere on Raider.io, yeah. You can see all of the juice. Like how many people are doing keys and stuff. Does anyone know where it is? The trees have been cleansed, Jester. All trees have been removed. Except XDD tree. The cleanse. The purge. They serve their purpose, zero. You know what's crazy? Is Vivi's only purpose is to cast Pyroblast now. Your sole purpose in life is to be in every key spamming Pyroblast daily. And it feels good. Enjoy. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Ice Spike, bro. Dude, you see Fire Mage, dude. You saw Fire Mage, bro. You know what you've got to do. It's fire time. Frost is played in 29. Yeah, looks like it's gonna be Fire Mage though. The prio damage, man. The prio damage. That's what you gotta do. Needs to happen. But yeah, like I said, guys, it's gonna be big content. This is... Okay, you know what, guys? I'm leaking the plan. So. Gamers. I am happy to announce I have undergone hard reset. My sleep schedule is no longer degen. Okay? Into the new year, after I have my plant fully ready to go, I will be streaming from anywhere between midday and 1 to 2 p.m. through to midnight to 1 p.m. daily. We will begin with Guild Wars 2 0 to Hero, and then 6 p.m. World of Warcraft will initiate. We will be doing daily Mythic Plus training, Mythic raiding, Heroic raiding, Vanilla WoW raiding as well, and SOD. We will be doing 8 to 12 hour streams every day. except Wednesday for the vast majority of 2024. Every day will be community month. We'll be doing 8 to 12 hour streams daily. Officially announcing our dogshit attempt at failing MDI. Well, I mean, I think it's important to be honest with expectations. Are we likely to qualify for MDI this season? Honestly, no. We started way too late to practice, and we obviously haven't played as a team. But honestly, listen, the goal with this, very much similar to the guild, I want to make a roster that will actually consistently play season to season, push very high keys, and also play competitively. To the point where, in the next expansion, then we can actually try and qualify for MDI. Then we can actually try and qualify for TGP. And I actually believe that this is the roster that will do it. I have absolute confidence in Snizzle, Abindo, Rated, and Vivi, and me, obviously. Feels good. That's how it is. Yeah. I'm confident in the team. We are playing it relaxed. This season, I'm not going to make people reroll like Abindo's playing Fury Warrior. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure if Abindo thinks we're actually going hardcore, like big mode, he'd play something else other than Fury Warrior. I certainly fucking hope so. Otherwise, no joke, and it actually pains me to do this because Abindo is extremely good, I will get someone else. Because I'm not going to lie, if you actually want to compete, you have to play the OP shit. Like, that is the reality. And if people don't want to do that, that's absolutely fine. But then I will find people who will. Boom. Part of being good at the video game is being adaptable, right? Like being willing to change. Yeah. Boom. Very nice. Absolutely everything has been wiped off my January schedule. No more plans. I just burned my new calendar because it contained January plans. Yeah, I mean, I would stay tuned a little bit. A little bit because I am not fully ready to commit to that schedule yet. I still have a couple of things to flesh out and some things to sort out. Because, oh yeah, on top of that, I'm also going to fix hard stuck. Don't worry. I'm on the case on that. Or at least I'm going to fix the website, at least. Because I actually don't want that to be not good. That has to be good. And we're also going to be doing Guild Wars 2 tournaments as well. Because I do still like those. But I do need to get paid for them. As part of winning, not being good, to me, those two things are synonymous. Like, if you're not winning, then you aren't good.
What now?
Hardstuck is dead. The guild is, yeah. But to be honest, it was never, ever alive, right? The thing about Hardstuck is that Hardstuck was entirely reliant on me. And that means it was a failure from the get-go. Anything that was entirely reliant on me didn't deserve to exist in the first place, right? Like, it's not healthy. It's not healthy to have an entire community basically on the back of one person. That's an extremely... And that's not even really a community. That's... I don't know what it is, but it's not a community. It's dead. It's something that's not alive. It was never alive. Not real. Well, that's not true. That is unfair. It was alive for a couple of months after Dragon's End release, and then all of, like, the leaders quit the game because Dragon's End got nerfed. But it was definitely alive up until that point. Then it died. A horrible, agonizing, painful death. So that is a little bit unfair, if I'm being honest there. But yeah, broadly speaking, it didn't survive very long. So cheaters... are the best? Well, no. Cheaters get caught. And then they don't, you know, it's over for them. And no, cheating is obviously not part of being good, because cheating isn't really winning. But to an extent, I'll actually bite that bullet. Like, if you can cheat so well and so thoroughly that you never get caught, then kind of yes, in a sense, yes. It's definitely a shitty thing to do, but if you can get away with it and you can win, then it is what it is, right? Like, you still win, and that is what's important. Lara is the face of Hardstuck. Lara would be a good face of Hardstuck. Lara is a person to be admired. Embassy cheated on his wife. He does that a lot, yeah. He cheats multiple times a day. It's kind of crazy. As a new player, rerolling every season might actually hold you back in some ways. You're very comfortable with in Raid is underrated. You're definitely not wrong there. But I definitely want to expose myself to as many experiences as possible, so I can learn the game as thoroughly as possible. Cheers are rarely punishing Guild Wars 2, and aimbot player is not even comparable to a pro who loses every single tournament. That's absolutely fine. I don't actually care about arguing. And cheaters, like, honestly, cheating... This might not be what you like to hear, but cheating is just not really a big deal in Guild Wars 2. Like, I don't think a single monthly AT was won by someone hacking, right? There's definitely been some pretty shady stuff going on there, but even that, it didn't actually affect the outcome. Like, if you're account sharing, you're playing on someone's account, like, you would have won if you were playing on that account or not. Like, the same team would have won. Just the reward went to someone else. It's like the same player won. I don't think any monthly ATs have actually been cheated. In other words, like, the wrong person won because they were using, like, a hack or something like that. I don't think that's happened even a single time. So, no. Cheating is a non-issue in Guild Wars 2. A lot of people won't like to hear that, but it is reality. Worms won because they played 4 Renegades. Does that count? That does not count. Very abusive and very, you know, classic French Worm ultimate metagame, but that does count. Oh, yeah, there has been a DDoS. You're right, actually. That was the Thiskin DDoS, right? Of course. That is true. So, yeah, there's one example of that happening. You are absolutely right. I actually forgot about that. Yes, Thiskin got DDoSed, and he lost the monthly because of that. I remember. Yeah. Yeah. So that is, in fact, there is one case where someone got fucked. Yeah. That is absolutely true. Nice. What a classic, guys. Didn't Jeff get found up for Mooseby hacking? I mean, yeah, he got, like, dude, he's fucking hardware banned, right? Like, he, like, plays on a VPN constantly now, I think, no? Because of that. Yeah, and he's like, he got, like, Omega banned. I think, Jeff has hacked in tournaments, but he got disqualified and then permabanned from everything. He's banned from my tournaments. I would never let Jeff play in anything that I would run. There's not that many people I've got permanently banned, though. There's a couple, but not that many. Yes. Mystic build, Season 7. Ha! That's some old school stuff right there. Rifle Warrior, terrorizing dailies. Yeah, but that was, I mean, that was, it wasn't the monthly, right? It was just like a daily AT. And also, that player is probably, that player might be like the most banned player in the history of the game. Ah, yes, I am aware of that actually, Angels, yeah. Of course. Rifle Warrior. Shadow Priest as well. It's appropriate, isn't it, to be honest? Very good. Whoop. I was cheered out of tier 2.5. Ah, yes. Jester. Tier 2.5. Went to Migus. I believe the brother of one of the Loot Council members instead of Jester. Dude, you know what's really sad, Jester? This is kind of fucked up. Do you know that Mystic Bills, the WoW guild, is fully dead? They had their last raid the other day. Full shutdown. Sabal was tanking on Paladin. All the boys were back there. Fucking Nord was in the mix. Nord boys. You know what's fucked up, Jess? Check this out. Do you know that Nord is on cuck duty in vanilla? Instead of being on like the world's first team that his guild Nota was going for on world's first Black Fathom deeps, they had him like farming consumables, and he like fed consumes to like the team that was actually playing. Oh no, yeah, that was actually like full last raid. They're actually over. Pretty sad, to be honest. Yeah, Nord is very nice. The guild has become incredibly Swedish as well, actually. It's full of Swedes. There's just a lot of Swedes playing vanilla WoW, guys. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. I muted Discord every freehold I did with Snizzle. Honestly, that would be a good question. You know, okay, alright, Mythic Plus team from last season. Which was the key that was the most fucked up? Okay, MSC, Snizzle, Vivi, which key was the most, like, horrific, traumatic key for you? The freehold, man. Oh, the Council of Captains. Yeah. Council O Captains. Oh, dude, the 29 Underrot. Oh. Oh my god. That was so brutal, actually. I'd actually, like, somehow managed to forget that. But yeah, the 29 Underrot was so brutal. Oh, man. Prime chat? Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah. Just lost your garrison? Wow. Wow, Uki, man. I can't believe you come into the stream with language like that on New Year's Day. That's unbelievable. I can't believe you would do that. But we still have garrison. But I guess you mean on like the home borderland, I guess, right? Yeah, I guess this one. Fortunately, oh, I'm just checking for who cares. I'm maybe looking over there. There's a picture of Nicolas Cage on the door. Maybe he cares. Vortex Mirror was so bad. The Harry Potter pull is actually the biggest piece of dogshit gameplay I've ever gone through. Ah, yeah, the stair pull. Nice. Yeah, are we actually just, like, muscling this gate? Like, what is going on here? What are we doing? What is this? We're getting a new cooking stream. Maybe I'll do some cooking streams. I want to do some gym streams. Maybe I can do some food streams. My food habits are kind of boring right now, though. I'd have to come up with something kind of exciting. I mostly just eat, like, a lot of beans. And Huel. Huel, beans, pasta, right? Pasta with a little bit of sauce on. You guys know the drill, right? So I do like spaghetti. You know, a little bit of spaghetti going on there. It's very good. You guys are doing dog water VP start with the whole backs to the wall meme. Listen, Rated. What was your IO last season? 2? Like 1, maybe? If that? Okay, come on, bro. He can't believe you're flaming us. That's crazy. Yeah. This fucking guy gets in, like, leeches our plus 29s. Gets out, like, makes off like a bandit. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. So, no, after that, he gave me that strat. Oh, well, you know, the thing is, like, yeah, I just felt like we weren't good. We weren't good enough, right, to do it. Because I wanted to do, like, the mega pull and just pull massive there, but it wasn't the play. We weren't able to pull it off, right? The fucking wind bolts, man. The goddamn wind bolts, dude. Bridge strat. Bridge strat. And what did we ended up changing, right? Like, we were pulling 2 assassins. Oh yeah, we pulled, yeah. Well, I mean, the really bad thing was we did 2 assassins and the bridge, right? But then we just did bridge with, we just did like the full assassin pull. But there was a reason why we changed that though. Like, because the first time we tried doing the giga pull on Fortified, on a high key on Fortified, people literally got 1 shot. And maybe we just fucked that up, I guess. But people just instantly died. So that's why we started doing it the other way. But yeah, 4 assassins on the bridge was just too much. I miss God Comp. It could just do anything, everything. I'm not gonna lie, God Comp was very fun to play. Yeah, like Bear was fun to play. Also, before this, you guys played really well for your first season. Yeah, I think we did a pretty good job. I want to go big this season. I actually, oh man. I mean, TGP is more pushable. The only really annoying thing, and this is actually rough, if I want to play TGP next season, we are forced to run Org. And that is a problem, because someone's going to have to play Augmentation Evoker. Because, realistically, I think MDI without Org is actually fine. But TGP without Org is unplayable. Like, you will not do that. Especially on Tyrannical. Like, Fortified, you could maybe get away with it. But, yeah, you will absolutely not be able to do like high Tyrannical keys without Augmentation. Yes. I think Augmentation is a good addition to WoW. Absolutely not, no. Yeah. If you compare Org style to something in Guild Wars 2, what would be the closest? I don't know, like some putrid shit like main hand only thief. I don't know, like it's not quickness arrow. Quickness arrow is actually fun. Community allegations in WoW, something less hardcore but still endgame driven. I mean, it would be more hardcore, not less. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to actually put some WoW content on the site, potentially at some point. Yeah. Yes. But yeah, you know what actually is incredibly zaced? Do you know who the most likely player to play Org would be out of everyone here? That's right, Vivaloof. Yep. Mage? It's fine, dude. Rater will play Mage. No problem, bro. Rater's gonna break out the Mage. Not a big deal. Rated Mage. Abindo can go Havoc. It's all good. Not a problem. Not a big deal. This will never be forgiven. Dude, yeah, this one, what the fuck was this? Dude, this 29, man. Oh, God, what a fucking throw. Holy shit. Hey, good night, Plenix. Happy New Year, dude. Oh, this is bad, isn't it? Ah! Run! Oh, look, this guy's healing me. Yo. Archangel Tycho. Yo. Very nice. Caging a Zoom like Vivi to Org is just evil. Well, I can actually tell you what I was doing there, by the way, guys. So, look. The reason I went a different route there, I went around the back to pull the big guy first. The reason you do that is because it makes it a little bit smoother. But I guess Vivi was not... He didn't notice that, and then, well, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. That's how it goes. Augmentation Evoker. Org. I will org. Nice. It's time. Let's get through the gate. If we could tank Yugo Org? Yeah. But that's not happening. I will not play Augmentation. Dragon race only? Yeah, it definitely sucks that you have to be a dragon to play it. It's kind of lame. Like, ever? I mean, I would definitely do it if I thought that it was the only way. But I don't think it's the only way. I can still force someone else to play Org and justify it because of my insane tanking ability. When I see Vivi tank, he's permadead, he jumps off stuff, falls off the edge of cliffs. So it's like, there's a clear choice there. A clear choice of who will Org. Who will become the augmentation. I feel like you're not that permadead in keys, Jester, to be honest. I haven't really seen you be, like, mega permadead. Frontal cone. Someone made Nico as a 7 TV emote. Ah, here we go. Boom. Look at this little peepo. Thing is though, Jester, when are you playing a real M+ spec? When are you playing the OP shit? Also, when are you tanking? Apu alcoholic. Our tank hasn't done a single key above 20 still. Yeah, I haven't. Look, when we're getting in the group with the boys, we're doing like 27s week 1. It's time to push big. Although I do actually want to focus on mid-level keys like 24s. Because 24s is what we need for MDI qualifier. We should be doing 24 plus, which I think is actually quite easy, I'm not going to lie, with this season. Yeah. Pug 25s on your ults. Listen, bro, like, I'm just ready to go. I just want to play with the boys. But yeah, we'll see. We push big. We obviously go for title this season too. Like, we'll, I think it would be really cool to go for 4K IO. I'm not sure if that's possible though, actually. Nah, you won't get 4K. You'd have to be doing like all 35s for 4K or something, wouldn't you? I think a really cool goal would be to do everything on 30. That would be what I'd want to do. Everything on 30. which I think is doable. $4K is doable. Big teams got 4.1K. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we can do 4K. 4K would be nice to go for. That would be a really cool goal. See if we can get 4K. 4K is like all 32s. Oof. I mean, that... Dude, you want to do 32 tyrannical Yavsma with no org? Holy shit. Yeah, that's not going to be good. That will be a challenge, as they say. Dude, tyrannical... Yeah, they did tyrannical Waycrest. Jesus, with... Yeah... Fucking hell. There's some real rough ones. Tyrannical is fucked up, dude. It is extremely hard. Really, really hard. Nice. I can't play Pugs on Afflicted. It feels really bad to not be able to do Afflicted. Like, when you play Paladin tank or Druid tank, you can kind of do Afflicted. But, it really feels bad when you can't do anything. And when I play VDH, you can't do Afflicted. It's Druid is really cool because Druid can actually do Afflicted and Incorporeal really well. Incorporeal is a bit awkward while tanking, to be fair, but you can do it in bosses at least with Hibernate. And VDH can do Incorporeal really well. I mean, Jester has told me that Hunter does not have an AoE stop, which is actually hilarious to me. Because that means he serves zero purpose, pretty much. Turn evil as well, but it's annoying. Yeah, I actually really do not like doing... I think turn evil is just not really practical, because if you're casting, you can't block. And if you're not blocking on Paladin, I mean, you're either pulling, like, one mob. You can do it on bosses, right? Like, on bosses it's okay. But in trash pulls... You are not going to be hardcasting Turn Evil. You will die on any pack that's like bigger than 2 mobs. Go stream PvP. I mean, we're literally in PvP right now. Listen, look at this. We're in World versus World. And make it overlap with Sword at some point. Oh, see, wait, so if you invis, you fuck it up. That's just beautiful. I mean, 5-man PvP. I mean, look, one of the things I do want to try and do is go for a monthly win in 2024. But again, I will only do that if I have 5 people who want to play hardcore. Like, simple as that. So, yeah. Here we go. Let's get in there. Here's the other 6 personals. Wailing Arrow. You lose so much as a cast time. You already good at it? Oh, yeah, that's kind of shit, to be honest. PvP bootcamp? I would never do PvP bootcamp. That would be a fate worse than death. Cutoff is already 3.4k. Yeah, I think it will be a fair bit higher than last season. It will be, I think, I want to say like 3.8k, maybe even 3... yeah, I could see 3.850 being cutoff. Fair bit higher than last time. What was cutoff last time, guys? Like 3.5k, right? It was like 3.550. Or no, it was like 3.57, wasn't it? 3.570. Something in that that kind of range. Is the oh yeah, for tournaments, yeah. I don't really want to play and I'm not really super interested in playing PvP unless I'm trying to win the monthly. Otherwise, I don't care. Like, I don't really care about ranked or the leaderboard or anything like that. I only care about... The only thing that's relevant is the monthly. If I don't have people who want to play that, then I don't want to play. What rating Melvin had? Melvin was like, I think he was like 3.4, 3.5k. I don't think he's around. I haven't seen him this season. I'd be comfortable with everything timed on 30s and maybe some 31s. I mean, yeah, I think everything on 30 is the minimum. I think it will be really cool to attempt 4K. I think that will be hard, but I think it'll be really fun to try and attempt 4K. Because that would put us quite highly rated, I think. Yeah, that's one of the things that was actually a bit feels bad last season. It was that we had a lot of helpers who didn't get cut off. For example, Rated helped us out quite a bit, and so did Melvin. Definitely feels bad that we weren't able to help them get cut off as well. I'd hope that for seasons like this season, we'd actually have enough time to actually get cut off for all of our helpers as well when we have subs. Let us kill the Lord. We have finally got into the keep. Took us a while, but we have made it. Jumping from one automated tournament to another, how do you practice with the team? Yeah, just play a lot of tournaments. Like, play a lot of ATs, and then play ranked, and then just practice mechanics, pretty much. Play the video game. You can play tournaments a lot, and they usually have some pretty decent players in them. Most of the time, anyway. Playing ranked makes you bad only if you allow it to be honest. Ranked, I think, can be quite useful for just kind of making the mechanics good. Getting your mechanics up there. Next X-Pack is probably August, I guess. How many kills away from your Ultimate Dominator? Well, negative numbers now, seeing as I am an Ultimate Dominator. Playing M+ makes you bad at WoW. That is actually true. Although not, I think. I actually think that one of the reasons that I think I did pretty well in Aberrus while tanking was doing M+, high keys. You will learn to survive in high keys. It would have been cool to be playing Bear as well, actually. We had a slightly, you know, we had a VDH Brewmaster tank. Obviously, I think it would have been a little bit better to go pretty big with the Bear as well. Yeah, by the way, actually, Eddie, is the Demon Hunter from your guild playing MDI? I assume he is, right? I think he plays with Crit Cake, right? I think. That's big. Vengeance Lord. The Demon Lord. Team always wants to play their off-meta picks. Well, I mean, they're obviously very good. They have high score, right? So off-meta in MDI would be weird. Well, it would, I guess. I mean, that is true. You know, like it is a speedrun situation. I am the Diamond Knight, guys. It's crazy. The Diamond Lord. Dude, look, we're cranking through this weekly. It's what I'm talking about, guys. We're doing the weekly in World Burst where it's so free. Look at that. It's actually Omega free, Giga free even. Look at that. Then reroaring in season 5, quick rate went Mage Link. Yo, that's big actually. I like that. Is playing it, then Abindo is safe. Yeah. Dude, we're gonna fucking blast. It's gonna be huge. You guys are gonna see. Yo, Lynn. Happy New Year, man. Appreciate it, dude. Alright, gamers. Gamers, I'm done. I am done with the stream. I will stream a lot. Again, I'm still working on cooking up some plans. I might be around this week. I might not stream that much. I actually don't know. We shall see what happens. I'm not going to promise anything, or I don't really have a clear plan going forwards, but do know that I am planning to do very hardcore streaming pretty soon, definitely before the end of January. Really hardcore stuff, a lot of hours, Zero to Hero returning, lots of WoW content, lots of Guild Wars 2 content, lots of content, lots of everything content, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's it. All I can say, guys, is thank you very much for watching, and of course, thanks for support and viewership last year, and here's to another year. And let me tell you this, my friends. 2024 will be even better. I will create actual good content. I will create Omega content for all of you. You better be ready to be entertained, because let me tell you, I will entertain you. You will have no fucking choice but to be entertained. So stick about. Or don't. I guess it's entirely up to you. But anyway, that's it, guys. 2024 will be the year of me. That's what's going on there. But anyway, take it easy, my friends. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful, happy New Year celebration. Hope you had a good Christmas. Of course, very festive, very fantastical. And I'll see you around the future. Follow the stream. Subscribe to the stream. Hand over your money. Still discount probably going on the subs, guys. But that's it for now. I'll see you next time. Take it easy, gamers. See you later.